A bank driving one mission across villages, across cities, across generations, across every dream that dares to become tomorrow. With one vision, to serve, to dream, to empower, standing beside every beginning, growing with every ambition, never leaving anyone behind. That's SBI.
The road to 75 is our bridge between a proud legacy and an ambitious future. It is a roadmap to Vision 2030, a roadmap that strengthens our commitment to every stakeholder, creating greater value for shareholders, delivering seamless experiences for customers, empowering our employees to lead in a digital and AI-enabled world, and upholding the trust placed in us by regulators and society. Each year of this journey builds on the last, from strengthening our foundations and deepening our impact to powers of scale and accelerating outcomes. The destination is an SBI.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Customer first.
So welcome to the second day of the two-day Fibac 2026 with the theme Winning in the AI Era, the new playbook for Indian banks. A joint conference organized by IBA, the Indian Banks Association, and FICCI, Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. The conference, as you all know, was inaugurated by the RBI Governor yesterday morning, and here we are today, gathered for some more interesting deliberations, discussions. We had a very enriching day one, and we again have a lot of ground to cover on day two. So could I request all those who can hear me in the pre-function area to kindly proceed to the conference hall? We will begin in a very short while from now. All those inside requested to please turn your cell phones, any other electronic devices to the silent so as to avoid disturbances during the proceedings. We had 2 lucky draws yesterday, if you remember, post-lunch. Today, we will do 1 lucky draw before lunch, and we follow the same pattern as yesterday, post-lunch. 2 lucky draws post-lunch. So in total, we will be having 3 lucky draws through the day. All those who have dropped in their visiting cards, the business cards, outside near the Nexensis stall, there is a bowl which has been placed on the Nexensis counter. If you have not dropped your business card so far, you can do it in between 2 sessions, or maybe right now we have a few minutes. But I will urge you, if at all you're moving out, do come back quickly, because we will begin the session any time from now. Thank you. So these were a few announcements that I had to make, and I will be back very shortly. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. I draw attention of especially those who are outside the conference area in the pre-function lobby. Could I request one and all to kindly proceed to the conference area? All those inside requested to please be seated and do ensure that your cell phones and other electronic devices are on the silent, and we all know the reason why. Could I request gentlemen standing behind in the aisles to the sides to please proceed to their seats? And I hope by now you have turned your cell phones and other electronic devices to the silent so as to avoid disturbances during the proceedings. Thank you for your cooperation, everyone. So, very good morning, everybody. Good morning. On behalf of IBA, the Indian Banks Association, and FICCI, the Federation of Indian Chambers for Commerce and Industry, it gives me, Manasi, great pleasure in extending a hearty welcome to all of you on the second day of this two-day annual banking conference, Fibac 2026, with the theme, Winning in the AI Era, the new playbook for Indian banks. The conference was inaugurated yesterday by the RBI Governor, Sri Sanjay Malhotra ji. We had some very interesting and intriguing deliberations and discussions. It was a very fruitful and enriching day yesterday, and we look forward to today being the same. So let us commence with the sixth business session, which is a panel discussion on leveraging AI to redefine operations of the future. The efficiency imperative. We have the session moderator, Madam Neha Gupta, Managing Director and Partner, BCG, the Boston Consulting Group, who are our knowledge partners. Ma'am, can you please take your seat on the dais while I invite our panelist, Sri Kalyan Kumar, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Central Bank of India. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Sri Rama Mohan Rao Amara, Managing Director, Retail Business and Operations, State Bank of India. Welcome to you. Sri Indrajit Kamtora, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Unity Small Finance Bank. Welcome to you, sir. Sri M.N. Srinivasan, Co-founder, BillDesk. Welcome, sir. Sri Ramanan S.V., Chief Executive Officer, India and South Asia, Intellect Design Arena Limited. Welcome. And Sri Ashwani Arora, Chief Executive Officer, Novel Patterns. A hearty welcome to you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, digital competitors operate at a structurally lower cost base, and we all are aware of it. AI offers a genuine path to closing the gap through process automation, intelligent operations, and eliminating manual workflows embedded in banking for decades. This session will examine where cost transformation is delivering measurable results, what the roadmap looks like at different maturity levels, and how leaders make the case for investment when short-term earnings pressures is relentless. With those words, I hand over charge of this session to Madam Neha Gupta. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mansi. Good morning, dear panelists, and good morning, the audience. Like Mansi said, today we are here to discuss a specific topic in the overall theme of winning in the AI era, which is how do we leverage AI to redefine operations of the future. If you look at historically, operations has always had multiple waves of productivity unlock. We started with the entire consolidation, centralization, automation using technology in RPA, digitization, especially aided by the world-class DPI. But despite all of this, what we've seen is that cost in banking has continued to be sticky, and the cost-income ratio has slowly inched up. The question is, why did this happen? And a few things were left still undone. While structured data got digitized, banking still deals with a lot of unstructured documents, which required human involvement. Our technology systems and workflows became digital, but they did not necessarily become intelligent, which meant decision making was left to the humans. And therefore, what was left was a digital workflow with a manual human judgment involved. And that's where we continue to have large ops shops in most of the FIs. As we look at this new era of AI in banking, what we see is that AI can now have the next unlock in productivity, both through AI augmented operations, but also going a little further to say, can we fundamentally reshape operations for the future? And this is aided by three things. Like I said, data structured was already digitized, but now there is power to consume the unstructured data, to extract, to process, to triangulate and validate. Secondly, repetitive tasks, or what we call toil, which have very definitive outcomes, can be now completely automated. And the evolution to human like agents is helping faster outreach, larger outreaches in a shorter time with much better outcomes. So, what is left for humans will be a lot more judgment driven tasks, whether it's decision making, whether it's handling of sensitive customer requests, or the regulatory aspects. And that's what we are here to discuss with the panelists. Is AI in ops really productivity changing, or will it be a little more of the same? In an industry as regulated as banking, do we truly think we can redefine and move to agentic ops? And finally, as we look at it in the future, what will separate a good and a powerful and a strong performing FI from the ones which continue to do manual? So maybe if I can open with a question, and we can go from left to right, to say, in your respective organizations, in the last 12 months, where have you seen the maximum productivity unlock? And if I can push you further to also use a metric which you really see has moved in the organization.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Neha. It's an advantage to sit next to the moderator. You get to answer first before. Otherwise, in today's day and age, most of our answers would be similar, I guess. But being in the technology space, I'm not just a banker, but provider of banking technology. We've been investing in AI for more than a decade now. Okay, so I'm sure all of us understand and appreciate AI is not after what ChatGPT came into existence. It's been in existence since 1950s. Incidentally, our chief design officer is a PhD in AI from the 1980s. So AI has been in existence. It's about how do we use AI, okay, and what models and how are we evolving. I think Neha's specific question is what did we do over the last 12 months? So let me come back to that point, Neha. As a provider of banking technology, I think all of us in the room are bankers. We understand that banking operations are, in my mind, what we call as MDML, multi-dimensional, multi-layered processes, right? There is no straight line to a process saying that if you add 1 + 1, it's 2. There are, in any operations, multiple teams that come into place. It could be branch operations, it could be central operations, it could be the front-end sales, it could be the credit operations. So it's multi-dimensional, multi-layered. So building technology products for this has been the challenge that we've been doing. And let me take a case in point, right? I mean, I'm sure all of us remember, not in the distant past, we had COVID. And there was a regulatory change saying that now there has to be an interest moratorium that has to be applied for the loans during this period. In a typical software, to implement this means a lot of risk because you don't know if you touch something, what is the total impact on the overall software. Okay. And a lot of people, I mean, trust me, I mean, people who are put your hand to heart, you will note that we did a lot of manual processes in the end to actually meet the regulatory requirements. Thanks to the AI era, what we have now created, we have created a system of connected knowledge, SOCK as we call it internally, and then arrived at a system of connected intelligent, SOCI, CK and CI. What it helps is that if I want to introduce a new change in the software, what are the impact points that are there in the overall software so that it delivers the right outcome. And you can do a regression testing to validate that the changes that have been done are fast. Okay, so this is the biggest change that we have implemented in the organization over the last 12 months. The benefits are real. I mean, the faster go-to-market, the net promoter score increase. One of the panelists in this audience is a customer of ours, where we delivered a change request on the product that we've already delivered in 3 weeks in advance. I mean, people who are in the software industry and the banks, you know that any technology vendor, if they actually articulate saying that they delivered 3 weeks ahead of schedule on time in full, it's a big thing. And we did that because of the changes that we brought through AI. So that's what I wanted to share as part of this engagement. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Ramanan. Thanks, Neha. You know, in this room, all of us are practitioners. And, you know, as primarily finance, banking fraternity, we have seen changes. Our forefathers have seen changes in this industry. The world is firmly settled in the fifth wave, industrial wave. That's AI. Let's accept that. Before us, around 1780, the steam engine came. It made the Industrial Revolution. 100 years later, in 1880, electricity was found and it made the assembly lines. Thereafter, another 100 years later, small-time computers emerged in 1980 with electronics. Those were the first three industrial waves. Then the period started getting shorter. Just 20 years later, after that, the Internet of Things came. Big data came around 2000 that crunched the whole affair. And now, another 20 years later, in the 2020s, AI has come. It's a huge inflection point that our industry sits on. Why I'm setting the context is, with each of these industrial revolutions, workforce and productivity minimum tripled 3 times, minimum. Some of them were higher. I'll give you the latest one. When computers came to India, the same group must have met. Many Indian banks went on strike. Okay, we will lose jobs. Nothing of that kind happened. Banks tripled. Workforce in banking tripled. We were able to access small and remote villages where we set up our branches with full connectivity. AI is exactly that. It's not going to take away jobs. It's going to modify jobs. It's going to give us efficiency. It will empower humans to take decisions and relegate mundane chores to known and controlled AI engines. That is the context in which all of us are sitting and settled that this is not a threat. This is a huge opportunity for us to seize. Neha wanted to say, where have we actually used this? I come from a small bank, makes us more agile. We have started adopting AI rapidly as early as 4 years back. Today we use agentic AI in our contact center for getting revenue. Most people would think of AI as cost save. No. AI is a lovely engine to get revenue. You reach out to customers, cohorts, you mine them, ask them to take your products and convert them. Revenue source. Yes, you do efficiency, which all of us will speak as the session progresses. But the bottom line, I want you to keep your ears really reaching out for those people who are telling you that AI gets you revenue, it saves cost, and it builds efficiency. Thank you, Neha.
Good morning. First of all, Neha, I would like to appreciate the audience. In this morning hours, in such a large number they are present. I was not expecting that. Normally, morning session, actually, such kind of audience. That's why, first of all, I appreciate you all that you showed keen interest to listen to us. Thanks a lot. Now, very good question you have asked, and topic is also very good. First of all, tagline, winning in the AI era and new playbook for the Indian banks. And usage of AI in operation. That is actually really a wonderful theme. And most important theme, I will say, whatever is being discussed. Because not only getting operational resilience, but improvement in operational efficiency is the aim of any organization. Because you all will agree with me that it is the customers who are at the center, and bringing operational resilience and more operational efficiency directly and indirectly both impacts the customer service, which is essence for any business organization. And now we have to see that how this usage of AI can augment and help us in achieving this milestone, very important milestone. Your question, coming directly to your question, for central bank, we are using number of AI initiatives. I will like to highlight one. We call it Send Chanakya, where we have utilized AI and gave this tool to our field staff and also staff at different level. Their usage of AI actually helps them in answering customer queries, avoiding them, helping them to actually take repetitive tasks, how to improve the compliance level, which kind of documents they require. These basic things actually through Send Chanakya we are providing. What I mean to say that in usage of AI, how we engage our customer, how we improve customer experience. And also second important aspect is also which I am going to tell about the cost to serve, bringing all these things, initiatives, and how it is going to impact us in terms of cost, overall cost. Now, another important area where we have implemented AI is actually bringing voice chatbot, WhatsApp, and video integrated into our integrated customer care portal, where in a very holistic way, we are providing, there we are applying AI and analytics so that we can prioritize the customer service and also reduce their waiting time. Apart from there, actually the basic digitization like mobile banking, digital lending platforms, and different aspects we have implemented on which we are applying this AI platform so that overall efficiency can be improved and customers can have wow factor while using these things. That is work in progress, but it is at early stage. But for avoiding, helping customer, because you will agree with me that trust is the most important factor which a regulated entity like us are enjoying. And they have to maintain, we have this responsibility to maintain the trust of public with us. Therefore, we are leveraging MuleHunter.ai. We have integrated with our systems and we are actually supporting number of good such kind of instances we have stopped, and public funds were protected with use of this AI pattern, where we capture the pattern of mule accounts and all, and supporting our customers in meaningful way. This was regarding the uses of AI present we are doing. In future, usage of AI in bringing more operational resilience, fraud prevention, because EFRM solutions, cyber security side also we are implementing next gen SOC, where it is going to be AI enabled. EFRM solution also we are implementing AI so that fraud detection and the recovery propensity models where we will maintain our asset quality. These works are going on, and in near future we will be able to build all these capabilities into our working system, which will certainly not only support in excellent customer service, but also improve our cost of operations and also bring more operational resilience to our overall working. Neha, to answer your question regarding cost, till now, there is no significant improvement in cost. We are spending now because it is the time where we are building infrastructure, we are working on it. But structurally, this is the price in near future we are going to get. When these things are implemented, certainly cost benefit also would be with us. Thanks. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel discussion.
So being fourth in the order, already a lot of points are already covered. But I can give a SBI's perspective, being the largest bank, catering to such a wide spectrum of customers of almost 54 crores. How we went about AI adoption. So rather than talking about like what are the initiatives or the use cases, what we have done during the last 12 months, I will just a bit step back. So SBI has always been a front runner in terms of using AI across the life cycle of a customer, whether it is a business customer or whether it is a individual customer. For example, in case of MSME customer, thanks to the DPI and thanks to the availability of rich digital footprint by way of GST network data, GST filing returns data, or otherwise the account data anyway is there with the bank, and combining it with bureau scores, combining with any other unstructured information, we were able to, using AI, we were able to underwrite a large number of loans. Just to give an example, in FY 25-26, in 12 months' time, we are able to underwrite loans up to 5 crores, both covering the NTB customers, new to bank customers, as well as existing customers, almost 1 trillion rupees we were able to underwrite. So it has actually freed the bandwidth of the people who were otherwise, the relationship managers particularly, who were otherwise spending a lot of time in terms of gathering the data, doing some analysis, etc. And the other tangible benefit what we could see is the model has the capability, obviously, to reduce the delinquency. So we were able to see a lower NPA from the portfolio which has been underwritten through the BRE, what we call a business rule engine. Similarly, in the unsecured space, while we continue to operate largely in the CSP, what we call a corporate salary package accounts, but we also look at other segment of customer, particularly small businesses. We look at proprietorships, etc. We use AI in a big way to supplement that because most of them are thin file customers, excepting the account data and some UPI related kind of data. They may not have much, but we are able to underwrite them well. It is serving both things. It is helping us expand the financial inclusion and also helping us in terms of meeting the priority sector obligations. I said purposely the life cycle because it also involves portfolio management, right? So a lot of banks have been using, and so is the case with SBI, in terms of leveraging the AI for identifying vulnerable exposures. It is not like you wait for the delinquency, DPD, etc. to surface, but you have now with the benefit of AI, which is capable of ingesting a large amount of data, you can even consume market information, sector-specific information, or any other positive or negative information that is available in the public domain, and you can generate early warning signals. So we have been using for quite some time this early warning signal in order to identify the vulnerable exposures and tackle them very, very proactively. And of course, the other use case, as Kalyan has also said, is more in terms of the fraud risk management. Our SOC, Security Operations Center, already uses AI because it will not be possible to ingest humongous amount of logs that are generated in the IT infra. So we are already using AI to identify and to even predict what are the possible kind of breakdowns, etc., that can happen, particularly in the ROC, Resiliency Operations Center. So that way we are covering a very, very broad spectrum. But of course, the Gen AI, etc., last 3-4 years, we have seen a lot of interest is there. So like everyone, we have also started with a number of pilots, but I'm very happy to see, share with you that some of these pilots have translated into now full-blown use cases. A couple of panel speakers have already covered the well-known use case in the customer care center, where it is not like it has evolved even from being just a tool that augments the agent. Now it is actually, we are using a AI bot in terms of handling the customer calls itself. So it is capable of handling all the related calls end to end, leaving only the complex calls to be handed over to the human agent. So that way, it is really augmenting the productivity. We are able to see reduced time and enhanced customer satisfaction also we are able to see. Another use case where, particularly the agentic AI kind of activity where we are using is in the check processing. While it is well known that in the industry, check volumes are coming down year after year, but even then it is very sizable for SBI. So we looked at up to 10,000 rupee kind of checks constitute around 25%, where we have also actually during it, through a time and motion study, we have seen like what are the checks that are being done by the operators, human, our manpower. So we were able to build a model using the vision LLMs, which can read the check, which can actually tick all the boxes, mandatory compliances, etc. And we have seen efficiency. The efficiency is at a quite very good threshold. So we have now automated the entire 10,000 up to check processing of 10,000 through an STP process where the involvement of human agent is practically not there. But of course, we also know the pitfalls of using AI model or relying on AI model. So we also have a CRU, what you call a control risk unit, which constantly looks at a sample of these checks that are passed through the AI in order to identify whether any misses are there or whether anything to be, whether there is a need to train the AI models. And of course, the other use case, which is at a pilot stage, is again in the corporate banking side, where I said like relationship managers consume a lot of time in terms of looking at the financial statements and doing the financial ratio analysis, all that. So we could build a agentic AI-based digital assistant called Yono G, which is embedded as part of even Yono business as well, in terms of pulling the data, as Neha also said, collecting the documents, unstructured documents, reading them, populating the LLMS kind of loan lifecycle management systems, and populating it with a proper risk analysis, etc. So now the role of the the relationship manager is more in terms of validating that, looking at even the stress testing, whatever is coming out of that model, whether what are the assumptions of that model, whether they are realistic, or even pushing the model and validating that. So now I think the role of the relationship manager has shifted to more of a value-added work where they will focus more on building the relationship management. So on the whole, I can say, I think while I agree, quantification by way of a defined cost to income reduction is a bit, it will take time, but intangible benefits are there in terms of customer satisfaction, release of the bandwidth of the manpower whom we are able to deploy otherwise. Thank you.
No, as Mr. Ramnan pointed out, if you're one of the later speakers, you're going to be challenged to add further value to an opening question. But given that most things I would have wanted to say have been said by the panelists, I'm going to take a light-hearted shot at this question. I think if you were to think organizationally and personally in terms of what is measurable, in terms of what we did, I think the biggest measure is the number of panel discussions or forums that I've done is at least 10x up compared to the previous 12 months. I think the number of discussions with the regulator or policy makers, I think if I just put a number compared to previous years, 75% today are dominated by AI conversations, which is, and lastly, I think the number of mornings we've woken up with a panic attack saying, are we left behind in the race? Is somebody else getting ahead? Will we survive this? Will there be a cyber attack? I think that's almost every alternate day now. So I think those are three clear measurable at a personal level. Organizationally, continuing on the same lighthearted theme, I think the number of internal presentations that forcibly have the word agentic, commerce, etc. is almost on every second, third slide. Time spent by employees on discussing AI opportunities, what should we be doing, is meaning measurably up while we don't do it. That said, I think why these are important parameters, while I said them in a lighthearted note. I'll just anecdotally, let me give you an example. We're a regulated entity in India, but maybe unlike, of course, the bank's position, we have private equity investors. So you kind of mandatorily do these corridor trips to the various markets to do these discussions. And I remember just after the pandemic, the first set of conferences that we did in the Bay Area in the US, 2021, the most significant theme from all leaders there was, if you're not already invested into AI or not doing a project, you're going to be history 6 months from now. And this was in 2021. And these were coming from industry leaders. AI was just a topic 5 years ago from an Indian market or regulated entity perspective. What I see in India now, and therefore within our organization as well in forums, is the level of conversations we're beginning to have as a country or as participants is somewhere equal to what the US similar set of players were doing 5 years ago. That's one measure I have of where perhaps we stand. Now, with technology, of course, time is one metric, but you can catch up faster. But this is, I think it's an important way to think of where we're all spending time. So that's been the key part. I think as a country and as a sector, we've all woken up to the potential impact of AI, and people are making those experiments, I would say. So as an organization, we are not too different. we are at what I would call an experimentative stage, and maybe some of the leeway we have is to allow people to experiment, to figure out what AI or AI tools can do in the respective areas of work. One part I think common to what previous speakers have said is, as a regulated entity, there is a bit of caution we need to bring to the table in terms of what we actually deploy in terms of predictive models, right? A lot of effort in any case given in a payments business is also being worked with the regulators in terms of fraud detection and risk. We'll speak of that later, I guess. But so that's a lot of network effect basis stuff is anyway happening at an industry level. But individually as an organization, clearly this traditional areas is being used more as an automation tool right now, efficiency enhancer. And technically in select fields, it has dramatic productivity improvements. Very basic small stuff, but and unlike the front end facing, customer facing, let me talk of some of the applications towards the back end, right? A 150-page contract with a multinational client who has extensive data protection-led document aspects and clauses takes about 10 minutes today to review, right? Now, is it a real benefit? Yes, because in a context like ours, and just to take a name, right? If we are dealing with, let's say, one of the top 5 global tech companies, and you have a contract which has many of these complex elements, in a standard sense, we would look at our own internal legal capabilities, then outsource it to a law firm, then debate around data protection. And perhaps that would take about 2-3 weeks, right? It's now a 30-minute to go prepared for a meeting. So this is maybe it's productive. It's still in a sense not decision making. It's automation and predictive. But these are the real use cases we are seeing of where can dramatically increase efficiency with and save on time. I think that's the real metric for us.
Thanks, Neha. Thanks, Neha. Good morning, everyone. So we at Novel Patterns, we had the opportunity to see AI operate at enterprise scale. Since all of these are production-grade deployments across 140 financial institutions, so we have seen 3 measurable outcomes. One on the operational efficiency. Second, I will talk about the customer experience, and third one, more importantly, is the decision quality. So our customers have reported up to 55% reduction in operational cost, primarily because I think our platform has been able to help them avoid the repetitive document analysis and the reading and the analysis part of it. Second, I think manual underwriting, and the third one is the fragmented decisions. Second one is on the customer experience. I think they have reported up to 60% reduction in the underwriting processing time. But the more importantly is the third thing, which is the decision quality. Traditionally, underwriting has focused on the ability to pay for the borrower, but with AI solutions in place, we are moving towards the cash flow behaviors and towards the intent to pay. So our solution has been able to analyze the various financial documents starting from the account aggregator data, bureau, banking, financial documents, GST, and being able to cover with close to hundreds of behavioral risk signals, which would primarily talk about the cash flow behaviors, the financial resilience, and the early warning signals. So I think if I have to pick one metric out of the customer experience, operational efficiency, I think the important one is the decision quality, which is like a trusted and a decision which is of great quality. A faster and a better decision is something which we have seen with our customers. Interestingly, it has also helped us transform internally. We see our innovation cycles have compressed to a lot, right from the product research to the new products. I think our cycles have considerably reduced, and we have been able to come out with the prototyping as well as the products at a much faster pace. That's what I think we have seen internally apart from the customer outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. As we heard all of them say, what I was reflecting back on is we heard a plethora of impact, whether it's on the revenue side, a revenue boost, a large book build, on the cost side, both operational efficiency, but also cost to serve, to a customer experience and the service outcomes, but also in terms of delivery, whether it's time to market, whether it's innovation cycle. So if deployed well, clearly we are seeing good use cases. I will speed up a bit. I want to cover a large gamut. So one request, we'll keep the answers a little short, but because I do want to cover a large set. Mr. Rao, if I can start with you, and you very nicely explained the multiple use cases that SBI is doing. But also there is a part around managing the regulatory compliance and the customer service angle with all the efficiency. As the largest bank with many use cases, how are you playing that balancing act?
Thanks for the question, because in terms of operational complexity, perhaps I mean, my empire is something like 23,000 branches in terms of physical footprint, then around 80,000 CSPs, which are again third parties. Then you have all the channels, robust channels, third party, various third parties, etc. And as you also alluded to, I think over a period of time, banks have also done a lot of digitization, but without any intelligence layer.
Yes.
Right. So our internal processes also have evolved. In fact, for a mundane re-KYC, why I'm talking about renewal of KYC, which is so unique to a bank, and all of us would have faced it multiple times. The kind of volumes that we face is almost 45 lakhs to 50 lakh kind of renewal of KYC happens in the bank. And this is an area where when we look at even the CRM, it very clearly indicates the customer voice is very clear that the processes are broken. That is very much evident. And in fact, even in our town hall meetings with the employees, we could get that feeling that people want more simplification of the processes. And combining it with the customer feedback, we had a very honest look at our processes. And then we realized there is plenty of opportunity, and we launched this initiative called Saral. Saral means, Hindi means it's a simplification. Idea is to simplify the processes, use the automation wherever it is relevant, whether it is a RPA or AI, whatever is the right technology. Then also use the centralization, because now the technology has evolved, and eventually even use outsourcing to some degree when it is relevant. So when we looked at our KYC process, I think we realized like there are 15 different processes because it was made available in various channels, various front ends were there. And we realized an opportunity to simplify it by, first of all, reducing the data requirement, data inputs from the customer, created one unified journey. In fact, after launch of the journey, we could realize like the volumes have automatically increased by more than 60%. That means it is not like a push, which anyway will happen as a regulated entity. We will always follow up with the customers for a re-KYC before the due date. But customers are also finding it. Of course, we are leveraging the digital nudges, etc. But in the entire thing, your question of how are we balancing the convenience and the compliance? So we created agile teams consisting not only of the operation experts, but people drawn from ISD, that is Information Security Department, drawn from fraud risk management, etc., and other support functions like risk and compliance, etc. They're all part of this agile team. So taking care of, customer protection, ensuring customer protection or ensuring compliance, they happened by design as part of this process. So I think this re-KYC process has given us more confidence in terms of looking at some more processes. I already shared one thing around the check processing, etc. And this has also given confidence to look at some more processes, particularly in terms of customer onboarding or otherwise even the customer grievance kind of areas also, there is humongous potential.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kalyan Kumar, if I can ask you next, and coming from a bank with such a long legacy, it also means our platforms are not necessarily the most modern because they have been built over time. Does that constrain you in deploying AI in its fullest form in the bank?
Yeah, thanks, Neha. Actually, while implementing this AI part, biggest challenge which we face, yes, I agree, it is legacy. If I say it is legacy, it is actually challenge about data. Because in terms of evolution or development of things, these data are available at fragmented level, at different place, in silo. And I will give you live example. I was closely associated with the amalgamation of Andhra Bank, Corporation Bank into Union Bank of India. Biggest challenge was not the integrating the balance sheet. This was actually integrating the processes, systems, and also merging the customer identities so that one customer, actually it must reflect that he or she belongs to that organization. Because in the process of development, For loan, customer identity is different. For deposit, same customer data profile are different. For card, it is different. The main challenge is to see that how to create such data platform so that single customer's data is there. And moreover, still, data points are not available in real time. Batch-wise, overnight, some processing is happening. Therefore, it is not about the effectiveness of the core ledger. It is operating nicely. But whatever data we are feeding, that is the biggest challenge which we are facing. Because the quality of data actually depends the successfulness of the AI model. So therefore, suppose in unreconciled data, if you are feeding into the AI model, then it will automate mess faster. And that is happening. That is the reason, despite huge expenditure we have made, but during proof of concept stage or pilot stage, several AI models does not reach up to the production level. That is the biggest challenge which we all are facing. And this is the legacy of several years, because we are not so much aware during that, but now when we are thinking about implementing AI, then providing the clean data and also data connectiveness and also the currently real-time availability of data, this is very important for making successful AI initiative, and also the benefits which we desire from AI, that is required. But when I am saying this, actually we have to see the sequencing. That is also very important. It is legacy, right? But after that, first of all, whatever we are doing, suppose our digital lending journeys or automation in our efficiencies, all those things, whenever we are doing, then certainly we have to see that regulator perspective is also taken care of. And not only the efficiency in these segments, but also the cost effectiveness and all these things are also very important aspect. Yes, this legacy side is a real constant, and if we want, but it is solvable one, that I will tell, that it is solvable one. And the organization which will handle this data part, clean data part, availability of data in real time, and the fragmented things which is available, unified single source of truth we are able to create, then certainly these things will be successful.
Thank you. So clearly, data integrity, connectivity, availability is the foundation. Let me flip the coin and ask you, Mr. Kamotra. You are a relatively newer bank, so the legacy constraint is not as strong, but you could have a different constraint in terms of just the deep pockets to invest. How are you balancing that out?
Spot on. Yes, we are the youngest bank in India. Yeah, we're also a very small bank. See, I think we've had great advantage. We've absolutely lucked out. Being a small bank, we could decide what system to go into. We decided not to take a block structure, we went for microstructures. We decided not to have our own data center, we went cloud. We did a lot of things which we could learn by leapfrogging into the current position. We didn't have too much legacy. We have younger set of employees. Almost 55% of our employees are women. Very adept at AI and computers. So we have been lucky there. The other advantage of a small outfit is our approvals are not lengthy. And many of us, have a fair, I think, grasp of what is happening around us and technology to understand from others what we should do. So we've been lucky there. Yes, we don't have deep pockets. So we have gone through the 3 phases of AI. The 3 phases, if I define them, are first, you simply buy something off the shelf. Better, you do a SaaS model off the shelf. That's what we did. We found some good providers and we went into a SaaS agreement with them. That was 3 years back. We started our business rule engines, agentic AI, cross-selling, etc., with standard models. 2 years back, we evolved into something a little better. We started customizing their models to our use case. And from that, we have benefited in revenue. Last year, we have reached the third stage, or we have entered the third stage. We've started inventing. We have hired engineers to build models for us, to write ML, to give use cases which don't exist off the shelf in our markets and elsewhere. So we've gone about it very simply, very systematically, and made the best of our two balancing acts. One side, investment, other side, customer acquisition and experience. Thanks, Neha.
Thank you. A beautiful example of how do you leapfrog, but still do it in a manner that the ROI continues to accrue. So thank you for that. Let me go to one of the bigger boys in payments. And if I can ask you, Vasu, you've seen the most amount of data that gets generated across different payment systems. If I look in the future, where do you think the next big use case of AI will come from? Is it more internal operations, controls, external, all the use cases that we see? Where is the next big move?
I think at a simplistic level, or kind of looking to future, I think the first level of opportunities will come in the fraud and risk arena, especially in the banking payments segment. But then it's a bit of a game theory here in terms of how one thinks of all this. The fact that this is the area of opportunities are equally recognized by everybody in the ecosystem, and which essentially means not just individual players, but by networks, sector regulators, and policymakers. So to me, that changes the game. These are in a connected world, strategies have to kind of change dynamically. What's an opportunity today will get displaced easier. For a very simple example, right? 24 months ago, people who were building tools for banks technically in terms of fraud and risk. Now, Mule Hunter, when it's made available to the ecosystem as one place, it becomes a very powerful tool. And then kind of you wonder as a private entity trying to do something, is it really worth it? So two things. From a payments perspective, I think of things as tactical advantages or strategic challenges. Ability to move faster and build quickly for opportunities that you can see is very high for us. And to the point that you made, we sit on enormously large bases of data, and therefore ability to think of, let's say, productization around that is high. But this is the strategic challenge also that we address, which is to say that one of the earlier questions, I think anybody who began a business before 2024 is legacy from an AI world perspective in the way they've built the business, right? So there is nothing about somebody who's 50 or 100 years old. It's just a more different. I think banks in India have a phenomenal advantage. While systems are legacy, it's pretty much at the telecom equivalents. Ability to leapfrog is very high, and they're sitting on vast amounts of data. The moment there's a data lake, kind of, AI fundamentally changes one thing, right? Or from a fintech and payments industry perspective, the business model has been how do you make things convenient that the manufacturer of the product, which is the banking industry largely, how do you make it reach the consumer faster, better, convenient, more options, etc. Right? AI typically does that same function. So at a larger scale, in fact, in governance speech to yesterday, at an evolved level, AI directly connects the manufacturer to the consumer. Intermediation is challenged, right? So to your question, while I think there are opportunities, also equally challenged because the manufacturers will get the capabilities that distribution layers and intermediation gets. And therefore, if I had to summarize, I think the biggest opportunity for somebody like us is the flexibility to move and say, can I move quickly from the business model we have to thinking AI first business model. While we're regulated, there are obviously guardrails, but that's the opportunity we have if I look for the next couple of years.
Got it. Thank you. Let me come back to you. On the AI first business model, and as someone who enables that for many of the FIs, what is the one thing that is preventing the banks and other FIs to truly realize their potential from a technology perspective?
Neha, it's more than one thing. So let me give you a perspective. Over the last 1 year, we operate globally, and we met up with 215 CIOs, global banks, trying to understand why this phase of moving from POC to production is not happening at scale. And we realized that, basis the conversation output that we got, there are 64 friction points. I'm not going to get into the details of 64. We distilled it further. The 64 friction points come from 11 root causes, and that 11 root causes are actually defined for the benefit of the audience in 4 large frames. Okay. And before I go there, I just wanted to share why it is critical from a banking and financial technology perspective. And this is a cartoon that I saw recently, and I actually shared with other co-panelists before we came up on stage. There's a guy who shows a mushroom to AI and says, ask the question, is it edible? And the AI says, yes, it is edible. He consumes and he dies. And then the AI says, oh, I learned something new today. This is not edible. Okay. We can't afford that in banking and financial technology space, right? I mean, we can't experiment and then die and then realize, okay, AI has not been successful. So the 4 frames that we realized that banks need to consider, the first frame is intelligence. Okay. Intelligence, if I were to use the phrase, it's called KRC, which is knowledge, reasoning, and context. Okay. We have 3 banks in the panel, the SBI, Central Bank, and Unity. The knowledge, reasoning, and context for each of these banks is different for the same use case. If you're taking underwriting, it is different from what will apply to SBI to what will apply to Unity. So how do you ensure, so LLMs are common, but how do you convert that into intelligence? We also heard now that a lot of use cases, a lot of vendors are now participating. If any of you in this audience is a CTO or a CISO of the bank, you will understand the challenges of maintaining multiple vendor relationship, multiple AI solutions in terms of governance and resilience, right? Everybody says that, I mean, especially we have a progressive regulator. RBI has created an AI framework, the 7 Sutras. How do you ensure that the bank and the board comply? I mean, the board is now accountable for anything that goes wrong with the AI. How do you ensure the governance and resilience is taken care of? How do I convert my existing knowledge? I mean, some of these banks are in existence for 50 odd years, some of them are new. How do I ensure my knowledge is applicable and AI runs on top of it? And more importantly, can I create a platform or an infrastructure? So people think LLM models and NVIDIA means AI, right? That's not the case. You need to go through this. I think Kalyan Kumarji mentioned about how do you ensure your data is brought into place to ensure the effectiveness of AI. These are the things that the challenges that we see in the market. At Intellect, what we have done is now we realize that some of the entities that we work with globally have advanced and moved into production stage. Gartner actually recognizes that we were the first to deploy a multi-agent orchestration in production environment in financial services. So those are the things that we want to bring to the table. So we have initiated and started a AI consulting practice, of course, not competing with BCG. It is more a practitioner's view of AI. Some of you might, I mean, this person needs no introduction, Mr. Shivkumar Bashin. He's also in the audience today. He's leading our AI consulting practice. So we are trying to bridge the chasm between what technology brings to the table and what is needed to move towards a production environment. I think that is the short answer. It's not a one point. I hope I've not taken too much of time.
No, very true of saying how do we move from POC to value realization. If I can go back to you, Ashwini, I think one question, and many panelists touched upon it, but from your vantage point, is it about building AI as a feature on the platforms, or is it fundamentally about making the workflows different and intelligent? How do you see that trade-off or choice?
Sure. Thanks, Neha. So the first generation of, if I talk about the banking technology generation, the first generation digitized the transactions. The second one, automated workflows. And the third one, we believe, would be the one who orchestrate the enterprise decisions. So we believe the next generation would be of a decision intelligence layer, and there'll be a AI native layer sitting across the lending lifecycle, and probably that will integrate from lead to the repayment. So if I talk about the possible in near future, what could be the three transformational capabilities of that decision intelligence layer? The first one is policy intelligence, because we have seen in the past the policies deployment takes a lot of time and challenge for the business users. So what we can visualize is a layer where the bankers would be able to upload the credit policy documents. It would get automatically configured. If you have to test back or change any policy, you would be able to generate the synthetic data, which is a production context, and then you'll be able to simulate on the historical data. That's what I think the new generation of policy intelligence would look like. Second is on the journey intelligence. We have seen a static workflows as most of the digital lending solutions, but the future would be a journey which would learn from the customer behavior and would get optimized for the cost and turnaround time perspective. That is second, and third is explainable intelligence. So we would have a transparent, explainable, audit ready, and a continuous learning the layer, which would probably give a lot of confidence to business and the risk team and the auditors why this decision was taken. So if you have to summarize, I think the next generation of banking would be move from the STP to STI, from a straight through processing to straight through intelligence. That's what we feel.
Got it. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for summarizing with the STI. I will ask one closing question to all the panelists, maybe in rapid fire, and then we can see if there are a couple of audience questions that we would take before we close. If imagine we are here 2 years hence, what would you think what would make you believe that your organization has been successful in deploying AI and ops? And maybe this time I will start from the other side. So Ashwini, if I can ask you to start again.
Sure, yeah. So I think since we are a technology partner company, so if I look at from a outcome perspective for our partners, I think we would be able to add more intelligence to our solutions, so that the bankers would be able to utilize the data, and the straight-through intelligence would help them to process the gap which is there for the financial inclusion. I think we were talking about MSME yesterday. There's a huge gap which is a backbone for economy. So solutions rollout would be much faster, because solutions which used to take 2 years, I think now we're able to launch in 6 months. So adding more intelligence to those solutions would help our partners to make the credit gap thin file customers inclusive into their business. That's what I think I feel.
So we do 3 lines of business very quickly. There's payments, there's loyalty, and there is credit decisioning platforms. Payments we run as a principal where we onboard merchants. Loyalty and credit decisioning are platforms that we provide to banks for their businesses. So if I were to think quickly across the 3, for us, if 2 years from now, if any of our strategies play out, we'll be able to measure in terms of, let's say, a 5x faster onboarding of merchants, and a material difference to the risk economics of the business, right? With respect to loyalty and the Jakarta platforms that we use for credit decisioning, I think the measure there would be if we are able to drive better traffic to our banking partners for their customer transactions and help them materially reduce their risk in their lending decisions.
So I would like my AI strategy to make me like a AI first Bank of India, in terms of AI getting embedded in every facet of banking, whether it is a business, support functions, risk, compliance, etc. Generating value for all the stakeholders, whether it is a customer, whether it is an employee, or whether it is a shareholder.
Yeah. For us, in next time frame, I can tell you the organization who will build actually foundation level work already has been done, like mobile banking, digital lending, and several platforms are there. Bringing intelligence to that layer is the work in progress, and several places already it has been done. But in next level, all our decision making actually based upon the data. Data is the true oil now. Data is the inner source through which, if it is integrated, the clean data, quality data, integrated data point, and discipline to actually integrate it into the AI model and process, will key to success. And I am visualizing in my organization, actually these things actually will be integrated in next couple of years. And the things which I have already conveyed you in fraud risk management, in towards customer service, towards better risk management, and embedded into all the decision making system by top management is going to be the key to success. But here sequencing is very important. I will say first identity of the customer and the things, thereafter automating the journeys, and after that this intelligence agentic things implementation, and above all in this process gaining trust of all stakeholders. Governance part is also very important, and regulators concern also to be addressed so that it is unbiased and auditable data points are there. I visualize that in next couple of years these things all the organizations are working, and certainly we will be successful in making our organization AI agile and intelligent organization.
Yeah, I would actually like a very hard matrix over here for a parameter to use AI to reach deep into India. Tier 4, Tier 5 is empowered. I think a hard parameter which banking should put for itself is to increase new to banking customers by say 25% in 2 years and get them away from the money lenders in Tier 4 and Tier 5 cities. That's a hard matrix. With connectivity, with self-fulfilling journeys, it's easy. All our microfinance ladies in Tier 4, we have 21 lakh microfinance customers, all use intelligent phones to bank with us. So this is the tool for banking to make itself felt with Bharat. Tier 3, 4, and 5. Let's get those people unhooked from high interest rates and money lenders and into the banking reasonable ecosystem.
So that's a very noble cause that you actually mentioned. It will happen with not just with you, all of us participating in that. My visualization of 2028 we are all proud of UPI, right? I mean, the digital payment infrastructure that India has created and now going international. We at Intellect are building the sovereign AI platform, looking forward it to be adopted by all banks and financial institutions in the country. A sovereign AI platform becomes the AI operating system, not just for Indian financial institutions, but across the globe. AI being led from India for the rest of the world is our visualization of 2028.
Thank you, everyone, for an engaging session. I know we are on time, but is there any question or we can close? Yes, go ahead, please.
Good morning. Good morning, Neha. Myself, Mithilesh Kumar, DGM Indian Bank. Panelist has gone very well, I am hearing. One question that any one of you, particularly you, Neha, estimated the dream cost of implementation of all these AI. Any dream bank fully enabled with all the services what we have been talking last 2 days. So any cost estimation, what bankers, because bankers are commercial, and what will be the ROI, all those things, tier 2, 3, 4, 5 city, we can reach anywhere in the Jit sir. So what will be the estimated cost per bank? Have you estimated any? My question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it's a very important question. Worldwide metrics show that AI adoption saves between 3 and 20% of cost. That's the worldwide matrix. To do that, there's a spend on IT. In India, presently, IBA, of whom I'm a managing committee member, we report we banks spend between 7 to 8% of our total revenue on IT and ISG. For AI, we'll have to add an additional amount on top. But my submission is AI works 3 ways. It earns you additional revenue, it saves you cost, and it brings efficiency. So your CFO has to add all three to offset the expense which we do for AI. All said and done, that 7-8% mark will go up by at least 3% more, is the estimate we have.
And I think just to add exactly to your point, I think we should look at cost, but eventually we have to look at the cost income ratio, because that's really when the ROI gets measured, not just in terms of cost reduction, but the revenue boost. And that's the question. I mean, if we look at Indian banking for the last 10 years, our operating income has been slower than operating expense growth. That's the needle which needs to turn, and that's where the impact will start.
A quick addition. It's an and clause to what both of them has said. Globally, we see large banks have been investing heavily on AI. In my mind, India need not follow that methodology. We can go with standard platforms that are available in the market than to buy, than to build on your own. That will ensure that the cost is under the 3% that Sir mentioned. I think that's the direction that Indian banks have to take. No point in every bank investing and trying to build models on their own.
I think there was one more question in the audience in the end. Yeah.
Hi, good morning. This is Somnath Ori from Kia AI. I would like to know, should banks use AI-assisted coding using tools like Claude, Emergent, and Lovable? What are your thoughts?
Okay. It's a favorite question, and thanks for asking this. Having spent more than 3 decades in building banking technologies at Intellect, we realized that, I mean, this I can build on my own. Claude is today available. I mean, it's like my son who says that, Papa, give me 2 days time in my dorm, we'll build something. Looks nice and fancy, but when you actually come to enterprise grade banking technology, coding is just one part of it. The second part of it is domain knowledge, which I think as banks, you understand. It's not something that I want to say it's not available, but it's a combination of architecture, domain, and coding that creates a banking technology. So it's not easy as it sounds that everybody who has a cloud license can start building products. I think that's the quick answer I just wanted to share.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
think would like to add to Ramanan. I think we also started using the tools. I think initially it used to write a lot of code which was probably less relevant. Then we, as Ramanan talked about, we created the archetypes and the scaffolding in place so that everything works under guidelines, guardrails. I think post that we see a good efficiency in terms of using these tools, at least 30-40% faster code development. And obviously we have the small domain trained models which were helping to get the code on the domain centric. So I think over a period of time, I think we learned that's the best way to execute the coding faster using that architecture guidelines.
Thank you, panelists, and thank you for being a wonderful audience. Yes, Mr. Kansale, I can't say no to you. So this side.
Well, I'm Mon Tangsale, former banker and representing the Skill Sector Council for BFSI. I mean, what I hear and what I heard yesterday, all said and done, everyone has given a confidence that the employee engagement will continue and there will not be any let off of the employees. But at the same time, employee training is very, very important. Now, at the skill sector level, could there be a generic kind of training to the inductees to whom we are training so that you all are getting the benefits of those trained, I mean, employees or interns, whatever you call it. So I'd like to have some inputs on that. Maybe Kalyan, you can start with and
Thank
Rama.
you. Thank you, sir. Really, I appreciate, sir, you have asked this question. And this is also very important when new things come. And when we are talking about whatever steps we have discussed, upgrading the skill and how to handle this AI, the new animal in this ecosystem, banking ecosystem, is very important. at different levels. And I will speak out of the experience of public sector banking. Actually, this is the one area where we are actually 2-3 methodology are there where we are working. One, getting talent, appropriate talent directly from the market on contractual basis, and continuously at different levels, inductee level, what you told, we are providing 52 weeks training program, which includes their on-the-job training and classroom training. There also courses on basic things on AI side and how it is going to impact us. We are providing them this training part. And after that, during the job family side also, this is also one very important segment through which we are building in-house talent so that they can handle this new part. Very integral part when we are talking, because AI is going to revolutionize not only the customer part, customer engagement part, but also the services part, operations part, everywhere. It is going to disrupt the overall things in coming years. They are training and skill upgradation and skill development, that too on a dynamic basis is very important. And we are actually implementing in our L&D policy. Structurally, we are aware of it and we are implementing this.
So quick one from my side. At Intellect, we are offering a 2-hour bootcamp for board members and senior leadership of banks, and a 2-day bootcamp for employees of the organization at no obligation. So this is something that we are already offering, and a few of the banks have already signed up with us for that.
So I know we are running late, so maybe we can take any other question offline. Let's close the session. Yeah.
Wow, those were some enriching deliberations. Thank you so much for that, Ms. Neha and the panelists. May I request you to please come forward for a group photograph? Can we all have a round of applause for our panelists and the moderator for such an interesting session? Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. I have an exciting announcement to make. Our silver partner, Iron Mountain, has arranged a lucky draw for all of you. So our colleagues will come around to collect the cards from you. You can be seated in your place. They'll be collecting the cards from you and we'll be announcing the lucky draw just before lunch. So do not miss this chance. And you can hand over the card to our colleagues when they reach you. Give us a moment to set up the next session. Just 1 minute. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting the next session in about a minute from now. You can carry your tea or coffee inside the hall. We have running tea and coffee. Yeah, so 1 minute. Let me announce. So let me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting now. I would request to continue the conversations outside the hall, please. Okay, so somebody just asked a question about upskilling and reskilling of employees in the age of AI. And our next panel discussion will talk about just that. AI may automate tasks, but the bigger question is, how will it transform the banker? The next session looks at reskilling, productivity, organizational culture, and the banking workforce of 2030, how it may look like. I now invite the moderator for the session, Shri Anshuman Upadhyay, Managing Director and Partner, BCG. Welcome on stage. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed panelists on the stage, Shri Binod Kumar, MD and CEO, Indian Bank. Sir, can I have you on the stage? Shri Tushar Vikram, Country Head and CEO, Mashrek. Shri Subrat Kumar, Executive Director, Bank of India. Shri Ratan Kumar Kesh, ED and COO, Bandhan Bank. Shri Avartan Bokil, Chief of Growth Businesses, Iron Mountain, India. Shri Anjan Pandey, Vice President, Value Consulting, Business Next. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Let's welcome our panelists and the moderator on the stage with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And over to you, Anshuman.
I had a couple of pages, 2 slides. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this panel discussion on the augmented banker. The discussion will focus on how the role of a banker will get redesigned and redefined in the world that is enabled by AI. We have a very illustrious panel with us. Together, they have more than 150 plus years of banking experience. So really looking forward to the insights that we will get from this discussion. Before we start, I just wanted to set some context with a couple of pages, which I have taken from the Fibac report that was released yesterday. The first page is on the productivity uplift from AI. So this is an interesting trend reversal that we have seen in the past 3 years. In the 10 years leading up to that, from FY13 to FY23, there were minimal productivity improvements from all the digitization efforts that had taken place up until that point. But from FY13 to FY26, there is a marked improvement. There is a 5.5% productivity improvement across the industry, across both public and private sector banks. Now, all of this cannot be attributed to AI. It is on the back of digitization efforts that the banks have heavily invested in over the past many years. And this number is only going to go up with AI coming into the picture now. The other data point that I wanted to share before we begin our discussion is the fact that while there is a trend reversal in the productivity in the last 3 years, the cost to income ratio has been sticky. It actually increased marginally from 47.3 to 48.6%. But with AI now coming into the picture and the real productivity also increasing, this number is now bound to go down. But the implication here is that as we think about our investments from AI, there will be a very sharp focus on the value that is coming out of it and what is the P&L impact that all these investments are going to result in. So with this backdrop, I will dive into the discussion. The way we'll structure the discussion is we'll have 3 themes. The first theme is, where is this value unlock coming from across all the banks? Theme 2 would be, what would it take from a people enablement perspective to ensure that there is value unlock in different banks? And the third theme that we will have is a rapid fire round where we will discuss how would a day in the life look like for a banker in 2030 in a world that is very heavily AI enabled. So we'll start off with the first theme, and I want to start the discussion with Binodji. So, sir, there is a lot of discussion around AI business cases delivering value. I'm sure when you sign off on an AI use case, you look at the business case as well. Where is the value unlock coming from in your experience? Is it higher revenue, lower cost, higher productivity, or simply getting people to do more work in the same amount of time with the help of AI? Where is actually the benefit coming from in your experience?
Thank you, Ansuman. So before directly coming to this question, I will take you back. So around 1994, IT system started coming up in the banks. At that time, also a lot of resistance. How it will it took away the job. So many things, so many clouds were there. But I was just going through some data. In last 6 years, if you see in last 6 years, balance sheet of asset or liability side of all banks have almost doubled. Any bank you take, almost it has doubled. If you see manpower either has declined or has remained stagnant. That means somewhere we have taken benefit of technology. Otherwise, with the same amount of manpower, business doubling would have not been possible. But the benefit of IT, I feel, has started plateauing. Why I am saying this? Internally in my various committees, I always discuss this thing. We are investing heavily in IT, around 2,000 crore. For my bank, I am investing 2,000 crore. Are we getting benefit of that? And I feel somewhere there is disguised unemployment is creeping in. I will take little time to explain why I am saying disguised unemployment. Many of the job of the which branches we are doing has been shifted to the back offices. Many jobs. Manpower in the branches has been reduced. I am not saying it has not been reduced. It has reduced, but not to the extent desired. I'm just giving one example. One maker, one checker. We all know footfall in the branches has come down. But they have, say, one customer came now. In any branch you go, around 1 hour, initial 1 hour will be rush. Thereafter, customers come at staggered intervals. How we can use that interval? That is what I am talking always in my boardroom also. How can I utilize that interval timing of my employee? I think somewhere AI is going to be the solution to that. That is my perspective. And benefit of AI will come not in shape of either cost reduction or customer experience. It will have a combination of all of these. Cost reduction will be there, efficiency improvement will be there, customer experience will be there, revenue generation will be there. So it will be combination of all of these. Few example I will share with you. In the interest of time, I will give only 2-3 examples. First example I will give about the customer experience. See, customer experience is directly proportional to the knowledge of the employee. If employee have knowledge, customer experience will be good. In my bank, I have started AI-assisted employee assist, in which all my documents, all my policies has been uploaded in that. Any employee who is facing some problem simply can type what is his problem and he can get the solution. So definitely it is going to give better customer experience. Similarly, we have also initiated our AI-based customer grievance redressal. And I'm very happy to share that now 85% of my intention, I remember in 2-3 years back, in one of the speeches on the customer service, the then RBI governor has told, complaint resolution should be at the first point of contact. I'm very happy to share that my 85% of the complaints are being resolved at the first point of contact. So there is tremendous reduction in the TAT. There is tremendous reduction in the at the first point of contact. So ultimately, customer experience is increasing. Then I will come to the straightway to the risk management, because risk management. So first of all, we are also using AI in our rating models. So that means we will have better underwriting, better know-how about the customers. Then one data I will share, we are using agentic AI for collection since last 1.5 years. And I have spoken in all my highlighted also, all my deliberations with the media also, or investors also. From if I talk of from 2024 till now, my SMA book, SMA, I hope all of you will be understanding, that is a special mention account where there is some delinquency, not NPA, but some delinquency between 0 to 90 days. My SMA book has come down from 16% to less than 4%. So these are the benefits we are reaping out of the use of AI. So AI is here. I think if I remember first time interacting 2 years back with some person, it will take some 4 years, 5 years. But you see the speed with which it has arrived. AI is going to remain here. AI is here. Only thing I will say, we should always think all these things of cost, benefit, profit, etc. These are the byproducts, in my opinion. If we are able to provide good customer experience, so AI should be used with the hope, with the aim of providing good customer experience, and all these rest of the things will follow. So,
Thank you, sir. I think the examples across the gamut, collections, customer service, and co-pilot for employee assist, they're quite impactful. Moving on to Mr. Ratan. So, sir, having built this capability across 2 banks in the recent past, I want to know what are some of the hard lessons that you learned along the way as you were building these capabilities. And the other question I had was, particularly in Bandhan Bank's context, how does AI enable a field officer working in microfinance versus, let's say, an RM sitting in a city like Mumbai?
Thanks, Ansuman. Very good morning to all of you. I think the amount of conversation that we've been having in the country about AI and probably globally, if we had spent even 50% of that changing the institution, would have transformed. But I think all said and done, I think Srinivas made that point that sometimes baat karne se baat banta hai. So I think we will hopefully, as we progress, we will really deliver that incremental value of cost to income that will get reflected truly thanks to AI. But to your question, Ansuman, some of the hard lessons, to me, what doesn't change is that it's been banking. Therefore, customer experience, as Binodji said, becomes the topmost priority. Regulations keeps changing, but it's same for everybody. And of course, you need to do whatever based on the people capability. Whatever you design, deliver, ultimately people will play an important role. So that doesn't change. But the context changes dramatically across 2007 HDFC to, let's say, 2015 Yes Bank, or 2019 Axis, or even 2023 Bandhan Bank. The context changes significantly based on what you need to deliver, where you are. I don't think culture, you can blame the people. Culture essentially is about management. You can keep saying that I can't do it because people are not having the right culture to do it. It's ultimately on the management, and there are examples of management changing the culture in that sense. But lessons to me is, for example, in the previous institution, I made a mistake. I realized that in the urgency to deliver value, I ended up picking up some 25 intelligent automation RPA bots, and each of them are treated like a separate point solution, and realized that the capabilities needed to deliver each of these solutions, whether it is salary processing or a check processing, or for example, a data recon, are certain core capabilities. So it will be good rather than wasting a lot of time, productive time, going after one partner and building something, etc. It's good to create those capabilities as a horizontal layer, put it in a platform, and then reuse as many places possible. That becomes far more productive. So I had to reboot and then pivot and say, let me do that. That then helped in creating 1,000 bots. So that's one lesson I would say is very, very important lesson. Second, coming to specifically to, for example, current experience of Bandhan Bank, I'm trying to do exactly that, saying that while I'm dabbling with 5 or 7 areas where we are creating certain use cases to deliver, but those are intended to create those agents. Can I create a, let's say, a communication agent, a data analytics agent, an agent which can decipher structured, unstructured data and take a decision and really help me do credit underwriting decisions based on the video and the data, etc. So those capabilities we are trying to build. And therefore, to your point on is AI a head office luxury or a RM in Mumbai can get the benefit, or a field officer sitting in far deep rural area? To me, what requires is essentially those capabilities. And if you got to aggregate to take decision, you got to diverge when you need to investigate. That's a capability. If you are able to create that, and AI can understand the language of the people on the ground, it can make it simpler. So take, for example, our field officer, he or she gets a bunch of data already available on the tab, saying the customer has been with me for the 5 or 7 cycles, current loan ticket size, repayment history, and then you have all the bureau data and other data. All the person needs to do a in-person conversation and then input some of the, what you call it as a household income. That then goes through a 28 data point rule engine and gives a in principle approval. And then you can invoke immediate video PD with an underwriter sitting somewhere in any other city, and then initiate a conversation to say the loan is approved. So this AI can make it far more simpler. So it's not necessarily the sophisticated RM, but even a field officer can get the benefit because AI has an ability to understand language. And essentially, it's all about the context, intelligence, trust, and can I have a reusability and repeatability. So to that extent, it's definitely not an head office luxury. It's definitely can be useful for anywhere else.
Thank you, sir. I think the point that you made around AI being run as a enterprise-wide capability with horizontal capabilities and services is very important as we think about unlocking the value at a bank-wide scale. And the other point that you mentioned about the underwriting decisioning being taken in microseconds for a field officer in a rural place, it really tells you the disruptive power that AI can have with respect to financial inclusion. So thank you for those points. I'll quickly move to Subrat ji. And sir, we know at Bank of India, a lot of AI initiatives have already been rolled out. In your experience, how have you really been able to push adoption at a bank-wide scale? What is it that has moved the needle when it comes to getting the desired results from AI adoption? And what has worked, what has not worked?
Good morning to all of you, and thank you, Ansuman, for having me here. So let me start with one statement: redeploy, but don't downsize, right? So in the era of AI, we believe in the reshaping of the job profile, roles of job roles. And in fact, the nature of requirement so far as the job is concerned has undergone change. For example, more requirement is there on the customer facing, and a supervisory management level, more requirement is there. So I think we can reskill, upskill, and provide a specific training, domain-specific training, so that we can utilize the existing human resources more efficiently. Now, coming to Bank of India, what we are doing here, so we are building AI, AI proficiency right from the top level, AI fluency right from the top level, by having learning management as well as conducting workshop, which essentially covers 3-4 aspects there. First, we deliberate their use cases. Second, hands-on experience. Third point is the opportunities and risk identification. And fourth point is your responsible adoption of AI platform. These are the four things. And ultimately, at broader level, if I can talk, we want to see how much value we derive, either by way of increasing revenue, reducing cost, or enhancing the productivity. But my sense is that given the higher gestation period of generation of all these benefits, we have to be judiciously spending money on all such AI tools and which are of strategic importance so as to save cost, means like keeping in mind the cost benefit analysis. Besides this, we are doing some activities also, like for example, we are regularly publishing our newsletters to all employees about successful use cases, just to apply these cases for their real time work and all that, whatever they do on a regular basis. Second is AI knowledge corner we have created in our HR platform, where we talk about the successful use cases in financial sector per se and their impact. Third point is that we are in the process of defining the AI this AI along with AI you can say training kind of stuff. So where we talk about the job specific role, what are the things which we can provide to the potential employee, where this curriculum and level is decided by the employee so that they can complete it at their own pace. We are not rushing it through, and it is complemented with the kind of specific role specific training learning for business users, for specialist officers, as well as for leaders. And in general, what we are doing, we want our employees to understand what they should do, what they should not do. For example, while using AI, just for an example, how to responsibly use the AI tool, how to use public AI tools, basically. Then how to validate the outputs, why they should not blindly, go by the automatic outcome which is generated by the AI tool. They should use, for all important outcome, they should use human judgment. That is very much required, along with the accountability. So ultimately, at the end of the day, we all should understand this AI is there to make our life better, make our working life better, but it is to be used with lot of care, with lot of safety, responsibility, accountability, and by keeping the customer and bank's data intact. We should not compromise on that. That is what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think a few great points that we should all think about. One is, of course, the management focus that has gone in just to ensure that there is awareness across the entire bank on AI and the success that has come from implementations, AI implementations, just to create that awareness. And the other part that you mentioned, which is finally the accountability is with the banker who is using AI. While AI is an enabler, the accountability will stay with the banker. I'll just quickly move to Mr. Tushar. And sir, wanted to get a global perspective from your side. Having seen this capability being built out across different geographies, wanted to get a perspective on what is it that is happening globally and what are the learnings that we can take here in India.
Yeah, thank you. This thing. So I'll just give 2 minutes on Mashreq Bank, as most people, I don't know if everyone knows. So Mashreq Bank is the largest private sector bank in Dubai. It is like the HDFC or ICICI of that. In India, we are a wholesale bank and an important banker to some of the largest groups in the country. We are very, very focused on digitization and technology and have got several awards on it. And we look to see how we can automate and digitize our processes, use AI in that, and also look at what we can do to improve the customer experience. We are so much into digitization that in Dubai itself, we had 50 branches, which we brought it down under 10. And our business grew by 4-fold, and the customer satisfaction increased several-fold. So this is what our center of core, which we do. And, we have an AI committee. Any project which we do, we have a strong cadence and governance around it. to make sure that it meets the requirement and the ethos. And the way we look at an AI project is not on the cost basis like in some of the reports. We look at it on the basis of 3-4 C's, if I may call it. And the first and the most important C is the customer, whether it is beneficial to the customer or the customer relation. That is a prime focus from that perspective. Secondly, whether it enhances controls or compliance. Third part, whether it is scalable, like you said, in one or other geographies and others. And the derivative of that is the cost to income. So that is an outcome of what we do rather than the focus of reducing cost. And that has been our ethos and others. And it is coming from our top management to everyone in this thing. So we did a lot of training and try to imbibe AI in our day-to-day life. And when we implement a project, we look at it, how it will work if we had AI and revamp the whole thing. And that has helped us in sort of implementing it across the globe.
Thank you. That's a very interesting perspective. Customer and controls leading to cost to income, and that can be a mantra. Moving on to Mr. Avartan, and Avartan, one of the findings from the Fibac report was that 77% of the banks named data and infrastructure readiness as their top barrier, the highest ranked obstacle in the whole study, right? So how far is a typical Indian bank, in your experience, away from the full data readiness that will help them unlock AI value? What is the kind of cost that banks would need to incur? What is the roadmap for banks to actually get to that state?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for having me here, Anshuman. And I think it's a double-edged question, actually. It's like chicken and egg. There's this holy grail of saying, oh, we'll have our data perfectly ready and then it'll be ready for AI. The truth is that AI is only going to exaggerate in some forms the variance in execution across different banks. The truth is that it's like CRM systems. Everybody has a CRM system, but not all CRM systems are equal, right? If you have a fundamental process where your hygiene of process is maintained, then over a period of time, so you need to solve it at source. And the reality is that, while we talk about data readiness for AI, the ideal scenario is where AI helps you with your data readiness. So we see a flip side of it where at the point of origination, something as simple as, when you're, opening an account, right? At that instance, actually, if you're deploying the right systems, the right processes, and AI for that matter, you're able to create a pipeline of data that then benefits you downstream. And so this whole view of looking at data as not as a database which is static, but something that flows across from the point of origination till the point of death is really a change in perspective. And what we are seeing right now is that a lot of banks are investing heavily in terms of looking at historical data and in terms of shifting the quality of information that's available within their systems, kind of plugging the holes that are there historically. And certainly AI helps with a lot of that. It can be something as simple as extracting data from physical documents that have existed, to something more complicated, which is looking at unstructured data that comes in at the point of origination. But the reality is that at the end of the day, it's less data and more the encoding of the expertise within the organization that's actually translating into AI. And so you need to look at both the data as well as the process encoding that you put into place. I always like to give the example of AI being like interns. You can hire some of the best interns in the world, but as they grow, they pick up the culture of the bank, the process of the bank, the way the bank works. And so, you might have the same model running in two different banks over a period of time, diverging and providing very different outcomes. And so the fundamentals of it don't really change. And so that's really the big focus right now, which is, can you actually plug all the holes in the data right at the point of origination? Of course, and the historical data as well, but also encode the right processes as you build these models up.
Thanks. Now moving on to Anjan. Anjan, very quickly, you have the experience of looking at different banks because of the product, right? So just wanted to get your thoughts on, there are certain banks that are stuck in this AI pilot trap, and there are certain banks that actually take the pilot to production. What is it that is different in the banks that take these AI use cases to production versus the ones that stay in pilot for a long time?
Thank you, Anshuman, for having me. And I think most of the panelists have already answered a lot of perspective, but let me add 2 cents to your question. So, from a pilot perspective to production, I think the only thing that differentiates is leadership and business ownership. See, as you rightly said, we have the privilege to work with so many banks. And usually what happens from a board perspective and an investor perspective, what looks as an easy to pilot and as an easy to demonstrate, those use cases are, very quickly spun in banks. But what happens is because there is no real business ownership, so this never sees, the daylight to come to production. Even if you look at RBI says, 1 in 5 bank has actually made it to AI, while 2/3 are interested, the RBI survey. So, I mean, that's a very astounding number because, that tells you banks are actually trying to use AI, or is it just, just as a compliance or being competitive? However, the banks that we have seen have evolved and gone to production is not how do we use AI as a bolt-on in workflow, is given that AI we have today, am I able to reimagine the entire workflow? So I think that's a conversation which is a hard conversation that banks are not doing. Let me make it this real for everyone in the room. See, when ATMs came to the world, so if before ATM, as sir said, that, in 94, the technology started coming. So if I were to withdraw money, I'll go to a branch and I'll fill up a withdrawal slip or a check. And a branch officer will look at that. Depending on the amount, it will go to a level 1 or a level 2 officer for clearance of that signature. And the money will be given by a teller. Now, if you see, when ATMs came, the entire process changed, right? Today, now I can go with an ATM card, enter my PIN, I can get my money. The authentication, customer validation, and the money limit is already been baked into the technology. That's not happening with AI now. In AI, it's like you still go to the bank, get the verification, get a number, come to ATM, pin that number, and then get the money. So that's not going to make to pilot. That's the only way to pilot, will never make to production. So, what banks are fundamentally not figuring out, and only few banks have figured out. See, if I have AI, so people are trying to figure out AI use cases. So there's a boardroom conversation. Okay, what all AI use cases can we do? Can we give this to RMs? Can we give this to them? And, you should be asking a reverse question saying, how do I solve a business problem? If my credit approval takes 6 days today, can I make it 4 hours? And then you can use AI, automation, combination of various things and then solve for it. I'll give you a real example with State Bank of India that we worked with. So with SBI, we had an opportunity to revamp the grievances management for the bank. So instead of going and saying, okay, how do I use AI? We actually inverted the process. We said, if grievance management has to be done, and today now I have AI, what should the process look like? And the process is very simple now. The customer comes to website, enters phone number, gets an OTP to validate you are a customer, and you just type. If you're on your phone, you just speak. And the phone will do voice to text. If you type, we'll understand what you're doing. And the rest of the part AI will do. So what we'll do, we'll pre-fill the form. We'll ask you to validate. If there is information that you have left blank, we'll ask you to fill that information and then you submit. The moment you submit, we give you a ticket number and downstream processes will kick in. Now, this compared to a traditional model is very different. In traditional model, you still have to approach somebody, file in the paperwork, submit the collaterals, get a token number and then follow up. Whereas in now AI world, you just typed. And all the banking lingos, QRC with this claims, complaint, service request, all of that AI is taking care. So I think from banks perspective who make it to life versus who are stuck in pilot, and this happens across, by the way, India is not alone. We have seen this in Gulf, we have seen this in Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia, in fact, they have a report calling it as pilot purgatory, because there's so many investments happening in pilot. So, What we need to be looking at is how do we fundamentally redesign the process with AI, not just, so don't make a person go to the bank and get a check validated and come to ATM. Give the ATM and ask him to withdraw the money. I mean, that's what AI means. And few banks have been able to do this. And the only way that you look at is you have a technology owner and you have a business owner. And the business owner has some numbers to justify. Unless that is being done, I think nothing moves anywhere in the world. So once we have a business owner and a number, it makes to the profit and loss statement, I think things will fall in place. And that's what we saw in banks that make it to production.
Okay, thank you. Now, moving on to the next theme, which is what must change in how we manage people to ensure that there is value unlock from AI. And I'll start with Subratji. Sir, what is Bank of India doing in HR processes with respect to AI? And what has really helped in realizing the value? What has changed in the way the people management is done today?
So in general, in Bank of India, we have been using AI tools for various, different verticals, whether it is underwriting, collection, customer services, etc. But here I will restrict myself to only HR part. So across employee life cycle, we have identified 4 broad areas which can definitely reshape the entire HR function. First is anticipate. When we say anticipate, means what kind of workforce you want, skill planning and all those things. Then second is attract. Attract means onboarding of new recruits, recruitment, early employee experience. Third is we have to develop. Develop means leadership quality, your learning, right? Succession planning. And last one is your engage. Engage with the employee means when I say employee, we have to listen to employee. Employee listening, I say. So these are the 4 broader areas. So we have started with last 2, right? So develop and engage. So what we have done in our bank, we have 2 Gen AI tutors are there. Like first one is, we call it a Star Vidya AI. That is a Gen AI tutor. So it works on 2 fronts. One is the communication coach. This is related to soft skill development. So there is a case study of 5 minutes where our employee will engage with the AI tutor in a complex bank customer relationship kind of thing, right? And then after that, it will analyze whether the behavioral aspect was intact, whether selection of word was apt, all those things, right? And then it will help them to groom, further, so that it will equip them to handle such situation in much efficient way. That is first part. We call it communication coach. Second part is the knowledge coach. When I talk about knowledge coach, means it will give you details about the products and services of the bank through a small, quizzes, case studies. It will make you familiar, make our employee familiar with all the product and services. So this is one part of Gen AI tutor. The second part, which we are having in HR, is Star Sarthi. It is a kind of smart relocation tool. Relocation means, bank staffs are subject to transfer and all that. So it makes this transfer very, comfortable for them and for their family members also. Because what happens when he gets transferred, so all logistic arrangement, for example, schooling, transportation, housing arrangement, everything, the moment you feed the PIN code, you start engaging with them. So they will tell all the, necessary inputs. So under one umbrella, the employee gets all the necessary inputs. So this is another very good tool for those staffs who are getting transferred. So in sum and substance, what I say, these 2 tools are very interactive, and it's very personal also. It is, you can engage with that, and it is available on demand. So these 2 things we have introduced in HR, besides other things which are in the pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think one of the findings in the Fibac report was also that there is a lot of productivity loss that happens when an employee gets transferred and then starts ramping up again in the new place. And some of the initiatives that you just mentioned around the tutor and just helping, the Sarthi initiative, really would help in doing that productivity unlock. I'll move to Binodji. And sir, you mentioned agentic AI in collections. So now in the new world where there will be humans and agents going forward, how should the HR function be reinvented in order to handle this new workforce that you have, right? Humans, agents, and there are human beings who are enabled by AI as well, right? So how is the bank thinking about the whole problem?
Very good. See, again, I will go only 4-5 years back this time. When fintechs started, banks were thinking about fintechs versus banks. Everyone. Now, what is that? Both are collaborating. Fintechs are coming with us. We are going to fintech and coming out with the unique solutions. Similar thing is going to happen with the AI. It will be not human versus AI. It will be human plus AI. Activity will be driven by AI and supervised by human. So its approach will be like this. And HR, I mean, it's a very pertinent question, and how I think AI can be of great help in solving many of the HR problems. HR problem, if you ask me, there are only two problems in HR. Number one, transparency. Number two, biases. एक कहावत है ना, मैं अपने दुख से दुखी नहीं होता, अगर इनकी कमीज ज्यादा सफेद है, then I will feel sad. So in HR, people are not sad because they are not getting it. Somebody else has got good posting. Somebody else got promoted of equal caliber in their view. I didn't get. That is the biggest challenge of any organization. I think AI can come very handy in solving this problem, removing away all the biases, removing away all the, I mean, as Mr. Subrat told, in recommending suitability of the postings. Somebody want to, we can give some, like we can give many prompts nearest to his home place, jobs suitability, we can give these prompts and possible postings can be decided by AI. Having said that, I think there are 3-4 areas where, we need to work. First of all, before coming to the skilling of the manpower, first of all, somebody raised this question. First of all, I think, Anjan, first of all, we should go for the business process reengineering. What are the things we want to simplify for the customers? We can drive value for us. What are the things can be shifted from branches and ultimately productivity can increase, efficiency can increase, customer experience can increase. So first of all, we need to do BPR, business process engineering. Second, we should not go by head count. We should go by the skills, skill requirement. And one thing coming to my mind very, you can say very loudly, I think now in every recruitment, we should ask desirable AI knowledge. We are reaching that stage, desirable AI knowledge. If that is there, then you are welcome. So second, we have to headcount versus skill. Now in my bank also, I am going for specialized recruitment in many sectors. So second point will be this. And then third point, recruitment and upskilling. Upskilling of all my manpower will be required. I see that all my people should be able of, in previous panel somebody raised this issue that should we develop AI or should we use it? I also believe we should use it. Then my manpower should be equipped to use all these capabilities so that they can work their assigned work more efficiently. So upskilling, reskilling will be required. And then fourth, recruitment. Recruitment also we have to see what type of manpower. Entirely different set of people will be will be required. Presently also most recruitment in the banks are, if you see any advertisement, it will be for say like probationary officers. Maximum number will be probationary officers, few will be the specialist. Now I think that time is coming when this trend may reverse. Say in my bank, I am planning for some wealth management vertical. then I will look for that requirement of the manpower which fits into that vertical. So all these things are going to change, and I think AI will be a solution to many things. Transparency, I think that can help.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to Mr. Ratan. Sir, you wrote a few weeks ago that treating AI as a manpower rationalization initiative is not prudent, that if you sell it as a way to cut jobs, then nobody lets it move. Could you please elaborate a bit on that?
Yeah, I think it's a learning and a lesson that I have, that any new initiative, whether it is RPA or it is AI, if you have to approach this as an initiative to reduce manpower, I think it hits a roadblock right upfront. Because ultimately, if you have to deliver any solution, there are multiple stakeholders in the chain. I mean, I was talking to Adil and he's saying that I've got an agentic capability to augment your marketing capability. I said, have you done it in any other place? He said, I can discuss that. I think that's a fair point. So he's got an agentic capability to deliver augment marketing capability, but it would require us to integrate with my MarTech tool, with my enterprise data lake, with my CRM, with my communication engine, and align with my priorities and the products and requirement that I have, which means I need to still go back to the people in the respective departments to say, I will augment your capability, rather than telling my colleague Siddhartha that I'm going to reduce your marketing manpower. If I approach this, he will be right upfront, he will be having a roadblock and say, let me not get into that. Therefore, I would rather approach a problem to say, can I deliver? I think somebody said in the panel, I think Vinodji spoke about how to deliver superior experience to the customer, and therefore augment capability to deliver value for the organization than reducing manpower to upfront about it. So that's one part of the point. But I just add one more point. See, yesterday the whole conversation happened, Honorable Governor spoke about, and I think the first panel also spoke about the significant opportunity in line with what Viksit Bharat that we are aspiring to achieve. The banking and the BFSI space requires huge amount of capability to be built to achieve 2047 targets. I mean, only in MSME you need 300 to 400 billions of disbursement of loan. You need, our insurance penetration is just about 3.7 compared to this, let's say US of 11.9. Mutual fund is just about 20% compared to 90% globally. So there are huge opportunities. So therefore, we don't need to cut manpower. Yes, we definitely have opportunity for agents to empower, and therefore the agentic, as somebody said, human agent and the agentic AI agents can work together to deliver those value. And I think oftentimes I see the organizations say that, I've applied an agentic, an AI bot, and it's not really delivering value. Now, if you start thinking an AI agent as an expert right on day one, that's a problem. I think in my views, I would look at an AI agent as an entry-level employee who entered my department in the collection department. And to get that employee onboarded, I have to go through a series of process of indenting to the HR, hire, interview, all of that, and then issue an offer letter and get that employee onboarded. So for an agentic also, you got to do all of that stuff before you get that agent embedded into your collection system. And then that employee keeps learning your product and processes and the nuances and the regulation over a period of 3 to 6 months. Then the employee becomes productive. It's true with the AI as well. The AI agent will also take that much of time to learn it. The only good news is that AI agent, once it has learned, it keeps learning continuously. It does not attrite. It can work 24/7. It does not have mood swings. So that's the benefit of the AI. So it can then empower an employee to do better rather than replacing a human being. I think that's how I look at it.
All right. Thank you, sir. Moving on to Mr. Tushar. Sir, you mentioned that at Mashrak, there are more number of engineers as compared to front-end sales professionals. So just wanted to get a sense, when you onboarded all of these different AI engineers, what was the change in the culture and processes that you had to undergo to ensure that these employees are very well integrated?
Yeah, when you are investing so much in people and AI, then you have to prepare the organization for it. And what we do is that we have a digital studio on a ground floor where we show our innovation, products, solutions. So any new recruit, first we take him to our digital studio. He sees what we are doing, understands the culture and all that. And secondly, reskilling of all our existing people is a very important initiative because then they also adopt and incorporate that in their day-to-day work. So we have a lot of AI trainings, some mandatory, some voluntary, and we find that people have taken that very well once they start getting used to it. Third is obviously within the existing people is critical thinking or openness to see where and how they can adopt AI. And that is something which is getting imbibed in the culture and also uh, getting to people because AI cannot be implemented in one department in isolation. It has to be done organization wide. So how silos can be broken and people can collaborate and work across the organization, that's when the real benefit of AI will come. So it's a thing, it's a very transformational thing, a cultural change, which I won't say we are 100% there, but we are on that journey and I think we've made significant progress on that.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to Avatan. Avatan, as banks think about the strategic call of build versus buy across the various capabilities in the AI stack, what are the processes or what are the capabilities that banks should absolutely have in-house versus the ones that they can actually rent or buy?
I think it's a very good question, and I think the answer is evolving quite rapidly. The reality is that we talk about AI as if this monolithic thing that is a static stack that everybody's talking about. The reality is that it's a fast evolving stack in itself. The cost of AI itself is actually quite volatile, and anybody who can claim to predict exactly where it will land in a few months, clearly an oracle. Um, and so for me, the fundamentals of what a bank needs to own as expertise does not change, right? I certainly think that there are many things from capability of execution, from getting some of this technology in terms of actually leveraging the knowledge that's already extant outside, because this is another opportunity to bring in knowledge and expertise from outside in terms of bringing in the better processes to do the business process engineering that Vinodji spoke about. But in terms of the fundamentals of the expertise of why, take for example, why a certain individual needs to get a certain loan or not get a certain loan or a certain interest rate, that expertise the bank should not and should never outsource. Because at some point in time, the fundamentals of banking should, don't change. The ability to actually sit in front of a customer, have that conversation, to evaluate and then to provide the right financial products cannot be outsourced. But I certainly think on many other dimensions, especially in the AI stack, whether it comes to the fundamental models, the specialized models of, let's say, that do very specific activities where they've already been trained, let's say, on a much larger amount of data than the bank itself has. There's absolutely no harm for the bank to actually bring those in, because you get not just the benefit of your own knowledge, but the knowledge of the rest of the industries, not necessarily only banking, but other industries as well, right? And so it comes down to actually accountability and expertise. And so one of the sort of flip sides of this is how do you ensure that you don't lose the expertise internally as AI takes over? And that's a problem that maybe people will not face in the next 5 years. But 7 years down the line, when your new recruits who've been relying heavily on AI tools don't actually have the hands-on experience of doing some of these activities, how will you actually manage that dichotomy, right? But certainly on most of the technology elements, I would say a lot of the process elements today that can be automated, there is absolutely no harm in banks collaborating with external parties.
Thank you. Moving on to Anjan. So again, wanted to get your perspective on when one bank succeeds versus the other, what is it in the people element that you see is very different from the banks that get AI and digitization right versus the ones that don't?
Thank you. So let me quote your report only. So BCG says there's a 10, 20, and 70 report that you guys have published in banking. So it's usually 10% is the algorithms, 20% is data and technology, and 70% is your people and processes, right? So if you take the 30% that is standardized, so none of us in India is actually creating a llama we are all getting it from somewhere. None of us are creating chips. So technology is a great equalizer. So that 30% is common to every bank. What changes is the 70%, which is the variable, which is people and processes. Now here the actual game comes. See, there are banks who are using AI to arm people and give them tools. I think that's fundamentally wrong. Because see, if you look at, as I said in the earlier question, you have to reimagine the process to make it AI first, not to bolt on AI. See, a typical retail banker uses 8 to 10 application on his desktop to be able to serve a customer. There is core banking, there is CRM, there is credit card, there is debit card, there is LOS, there is MIS, there is his bank systems, and there are few more which are cookie cutter solutions made by bank. And I think Ratan was very honest in admitting many chatbots were created. And that's a perpetual cycle. So new trend comes, you buy a tool and try to solve a one-trick problem. And that's what, if you look at a banker, that chap is, now you add AI to that mix. You say, okay, now you have an AI solution. So that person has to still do banking, right? When a person comes to bank, he has to still serve, cater, give money and do that. All that he's catering with 20 systems. So my question is, if you are using AI, what are you sunsetting? Are you sunsetting 20 systems, giving him one system? Now that's a very larger discussion to have at a banking level. And that's the pilot trap also. Because you start a pilot, give to the RMs and then say, okay, start using it. Now the second to this, and I'm just sounding from the ground because we just made a branch survey of a large bank. So the person on the ground says, I'm being hired to do certain things. Now AI is given to me. Nobody has told me what I have to do next. So what he has to do next, does he has to still go to back office? Nobody has given him that clarity. So he has to use AI. Now that's an additional head-on to him. Now compare this to a bank who transforms it. So in a bank, if you use AI really, I mean, AI should be doing the legwork that this person does. If you go to a banker today, he talks to you for less than 5 minutes. He will say, what's your problem? What do you want? Then he starts looking into system, right? So he's your search engine. So he's not a banker, he's a Google, So he is looking into systems to figure out, okay, are you eligible? Are you delinquent? Are you risk? Are you worthy enough for that credit? Give this to AI. And the banks who have given this to AI, that is where they succeed. And the second thing is, when you're giving AI to a banker, you are still measuring even the old outcomes. You are still saying number of cases closed, number of loans given. You have to change that scorecard also. I mean, you have to change the scorecard before you change the curriculum. So you have to tell him that, okay, now you have AI, my friend. I'll give you, so as a technology provider to banks, as to who we are consulting, we are asking these fundamental questions to the banks. We are saying, now that you bring AI, boss, how are you going to transform a day in the life of a retail RM or corporate RM? What just changed for him? So by 8:30, can AI make you a ready things that these are 5 customers you need to look at? Can you talk? And as sir rightly said, during the middle day, he needs to pick up the call and do what a banker does. He should listen, he should advise, he should give him curated information, build trust, build relationship. And anywhere he needs information, delegate it to an agent. I think banks who will excel are the ones who will reinvent this process. As sir rightly said, that in the hiring in the next PO exam, I think we are not going to ask him what comes after cube or rectangle. We should be asking, if I am giving you AI, how are you going to use this to make more sales? You free up your time, give back to the bank, but in a more productive way, build it to a relationship. So I think that's where reimagine processes, give back to the people, and as sir rightly said, give them certainty. Okay, this is not taking your job away, but this will free up your time so that you will have something better to do in life. So I think those banks have started doing it. They have started freeing up applications, and don't clutter with one more application at the RM's head. That now you have 5, now AI is the 7th, and there is one more AI which is 8th, and there is one more AI which is 9th. So I think that's where we go back to banks and we fundamentally say, take away these processes, take away these things, make it AI native, and then free up that person so that he focuses being a human rather than being a search agent in figuring out 20 systems, what goes wrong with you?
Thanks. So we are on the clock. Maybe one final question on the crystal ball gazing that we wanted to do. Day in the life of a banker in 2030, under 30 seconds. I'm being unreasonable, but if we can just keep it under 30 seconds. I'll start from over there. Avartan, starting off with you.
Yeah. I think the day of life in a banker ideally in 2030 is only sitting in front of customers and having conversations. I think that's where the maximum value is. Everything else can be automated or should be automated in my view. That's where I see the banker being.
Mr. Rath.
So I think the frontline employees will be having ability to do most of the things, which is I call it query request, service, and selling. Irrespective of whether the person is a sales guy, he can do sales, query request, complaints, and service. That to me is 2030. But on a more lighter note, the employees of 2030 will be people who will be searching Google or a GPT to find out which restaurant in the next lane can provide good chicken curry. When his son will be asking a question on arithmetic, he will be scratching his head. He will say, let me think whether Claude 4 or GPT 5.6 will be give the better answer. and the person will have very less empathy. My colleagues who are driving customer experience will be extremely worried about that.
Mr. Tushar.
So one of the surveys which was recently done said that an RM spends only 25% of his time with customer relations. Rest of the time is coordinating internally, preparing for some administrative matters, all the other stuff. So 75% of his time goes into this. With AI coming in, I think the equation would reverse, where his main job would be building trust and relationship with customers and spend bulk of his time on that. And the routine work and the other stuff would be taken care by AI.
Thank you. Vinodji.
So I think by 2030, I cannot say, but maybe beyond that, there will be no front office. It will be like DVU. DVU somehow concept has not taken off, but I think with the advent of and AI, that concept may come up. And there will be 1-2% in the branch who will be assisting the visiting customers.
So in 2030 kind of thing, so we will not see typical banker at desk. That kind of situation I think we are not going to see. But yes, I agree with Mr. Tushar. All routine work will be carried out by the AI. And we'll be more focusing on the customer relationship part and with the help of AI engine, problem solver and all that. And besides that, I think the entire workflow, process flow in the bank will be taken care by AI. That's what. Thank you.
Thank you. Anjan?
I think there's a good news. I think in 2030, all bankers will be promoted to officers and specialists. So there's no going to be clerk or anyone. So everyone becomes specialist with AI. And I think banks will also start charging if you go and talk to a human, because now this guy is an expert. So instead of taking your deposits, he'll be like a financial expert guiding you, where should you put your money? And I think from this whole retail banking jargon, I think bankers will move far to a value creation rather than just doing transactions, money deposits and all of these things. So every banker, I think all of these banks will become investment bankers, and like US, we will very soon start charging fees, because now you are going and talking to a banker and you are consuming human bandwidth. So I think everyone, there's a good news, everyone become expert.
And in 2030, there will be one Ansuman agent sitting there and one panelist at least will be an agent.
Okay, on that interesting note, thank you panelists for the insights, and thank you everyone. So there's a question from the audience. There's so many. Maybe we can take it offline. We've actually, maybe.
Just one question.
Sure.
I'm a former banker, and the panelists have really contributed very well. The focus on customer experience, operational efficiency, but the concern which Anshuman has brought, that cost to income ratio, we are not able to improve. And to me as a banker, I think all of you will have to use the AI for improving the stickiness of the customer that he uses most of your products and services. So are we using the AI for monitoring and improvement of a stickiness of your customer? Is the question.
Yeah, I think, sir, gradually, as you told in rapid fire, gradually what is going to happen, everybody will be like advisor. So that itself will increase stickiness of the customers. Like for, we are also doing lead nurturing. Our revenue is gradually increasing. Few of the sector which were not there, we have started doing that. Like portfolio management services, we are also coming. So all these things will be helpful. AI will be helpful in all these things.
So I think I'll just add to what he said just now. We have started using AI in our call center just to understand the customer psyche, how we can make their life much, much more, easier with the bank. And, see, we are also understanding the behavioral aspect of the customer and what more banks, facilities, services, products we can offer to them and understand their requirements. So we have started using that in to enhance the stickiness. Thank you, sir.
Excuse me. Hi, could you please take one quick question? It's a slew of bankers on the panel. This is Shrishti from ETBFSI. You've discussed quite a bit on AI in banking and the workforce augmentation it is going to, it is going to lead to. One quick question. Are you seeing an increase in your employee cost? Because you were, you're supposed to hire skilled talent in certain segments. Are you seeing an uptick in employee cost laterally because of the specialized kind of hiring that you're seeing? If you all could maybe add on.
So what we are doing in our bank, we are focusing on reskilling, upskilling and reskilling. So with that, we are moving a staff strength or employee from routine work to the more specialized work, more specialized kind of domain work, right? And few parts where it is not available, we are taking laterally. So as such, it is not increasing because here routine work is getting done through AI, so that, cost is going down there. Or it is getting more or less compensated by any lateral hiring. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
One last, hello. I have a question. This is about the fear of disruption while using AI applications. There are quite a lot of stories now recently where AI agents going rogue. So where is the reassurance? What's kind of reassurance to the public? And of course, among the bankers, I could say I'm an ex-banker. A lot of uneasiness, lurking fear that what could really be a black swan-like event. So how prepared we are? So recently, some instances really bring that fear to all of us.
So, two perspectives, sir. One is that as whenever we are trying to deploy an agentic in any department, it is the accountability of the department head to ensure that agentic is going to perform exactly the way it is supposed to perform. It is, I can't blame that, because I put an agent, it went so and so bad. So like if I hire an employee, it's an accountability to make sure that employee does everything right, trustworthy, everything. Likewise, it's an agent as well. Second, I think there are enormous amount of desire in some of the technologists to say, you know what, don't build anything. I will give you 5, 10 agents and then you hop one to another one and develop a solution. Even if for an agent to do something, invoke and do something, it requires you need to write a code. Therefore, why do I need to go through 7 hops, 7 different codes to execute something if I can do a straight through API and simple automation? That's the most scalable solution anyways. So you need to pick and choose the right places where you want to use agent and where you don't want to use agents. And that accountability rests with the department head.
Thank you, everyone.
So before we actually close, could I request you gentlemen to kindly step ahead for a group picture? And I thank all the experts on the dais for this very intriguing deliberation that we had. I urge everybody not to leave the room because right away, before we dive into the next session, we will be having a lucky draw. So you have dropped your cards at the Iron Mountain counter. We have, could I request Avartan sir to kindly stay back? Shri Avartan Bokil, please stay back. Sir, for the lucky draw. So we'll be having, so this is the bowl. Can we have the bowl on the stage, please? Can we have the, yeah. Hanji. And I will request Atul Kumar Goyal ji. We are fortunate to have the Chief Executive of IBA with us. Could I request you, sir, to draw the cards, and there'll be 4 lucky winners. Yes, and only those who are present in the room, because we had announced that earlier. Just don't drop your cards and go away. So only those present in the room will be getting the prizes. So I request Atul sir to please draw 1 card. Mr. Reddy. Mr. Reddy from the Union Bank. Mr. Reddy from Union Bank, are you here? Okay, let's move on to the next card then. So that is one condition. You have to be present when the draw is being conducted.
He is the part of the IBS subcommittee.
Oh, that's sad that he could not be here at this point. Maybe he's engaged in some other work.
DCB Bank, Mr. Salima Iqbal behind.
Get the card now.
DCB.
So do we have? Yes. DCB Bank.
Hello.
अच्छा रेड्डी साहब भी आ गए हैं चलिए बहुत कांग्रेचुलेशन श्री KM रेड्डी जनरल मैनेजर यूनियन बैंक लेट अस cheer loud for Mr. Reddy. He is the first lucky winner and he gets a gift hamper from Iron Mountain. The second lucky winner DCB Bank श्री मथानी आप हैं अच्छा मैम ओके मैडम सलीमा इकबाल मिथानी सीनियर कंप्लायंस मैनेजर मैम कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू यू लेट अस हियर इट लाउड फॉर हर आई होप यू एंजॉय द गिफ्ट हैम्पर एंड द प्रोडक्ट wow so we have had 2 lucky winners till now let's go for the third one. The third lucky winner is
Saurabh Bhalerao.
Shri Saurabh Bhalerao from Care Edge. Do we have Saurabh Bhalerao from Care Edge? Okay.
Subrat Kumar, ED Bank of India.
Okay, so we have oh wow! I think we have to hear loudest for him. And one last lucky winner for the Iron Mountain draw.
PNB, Mosmi Majumdar.
Moshmi Majumdar. PNB. Moshmi Majumdar. Do we have Moshmi Majumdar from the Punjab National Bank? Okay, no presence. Next, could we?
There. She's coming.
Please, ma'am, aa jaiye. And as she walks to the stage, please put your hands.
She's coming. Here.
Moshmi Majumdar, Group Chief Risk Officer. Okay, so we had Saurabh Bhalerao walking in just now, and now we have Madam Moshmi from the PNB. So that is it. 5 lucky winners of the Iron Mountain lucky draw. We will be having some more lucky draws through the day. I thank you, Goel sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
And let's get into the next session now, immediately. Without spending any more time, we are beginning the next session, which is a panel discussion. The topic being the affluent consumer from saver to investor, India's wealth revolution. All the speakers are here, so is the moderator. Could I request you, gentlemen, ladies, to please clear. We need to begin. We are running late. This session should have begun at 11:55, so we are half an hour late. Can I seek cooperation from everybody, please? You can take your conversations outside the conference room, please. We are actually 30 minutes late. Okay, somebody has left their glasses. Somebody has left their reading glasses on the stage. One of the speakers from the earlier session, I believe. You may collect it from the desk to my right. Okay, the session will be moderated by Shri Mayank Jha, Managing Director and Partner BCG. The panelists are Shri Anthony Heredia, Managing Director and CEO, Mahindra Manulife Investment Management Private Limited. Shri Adil Shetty, Founder and CEO, Bank Bazaar. Shri Satish Krishnamurthy, CEO, HNI Business 361 Wealth. Shri Aditya Mandloi, MD, Head Wealth and Retail Banking, India and South Asia, Standard Chartered Bank. And Shri Ambush Chandana, MD and Head, Consumer Banking Group, DBS. Along with Rajiv Mishra, Executive Director, Bank of India. Gentlemen, all those standing, can we get into business now? I seek little cooperation from everybody. We need to begin the next session. Can I request everybody to please settle down? Okay. Never mind. I think with the permission of the moderator, we should begin now. So what do you say? Okay, so we are all set to begin the 8th session, which is a panel discussion on the affluent consumer from saver to investor, India's wealth revolution. A structural shift, ladies and gentlemen, is underway as India's mass affluent segment moves wealth from deposits to diversified portfolios at scale. For banks, this is both an opportunity and threat. Deepen relationships through private banking or lose wallet share to asset managers and wealth tech platforms. This particular session will examine how India's banks are competing for the affluent consumer and what winning in private wealth genuinely requires. With those words, I will hand over charge of this session to Shri Mayank Jha, Managing Director and Partner, Boston Consulting Group. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have the presentation? Yeah. Yeah. So this panel is holding the discussion from lunch, but we promise it to be interesting. Now, banking is all about money, but this is an even more interesting topic because this is about wealth. This is about the wealth creation opportunity. I hope that there are also takeaways for you for your individual personal wealth when it comes to a session like this. Let's start talking about what does the wealth opportunity in India look like, and why are we talking about affluence, right? For every bank in India, affluent customers are maybe top 5% of the customers in terms of count, but they hold about 50 to 60% of deposits in every bank, right? Deposits is of course the most important commodity for the bank, so it is very important to address the needs of these customers. And India is in a very good position when it is coming to the wealth creation opportunity. In India, the financialization of wealth, which is wealth of Indians, instead of being locked into land, real estate, gold, is actually moving towards financial services. But if we see the move that has happened between mid 15 percentages, by 2015, now it has gone to about 28% of the wealth actually locked in financial assets. There is a lot of headroom to grow. If you look at the Western economies, this is already a 50 to 60% wealth which is in financial assets and not really locked in physical assets. And if you look at financial wealth in India, India has had one of the fastest, in fact, the fastest in the world in terms of growth. In the last 20 years, wealth in the country has grown up by 15 times. The financial wealth in the country has grown up by 15 times compared to about 3.5 times, which is the world average in terms of the growth of wealth. Of course, it is on a smaller base, but the extent of wealth addition is phenomenal. Wealth is not just getting financialized. Savings are not just getting financialized. The nature of financial services, financial savings is also changing. So 10 years back, most of the wealth was locked in deposits in the country, which is what you see in the chart at about 57 odd percent. This is already down to about 37%. Most of this wealth has gone into other assets like capital markets. They've gone into savings. They've gone into pensions. So the nature of the shift of financialization is also away from deposits and into other segments. And this trend, as we see in BCG, is going to only continue forward. So the role of capital markets in the savings pie for Indians is significantly changing, right? And within this, when we look at it, affluent as a customer segment becomes a very interesting opportunity for banks to look at. Why? Because when we look at this segment, whether it is the ultra HNIs, or the core affluents, we are seeing a huge jump in the number of individuals who will enter the segment. Just Indians making 1 to 25 crores of wealth is about 16 lakhs today, and this is going to go to 28 lakhs in the next 5 years. This is the fastest growing segment when it comes to wealth addition. And it is not a tier 1 phenomena. It is not something which is restricted to the top cities. When we have looked at wealth creation and we have looked at income generation opportunities in India, there were about 117 hotspots where we saw in 2018 that were having a significant affluent population in the country. That number is going to change to 364 hotspots. And most of it is going to come from tier 2 locations in the country. So the amount of wealth addition that is happening in tier 2 is significant. When it comes to wealth management, it's a complex business. There are the ways you think about allocations, you think about products. There are multiple business models in which you can drive. There are multiple offerings. You go transaction, you have custodies, you have credit, you have value-added services. The delivery mode, a lot of element of relationship, a lot of servicing, portfolio management and review becomes an integral part. And if you look at customers, there are individuals, there are SMEs, there are families. So it's a business in itself, right? And when we look at serving the affluent customer, it's even more complex than just serving the ultra HNI customers. Why? Because this customer is high on awareness, right? So this customer is already aware of what works and what doesn't work. The customer is performance and cost conscious. They are already aware about what is happening in the market through extensive research, which is available digitally. So this middle segment, which wants to be not treated like a platform, wants a bespoke treatment, is already aware, is a complex business to go after, because UHNIs is a very personalized treatment that you can have good RMs and serve the business. There is a large part of mass business which goes through digital platforms. But how do we capture this affluent customers becomes a very interesting element to look at, right? And we do believe that with technology, data, and AI, this compromise of having bespoke services delivered through technology with the comfort of an RM is possible. And that is something which is worth exploring as enabler to building the affluent business. I think with this context, we wanted to start the discussion. We have already had the panel introduction, so let me start with you, Ambuj. You have run a foreign bank, which is now pretty much an Indian bank with with a lot of branches addition. Now, deposits is something which is the cheapest source of capital for or the liabilities for the bank, right? So protecting deposits is a natural instinct, right? But the affluent customer is becoming more aware. How do you balance the need of protecting deposits while looking at also serving all the needs of the customer? And what happens if you miss this goal?
Well, I kind of disagree with the framing of the question, Bank. I don't think protecting deposits is the right framing of the whole thing. I think as banks, all of us have to work where consumers are going, and we have to spin our strategy around that. And the shift towards equity is for real. I think go back 10, 15, 20 years, there was this notion of FDs are safe, equity is risky. I think that notion has got challenged over the years. We've got a much younger population, which over the last decade or so seen a more predictability of the equity markets. We've had regulators doing a fantastic work on that front. There is way more transparency in the equity markets today. The cost structures have come down. With that, the swing towards equity assets or wealth assets is kind of obvious. I think as we as DBS, and I think banking industry at large, has to acknowledge this trend and has to kind of serve the customer 360 degrees. And we've done it in the past. There was a point in time when we said customers want both assets and liabilities. A lot of us built strategies around how credit card, if you give a credit card to a customer, the deposits kind of go up. If you give a home loan, how deposits go up. I think the same moment of truth is kind of appearing in case of wealth. If you are the primary place where the customer does his wealth management, deposits naturally follow and come in bundles. I think when consumers look at banks, they want 360 degrees of financial services very, very clearly. And wealth is an integral part of it. So the way we look at it, the way to grow deposits is by making sure you have a handle on the wealth management component of the customers, and that's the way to grow deposits.
Okay. Mr. Mishra, let me come to you. There are lots of public sector bankers also in the room. As we look at the affluent segment of the bank, typically top 5-10% customers, holding a lot of deposits. There is always this notion, to Ambuj's point, that there has been a thought process in the past that if you have this money going to mutual funds, etc., the deposits will be under threat. Are you seeing some of that, and what should PSBs be doing? How should they be looking at serving the 360 view of the customer that Ambuj highlighted?
Yeah, Mank. Again, I'll agree with Ambuj then to agree with you, saying that deposits are at threat. Year on year, there is a growth in deposits. If you look at systematic growth in deposits, around 11 to 12% or 13% growth is there across the segment. Yes, the way presently the customer whether it's affluent or non-affluent, is managing his savings or resources is changed. So now I have to look at the entire life cycle of how he's doing in the financial asset instead of just looking at whether it is going to a saving account. Even if I say he has to invest 2 lakh rupees, let's say in a mutual fund, it is routed through the banking channel. So bank is primarily there. Now, how do I garner this instance and look at the entire ecosystem of his? As Ambuj said, 360 degree of the entire piece, then it has to be there. So I will say that the banks have come out of the approach where I only look at he should have a saving account with me or a credit card with me or express. Product per customer has been a thought process many of my seniors are sitting here, they would have said, even in our times, we used to talk about product per customer. You have to have multiple products. Today also, we are talking about the same thing, that a customer with one product may not remain with you. If he's there with multiple products, he's going to be sticking with you. What does that actually means? It actually means that, are we covering the customer entire financial goals, or are we catering to his one small need of having a deposit account with me or a savings banking account? So the approach has led from a deposit-led approach to a customer entire ecosystem-led approach. So first of all, public sector banks, we have started adopting technology, because technology is one piece where things have worked. Ambuj also mentioned that 10 years back, people were not investing in capital market. Today, investment capital market is there. I would say part of the customer behavior has changed because of the transparency which the technology has brought in. Earlier days, we used to go back to a broker, have to give a call to him. If I forget the time, I was not able to give a call, I would not do the trade. Today, it's available on my beck and call. The app is there, I press the button and do the transaction. Now this app, how I integrate that app in my own banking app, that gives me a leverage. So I keep that connect. Public sector banks primarily have been driven on the fundamental factor of banking, that is called trust. Whether you come from an affluent class or you're non-affluent class, the trust has remained with public sector banks for a longer time. If you look at Bank of India, my tagline says relationship beyond banking. Now this relationship beyond banking means I'm not only looking at your banking need, I'm looking at your end. So advisory role has become much more prominent. We have started looking into the advisory roles, advising him in different goals. We also believe in catch them young. If you look at education loan market, public sectors are the main one who are doing lending in education loans. Now, if I catch them at that stage and then maintain through the life cycle, you have already shown in your presentation how this class has been growing over the years. 1 crore to 25 crores, the growth is highest, 25%. Now, that is not from day one they came to that bracket. Yeah. Everyone is climbing in that ladder. Now, if I catch them when they're below 1 crore, I can always retain them when they're reaching that 25 crores or even to the 500 crores. So that is a strategy that maintain that trust, keep hold of the customer. Yes, technology has to be imbibed, integrate the technology, right technology in the piece. Again, I'll take it from the previous panelist and the BCG's book, which says 10, 20, and 70. 70% is the human resource which matters. And public sector banks, I per se, and for that matter, why should I per se say public sector? Banking in India has a lot of trust built into it, and the people behind them are the one who are responsible for building that trust.
Thank you. Thank you for your perspective, Mr. Mishra. Anthony, if I may call on you to share your perspectives from an investment manager. You have been a money manager. Is this move towards savings to investment, is this something which is a phenomena because of the recent bull runs that we have seen over the last couple of years? Or have you seen in your business a structural shift to see there is just much more reliance and something has really tipped over, in the last couple of years, which makes this trend permanent? And we are already seeing some indications. Markets have been soft for the last 2 years. SIPs have not slowed down, or the decrease has not been any phenomenal like in the previous times. So is this move towards capital markets something structural that you have been seeing?
So Mayank, I think, and I'm going to start by not disagreeing with the framing of the question for a change. I think the structural change has got nothing to do with finance. The structural change, according to me and based on my experience dealing with customers, is cultural, in the sense that the average Indian has just got more aspirational over the last 2-3 decades. And the moment that average Indian has got more aspirational, wealth matters a lot more than it did to any Indian 20 years ago or 30 years ago. If you believe that to be structural, and I indeed believe it to be, I think it is inevitable that every customer in a bank is going to search for avenues to fulfill that aspiration, right? So that is one prism. The second prism, and I'm just going to delve into some of the conversations that Ambuj and Mishra ji spoke about. There are also some myths, right? And we talked about public sector banks. Let's not forget the largest distributor, bank distributor, mutual funds in the country is a public sector bank. So if one public sector bank can do it and reach a scale to become the largest, and then there are foreign banks, there are private sector banks that find their way in the top 10. It's clear that there are people from within the community who have shown that it can happen and will happen. So that is the second point. The third point is, unlike the business of lending, which, while, taking deposits, etc., I don't think it's difficult because everybody's competing with each other. But, banks have an inherent concept in the Indian customer's mindset of trust, right? I mean, there is a belief that if I'm putting a deposit in a bank, highly likely it's not going to go wrong. When it comes to giving money to somebody, as long as I'm taking money, I'm not going to bother about beyond the point who's giving me the money. When it comes to people like us who are actually taking money from customers, that is where the element of trust has a very critical role, and that's where banks have a very natural advantage because they already sit in the customer psyche as an institution they should trust. And so to my mind, it's up to every bank to figure out how exactly it will capture the revenue stream at one level, right? There is a financial market ecosystem. The financial markets are making, for every 100 rupees of assets I have as a customer, the financial ecosystem is earning 3 rupees. Today, if you're playing in the deposits and savings account, you are perhaps making 1.5 out of it. It's up to you to decide how you want to make the other 1.5. And I started at the beginning. Fortunately for every bank, the examples are within the community. They don't need me to tell them what to do.
So there is a lot of element of trust that we have spoken about. All the three panelists have alluded to it. This is an interesting segue into the trust and holding the relationships with the customers. And maybe Satish, this is a good time to bring you in. You represent an independent wealth manager here on the panel. Now, of course, always the independent wealth managers end up saying, we are independent. We are not in the process of pushing any bank's particular products. The banks say that we hold your salaries, we hold your loans. So we have held the trust. Where do you see the role of different participants in the ecosystem, and who is really holding the trust of the customer?
Thanks, Mayank, and it's great that right from Ambuj and Rajiv, there's a lot of mention of 360 degrees. So that's the firm that I belong to. So
and interestingly, you have also had the journey of both working for banks and being an independent wealth manager. So both perspectives would be helpful.
So let me stitch this up. I think just on the framing of the question, I agree with Ambuj. You got a consultant's twisted, let's call it paraphrasing. So I'd like to just state that, see, trust is, I think, the absolute centerpiece, right, for which every firm which is in the pursuit of managing money is, right? So, and all along my life, I mean, I've been up and around for over a quarter of a century as a working professional. I think three things are most critical, right? And I call them the 3 I's. The integrity of the relationship, right, which is top of the slate. And integrity to me is in terms of getting everything right. Have you got information right? Have you got the profiling right? Do you indeed know your customer? I think RBI multi-decades has driven the culture of knowing your customer, not just as a form-filling exercise, but truly knowing the customer, knowing the profile of the customer. And I think data management, and I bumped into many folks from the technology world right here in this room, they will play a very critical part in partnering with institutions like ours. So obviously the first I is integrity. The second critical I would be the intellect that you bring to the table, and that's the value that you create apart from winning the table stakes on getting integrity in. What is the value that you're creating to this relationship? And we spoke of all the data points that you showed up right at the beginning, how India is on a path of high ambition today, right? Anthony spoke of how mutual funds is growing, thanks to large banks like SBI and many others, every industry constituent. You look at March 14, I was looking at the data. I remember attending a Amphi conference where 25 lakh crore was like a dream number, and the industry was at not even 10 lakh crores, 8 lakh crore number. And lo and behold, we are in August of 2026. Forget 25 lakh crores. I think the number now, which is around the corner, is 100 lakh crores, right? The compounding growth rate of the mutual fund industry is 20%, right? And I would believe that a lot of this is because of the consumer behavior, right? No longer is the customer, it's a much younger India. Today's India is not happy with just deposits as the be all and end all. And which is why deposits as an industry market share is getting challenged. If I look at the total money wallet that is in play. So that's in so far as bringing intellect to the table. And today the products have moved. 20 years ago when I was in my, let's say, the first institution I worked with, the discussion would typically be, where is India's money stored? It is in fixed deposits, it is in real estate that you mentioned, and it is in gold. Pretty much these three. And if you had to rewind back 25 years ago, there were people who would invest in real estate and find multi-bagger opportunities. Today, the things have changed. It's a much more mature market on some of these categories. So what's becoming more and more relevant is, even in mutual funds, SEBI came in with SIFs for ticket sizes between 10 lakh to 50 lakh. Then you have PMSs, minimum ticket size of 50 lakhs. You have AIFs with minimum ticket size of 1 crore plus. So as the ticket size and the sophistication of the investor increases, even SEBI recognizes that the product suite needs to change. So it's very important for, I'm sure, everybody in the audience and all of us to be very cognizant of that. And how do we add intellectual value to the client? And third, that I've always found differentiates the best from the rest is how are you able to take pole position on innovation, right? Innovation, I would put on the way the RM interfaces. It can't be, let's say, from 25 years ago, you come with a thick paper booklet to get customers to experience a product. It's increasingly a very strong digital wave. I'm glad that Adil is there. I mean, he's an old friend, and Bank Bazaar has been a pioneer in some of the digital journeys that the industry scripted. We partnered with them in the past. So I think whether it is in onboarding, whether it is in the product selection, whether it is in making sure that the relationship is continuously harnessed, innovation plays a big role. So I would say these three I's of integrity, intellect, and innovation, all stakeholders, whether it is tech partners, whether it is bankers, independent wealth managers, whoever is able to do a better job ends up winning customers, mind share, and let's say heart share. And that becomes a powerful lever for growing AUM, which is finally the metric that generates the net present value of any firm. So that's the way I would describe this.
Yeah. Satish, I think very aptly put in terms of integrity, intellect, and innovation, because the customer is expecting trust. There is, opening of new frontiers, which is the innovation that is needed, and intellect is needed because the customer is already aware, thanks to so much more disintermediation of information which has started happening in this space, that everyone has started to get more aware of what returns means for them, what is inflation beating, what is their risk appetite, and what fits to their risk appetite. So, this awareness of customers, and whether the banks or the independent advisors are catering to that is critical. Aditya, maybe wanting to touch another aspect of trust with you. And this is interesting. I'm sure many bankers, wealth bankers, will associate it with this conundrum of, there is an RM who is the interface with the customer, and then there is an institution sitting behind the RM. The How does the trust percolate? Is the trust with the RM? Is the trust with the institution? What is your experience in this?
Yeah, it's a very fair question, and I really like the 3I framework that Satish put out. So that actually is the fundamental and the core. But directly addressing the point you make, Mayank, the RM and the institution are not divorced from each other. So the RM, the relationship manager, really owns the relationship per se, and the institution, which stands behind the RM, really brings forward the entire client value proposition and the entire suite of products, including banking. And then if you were to move that forward, really over decades, the normal consumer really looks at, now doesn't ask the question, do I trust the bank? But now what banks have to do is to have processes, platforms, and RM expertise who are appropriately skilled to be able to make that transition from where the client is comfortable saying, I trust this bank, and I trust the recommendation being given by the bank or the advice being given by the bank for a certain wealth thing. At times, and we're still evolving as a country, while at one level or one lens, one looks at wealth very simplistically saying investments in SIPs and the money is going up and bank assurance, etc. But wealth is a lot more complex than just SIPs and banca, right? Those are two important steps, but there's a lot more to it. It's about, and like you said, the disintermediation of information, the access that the average consumer has. And then, just like all of us also look at medical advice or tend to look at medical advice from Dr. Google, there's a lot of financial advice also that a lot of people do, just seeing reels and stuff. A lot of it may not be right. A lot of it could be right, but it provokes a lot of thoughts, questions, queries. And any bank or institution and the trained, skilled relationship managers should be able to confidently navigate that, because that is where long-term trust will be built. And there will be cycles. It's not going to be just a one-way street where returns just keep going upwards. There will be cycles. And as that happens, it is important that there is enough depth in the relationship where the clients of an institution or of the RM don't get turned off and switch off completely. So that's one aspect. And I just want to put another plug around wealth being just beyond SIPs into funds and banca. It's about portfolio construction, it's about alternatives, lending, succession planning, and other sophisticated intergenerational wealth legacy planning and stuff. And for that, any institution really needs to invest time, conscious time and effort in not just building platforms so that the UI UX is good from a client interface perspective, but importantly, you have an entire plethora, bouquet of offerings, which really helps you tie in into one of the other panelists spoke about having a larger wallet of the client. Well, that's where the stickiness also improves.
Yeah. I think, Aditya, you spoke about a lot of capabilities that will need to be built in to make sure that the RMs are able to translate the institutional point of view directly to the clients, without loss of translation, with the right trust which is being given. Let me also, because RM is, so while technology and data and AI will make the biggest difference in this segment, and we are already seeing this play out globally. RM is a very important part of the whole puzzle. And just in terms of capabilities, there is also this point around RMs moving, RMs being poached. How do you look at that situation, and how do you build that institutional memory so that it's really the relationships are being held with both the institutions, but more importantly, RMs also have the right freedom in terms of engaging with their clients.
Yeah. So I won't repeat, thanks, Meg. I won't repeat any of the points I said earlier, but it's in a way a continuum of what I said earlier, right? So, like at one level, and it comes down to trust. So it comes down to what does RM per se bring to the table for the client, and what does the institution bring in addition to just providing a highly skilled RM fronting the piece. And when the client really says, I trust my RM, I trust the relationship advice that the RM gives, but importantly, I also want to bank with XYZ institution, right? That's where the bond happens. Because in a growing market like India, there are going to be a plethora of institutions. There are going to be, it's going to be a red hot market for the RMs, right? Right now, just between Ambuj and me, I mean, I'm sure we'll have enough of my eyes on some of his guys, and likewise the other way, right? And there's just two of us, and there are many, many other players. And it's all in a good spirit, and more power to the relationship managers. But really, the roles that the RM plays and the role that the institution plays, while it's symbiotic, it's also important that that distinction is understood. And the one advantage that a bank has over, say, a plain vanilla wealth player with, and 361 has been an absolute trailblazer, is there is a lot more in-depth set of offerings and banking products that a bank or an institution like a bank can do over just a wealth specialist. So it becomes a wealth plus plus. And that's where the entire fun and adventure begins, right? I'll leave it at that.
I think it's a very interesting point that you made, and all in jest about eyeing on each other's best people and taking them to serve your clients. But it's a lot about the institution, and I completely agree with that. Adil, coming to you, you know, there is the RM, and then there is the entire disintermediation possible through technology and data platforms, and a platform-oriented solutioning. What are the set of capabilities that you believe are critical to serve the affluent customer, and how does that build in a platform sort of a situation?
Thanks, Mayank. Maybe I'll talk about some recent examples. So, 10 years ago, when people needed data, and I'll give you an example we use at Bank Bazaar, which is your credit history, credit score. You could go to a bureau and you could get a PDF and you could analyze the PDF, right? 5 years ago, we made a nice dashboard. So you have easy sliding colors, you see all the parameters, it's done. But now we've got to a degree of personalization wherein every single of the million consumers who comes in and checks, they get a customized video which has already understood everything in your report and tells you that these are the 4 things you need to do to improve your score. Now, you couldn't produce a million videos 5 years ago. You can't even produce 1,000 videos. So, but today with what is available to all of us, this is completely done electronically, and every single consumer has a different experience. This has become a very, very popular product, and it could never have been done in a pre-AI world. Another very popular product, right, is there are typically about 5 or 6 things a consumer could do next. What we are able to do, again using a very custom system, is tell a person that here are the 6 things that can happen to you. You pay in half, you don't pay in full. You put a prepayment here, you don't do this. And over 3, 6, 9, 12 months, this is how your profile will look. And the person looks at it and says, wow, you built this for me, and I can actually choose which of these combos will take me where. So I think the nature of what tools we have now have increased tremendously, and what we make out of it, right, I think is going to be very, very interesting over the next 2-3 years.
Thanks, Adil. This is very interesting to see. Think about the same thing happening on wealth and advice. Thinking about 1 million portfolio reviews which are which are happening, which are being delivered in a manner which is more uh, acceptable to consumers to absorb. Uh, Ambuj, I would like to come to you on the set of capabilities that need to be built, and DBS as a bank globally has been on the forefront of technology, right? How has technology helped this part of the business where RM also plays a very critical role? And how have you seen the role of technology in serving this affluent segment, which DBS has done consistently well?
Well, Mayank, super critical because the affluent, and you rightly showed it in your pyramid. It's a segment which is not UHNI. It's not saying totally RM. It's also not totally mass, which is saying only technology. It lies hangs somewhere in middle. So these are the customers who will use their bank apps very regularly. These are the customers who will go to the bank apps and check their portfolio status. They do independent research outside of you, and then they engage with you either through the bank app and invest through that, or through the RM, and they want the duality. They want to be either on the app or the RM. I think interestingly, and I was just thinking about others' comments and connecting that to he gave a beautiful example of credit score, but connecting that to the wealth space and where we are headed today. So I think the way we see it, there are two ways. One is what technology has done till now. B is what it will do in the next 2, 3, 4 years, right? I see two major interventions that are coming into play. First is the whole D2C experience. The in-app experience is going to dramatically transform. It is already, we've just launched a bot in Singapore. And what that bot basically does is makes the whole wealth engagement very conversational. And the next stage is to bring agentics into the play and to get into something like what Adil mentioned, to get more specific, execute transactions on your behalf and get that going. So I think the whole D2C space will become veer more towards to what he mentioned. But interestingly, how RM renders his services is going to also dramatically shift. I heard the earlier panel saying, 70% of the RM time goes in preparing for a meeting and 30% goes in meetings. I think that's the area we see shifting significantly. We see a lot of role of tech now coming in, analyzing or studying client portfolios, coming up with the product suite that you could discuss with the client or propose to him, and just making the RM more efficient in his conversations with the customers and increasing RM productivity. I think that's the space where technology will have a different, very big play. So if you are looking for an answer to say, well, is it DIY or is it RM enabled? I would say it's more RM enabled, but RM, the quality of conversations that RMs will do will significantly go up. And coming to the earlier question that you asked, Aditya, effectively, RM's efficiency will depend increasingly more on the institutions, because on a standalone basis, the same RM in different places. As your institutions become more tech-oriented, more product-oriented, the same RM in different institutions will probably have different performances and different customer experience. And I think the role of institutions will go up.
It depends on how institution invests in these capabilities and sets their RMs well for success. Right?
And it will be different because different organizations will be having a different playbook, different investment appetite into these kind of things. So I think the connect, it will become more and more institutionalized just because of the kind of expanse of technology and tools available.
Okay.
Sorry, I just want to add something which Ambuj said, and it's a very fair point, linking back to the earlier question. So one of the big advantages or competitive advantages for an institution to pull RMs would be to the point Ambuj said, that RM productivity could vary from institution to institution, and that will be largely dependent upon what is the kind of tools the institution makes available for a RM to have that much more client-facing time and ease of being able to provide solutions and be more productive. And that, whichever institution gets the lead on, I think will see disproportionate benefits.
Thank you, Aditya. I would like to end with touching one last theme. And I'll start with Anthony and Adil, and I'm sure this is very interesting. So all of you will have points of view. So please jump in. And this is about Gen Z and their relationship with money, their equation of trust. This is the next set of customers. Wealth in India over the next span of 10 to 15 years is going to get transferred, right? And their engagement with their institutions, with digital platforms is going to look very different. Anthony, maybe starting with you, we have seen a lot of mutual funds being bought through now digital platforms, and that becoming a primary source for SIPs, etc. How have you seen the relationship of the newer generations with money and the trust associated?
I'll frame the answer in the context of Fibac 26, right? I think it's one of the biggest risks to the banking industry, if you ask me. Just a very simple thing. I think every single person in this audience started their financial journey with a bank. That's just what you do. When you finally have some money, you will open a bank account. Today's Gen Z's first journey in finance is quite often with a discount broking app, right? The bank account is completely incidental. It's almost like they start impaneling on the app and then they will open a bank account on the bank associated with that app. To the point, and there was an interesting to and fro between Aditya and Ambuj on RMs. I actually believe SIP is a very powerful tool to make sure the relationship is with your bank and not with your RM, because ultimately the SIP mandates are linked to the bank, right? So if the customer is used to dealing with the RM, but the RM has moved 3 places, you're still going to, your port of call is where the money is going to be hitting. You're focused on that. And then as long as the bank makes sure there's another individual, you are able to do it. Now, just one important stat that people should bear in mind. For the top 10 distributors in this country, or the top 100, most of them are either banks or they're quasi banks, right? They're NBFCs or they're firms like Satish, etc. But 60% of the new SIPs that are coming into this industry, and I'm giving you statistics for the last 2 years, have come from just 4 fintech apps. That's like 1 crore new investors in the country, of which I would dare say 80% were Gen Z, did not enter this industry through banks. And I think that's a massive challenge going forward. It is also an opportunity, simply because it's, I think, frankly, when I think about myself personally, I bank with today 4 banks. The mobile banking apps of all 4 banks are frankly quite similar. They're extremely convenient. So even when I buy funds through them, they're extremely convenient. I don't see anything more convenient necessarily in a fintech app. The difference is the fintech apps have moved beyond products to probably talking solutions, right? And the point that Adil made, which is it's happening in wealth as well. We should stop obsessing about the products we can deliver to the customer to get share of wallet and think about the solutions. And I think I go back to that question on Gen Z. It is a challenge and an opportunity. See, our job is to manage money, but I can see it coming where the average Indian who's 35, 45, 55 is either coming through a bank or a brokerage that is established. The average Indian who's 20, 21, 22, more often than not is starting with an SIP. They're very used to pressing buttons and doing an FNO transaction. They're very used to pressing buttons and buying an ETF. I, however, believe it's a massive opportunity for banks to take that customer in fold.
Adil, your view, you run a pure digital platform, millions of customers that are coming, acquisition, what's the nature of the business that you're seeing, and how do Gen Zs fit into this?
Right. So Mayank, the whole country has been impressed with Gen Zs, but I think your question is slightly different. So what we find is Gen Zs are actually very proactive. So there are about 200 million people last year who checked their credit score. Half of them were Gen Zs. And I see it as an opportunity for banks. The reason I say that, right, Ambuj and Mishaji said the bank has all of the products. They can service right from the Gen Z till you're a big industrialist. Now, the interesting thing, right, is the Gen Zs are engaging somewhere, right? And there's a lot of data available in terms of their preferences. So, for example, at Bank Bazaar, we have over 10 million people who come and use the features I just spoke about in terms of how to improve my financial standing and so on and so forth. What language do they prefer to interact in? Because everyone's realized we're communicating in 14, 15 languages today. It's not like it was 2 years ago. Every interaction is in a different language. Are they responsive on WhatsApp? Are they responsive on email? Do they more likely respond to your product at night when they're having some downtime, or do they prefer to do it in the afternoon during the lunch break? That data, right, I believe is sitting with the fintechs. So I think this is an incredible opportunity where the entire ecosystem can come together. The market is certainly expanding, and we've got to see how everyone can play to their strengths, right? The mutual funds to their strengths, the banks to their strengths, the advisors to their strengths, and so the fintechs. Because I think everyone has their own USP. The question is, how do we build a market? Because India has so much opportunity.
Yeah, I'm tempted because Adil was looking at me. I got the Gen Z in me woken up. I think, by the way, I was looking up some interesting data. The median age of investors has fallen from 38 years in March of 2020 to now 33 years. Share of investors under 30 rose from 23% to now 38%. And I think, by the way, my fundamental belief is that with curiosity and energy, and I think the youth in India, typically in a room at corporate office, typically the brightest person tends to be the youngest, because there is no past baggage in his or her mind. And that today is your new age customer. So I think, and by the way, we had this very interesting conversation around RMs. There's a school of thought. And by the way, we did some work with BCG, Mayank, you will recollect, where we looked at customer cohorts, and we said there are 3 types of customers, right, when we were segmenting. And there was one set of customers who said, I'm very knowledgeable and curious, and I really need no friction in my product purchase decision and execution, which means you don't need an RM. Let's call it the do-it-yourself set. And if you look at the demographics of this group of people, they tend to be much younger. So I think it is super, super critical for all banks, all financial institutions, all wealth managers, all asset managers to examine digital journeys end to end. And I think the point that Anthony made, many of these new customers, right, when I started my, let's call it student life, my first bank account was at Syndicate Bank because my father was employed at Syndicate Bank, right? And so that's how the financial relationship, I would stand in a queue with a token to learn how to get a demand draft made for my college, demand draft. That era is over, right? The way, going back to the 363 club about bankers, it used to be said that you mobilize deposits at 3%, you lend at 6%, and you hit the golf course at 3 p.m. That used to be the American lure for becoming a banker. Now that age is gone. I mean, the broking houses in particular, end-to-end digital journeys, and even a firm like ours, which tends to deal with a very high, disproportionate set of ultra high net worth clients, we are finding the next generation are super sharp. They want product access, which is curated, and they really don't have patience for an RM to tell them what they already know. And, I think the other critical challenge is the talent being really talent, right? Because there is this pure play relationship is also to be examined, right? Because customers are much more impatient, and markets are so dynamic, and there is a plethora of products. So, I think the future winners will be winners who can stitch up digital journeys. And I saw the whole umbrella was winning in the AI era. People who are able to really make AI work for them, being very mindful of cost to serve as well, right? Because if one gets too romantic about AI, one can just run up a huge cost bill without the commensurate revenue keeping pace. So I think it's a magical world awaiting to unlock, right? And the youth are going to pretty much write the playbook for this.
I'll just come in here, Mayank, briefly, and
I knew everyone will have thoughts on this. Yeah.
I had the pleasure of watching my 20-something son go through this whole journey in the last 6 months, and it's been insightful. And he doesn't live in India, so it's an example of overseas. And he got into the workforce, started saving, and he started asking the question, where should I bank? What should I do? And I saw him work 6 months out of it. He's like anybody else. He started with his bank. He went to a neo bank. He went to a broking, digital age, new age broking kind of an entity. And he experienced all of them, tried this. And he's a very deep work kind of a person, like does research and everything into that. He finally settled with a bank and a new age broking firm. And I'll tell you the reasons. First, he said the tech experience was very, very critical for him. And he found his bank doing a fairly good job. He didn't find any gap in the bank doing it. And the broking firm, banks don't do broking, even there are construction constraints you do that. And I went to him and I said, why did you settle with the bank? There are fintechs, there is this, that. He gave me an interesting answer. He said, with the bank, if I maintained a particular relationship, I was getting this card free and the right limit on the card, which I wouldn't have got if I wouldn't have done my investment as a broking firm. So the insight is ultimately, even for a Gen Z, the 360-degree matters, right? And it is relevant. And for him, the choice, he didn't see any arbitrage between a kind of a fintech doing mutual funds and a bank. And he felt the bank was acknowledging that relationship, giving him a better quality card, better quality limit, and he just swung there. Today is more with the bank out there. So I think in many ways, Gen Zs work similar to us, not definitely different.
Just to add, I'll say that if my parent was banking with the particular bank, that doesn't mean I as a Gen Z would be banking with the same bank.
Yeah.
So that's the shift which has happened. He mentioned he opened his account in Syndicate Bank because his father was working. Today, the generation is not going to take that. If me working in Bank of India, but my children will not. They will prefer what is there at the ease. So, and they are more technology oriented, friction-less banking. So as a bank, we need to adopt to that. And most of the banks are going through. So because this generation is AI native, the banks have to shift to that AI native platform and make them agree to that. And at the same time, worry about the cost factor, which this builds overruns on the AI. So it's overall the entire proposition, the total relationship value, which will actually matter. Where do we bring in this customer and how do we onboard them? There are banks like we have started product for a 10-year-old customer. Now we are not saying Gen Z. We are trying to focus on a customer which is at 10 years so that we harp on the relationship to a longer. And with AI and these tools coming in, the RMs, actually earlier days, RMs used to take customers from one bank to another bank, and that's what the poaching was very important. Fortunately for public sector, both of them talk about each other. They did not talk about public sector bank coming. So I said, let us be safe. But then it's there. Today we have virtual RMs. Now these virtual RMs are one which will understand what the customer wants to listen from me. He will not talk the same routine language which is supposed to be. In which language, what way he wants to be understood. He will understand much more faster the Gen Z's thought process and reply in the same fashion. So he will meet with the quickest of amount of time and do that. Secondly, the institutional memory, because ultimately customer is going to stay with the institution. RMs may move. I need the customer to stay with me. The institutional memory is very much important. Earlier days, if you remember, old days banking, people used to come to us, sit down after banking hours, even discuss their daughter's marriages also to her. Then that was the trust which was there. Yeah. Now that trust is there, but the institutional memory has been somewhere lost because people shifting from one branch to another, one place to another. Technology helps us to build that, keeps that institutional memory intact. And once I have that institutional memory, build the technology stack along it and the trust which is there with the banks, I don't think there would be issue to address any generation which comes, whether it's Gen Z or Gen Alpha, which is going to come out.
So two takeaways from this discussion, as we heard all of you. First, do not automatically assume transfer of relationship from the previous generation to the next generation just because you have been banking. I think that's one. But the second one, which is more important, the core tenets of trust, of 360-degree service, of serving the need of the customer stay, the banks and the independent wealth managers and other financial services players have to look at that need and adapt to what the customers are looking for now. So I think there is the some of the panelists rightly said, it's both something to watch for and a great opportunity which is sitting in front of us. Thank you very much. Thank you, the panelists. Are there any one or two questions? There is a
So like we're talking about customer behavior, which is changing now from savings to, kind of investment. So I just wanted to understand the views from the panel members that how the shift is to be monitored from the fraud risk perspective. Like earlier, the customers were moving towards the savings, okay? And now they are shifting from savings to investment. Now the journeys are becoming more and more frictionless. So how this journey we have to put that control, that new kind of fraud dimension should not occur. So how that frictionless journey should also ensure that fraud controls are in place.
So let me talk about it from a perspective of one large part of that investment journey, which is the fund industry, and I do a lot of work in AMFI. So one of the great things that I think SEBI did is, irrespective of who you bank with and who you invest through, your experience in capital markets is identical. So I don't have to create a KYC journey that is independent from somebody else's KYC journey. And so therefore, sometimes frauds happen because you're trying to make a KYC journey easier than somebody else. And then somebody who has a, shall I say, not so great interest tries to take advantage. The second is everything is linked to the banking system. So we will not accept money from somebody and using money from somebody else's bank account, right? It has to be straight one-on-one. If you want to invest, we need to see that money in the bank account that you have, and so on and so forth. So I would also just fundamentally put a point of view, right? We are taking money. Chance of fraud, you are giving me my money, you're not going to create a fraud. The issue is things like money laundering, etc., which you deal with by making sure bank accounts are one-on-one and so on and so forth. So I really don't see an issue of fraud in the way in. Where we are seeing frauds potentially emerging is the way out, right? Because people are investing. Do we know in a transmission case that I'm actually giving money to the right person? Because AI can create wonderful probated wills and so on and so forth. And that again, I would go back to the regulator. In our case, no matter which fund you go to, every single way you take your money back is identical, right? So to that extent, I would say it's slightly different from the banking industry, where capital market processes are identical. The regulator does not permit people to decide different processes for core things like KYCs, transmissions, where frauds tend to happen. That would be my quick take.
There's one more question.
This is Datta from Veneto Search Partners. In this whole scheme of things, where does loyalty, royalty, or customer retention fit in? You're not interacting with the RM's role is quite changed as we are talking, right? So, where does that fit in? Because the offerings are going to be very similar for, all of them, most of them.
Well, I think loyalty stays. Just the levers of loyalty would kind of vary. Today, even if, let's take e-com as an example, there are multitude of platforms, but each one of us is somewhere loyal to one over the others, right? It's about how seamless is your journey, whether that journey is digital or it is physical. The seamlessness of journey, the transparency, the honesty and integrity, the three I's that he talked about kind of play in. Loyalty stays. I don't think human beings have a cognitive ability to kind of shift too much between institutions very, very rapidly. You may do it in an experimental phase, but eventually all of us build our own shortcuts to how we do things, and loyalty is very inherent to the human nature. So I think that remains. Just the levels of loyalty will change, and we'll have to adapt to it.
If I could just add one very quick one, I think Mishra ji talked about it, and so did Satish. The magic that a bank can do is called total relationship value. And unfortunately, I will never have that much money to have TRVs that are great at 5 banks, right? And so that drives loyalty. If a bank has genuinely valued your relationship and has offered you a whole gamut of things, even if RMs move, even if circumstances change, in any case, things are commoditized. The fact that I valued your overall relationship, I think is a far better commercial way to ensure loyalty than any of the softer aspects. And I can see a number of banks looking at that, right? The days where TRV was only linked to a loan you took to the bank or a deposit you made to the bank are long gone. It's far more encompassing. So just think about it, whether I'm Gen Z or I'm an affluent person, there is a card I get which is free, which allows me lounge access, etc. I do X, Y, Z. And all I need to do, even if I just have a deposit of not more than 50,000 rupees with the bank, but the fact that I had invested in mutual funds and took a term life from the bank, that's good enough to give me that TRV, that is good enough to keep the loyalty is my, I would say, simplistic view.
Okay. So
That was quite an intriguing deliberation. And in the interest of time, any further questions will be taken during lunch, please. And thank you very much, panelists. And thank you very much to the moderator for such an interesting deliberation. And it will be very interesting to see the future of investment in the age of AI. So thank you very much. Can you step forward for a group photograph, please? And can we have a round of applause for our panelists and moderator? And there's hello. Yeah. So after the group photograph, we are announcing a lucky draw by Nexensus. So please be here. Please be here for a moment. The lucky draw winner will be announced. Thank you very much, sirs. So I invite Shri Gopal Murli Bhagat, Deputy Chief Executive IBA, to the stage to announce the name of the lucky draw winner. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, so all ears here, please. We are announcing the name of the lucky draw winner.
Vipul S. Goyal, Aries Financial Advisors. Mr. Vipul Goyal.
Mr. Vipul Goyal, are you here? Please raise your hand so that we can see you if you're here. Okay, we'll have to take another name.
Mr. Tarun Kumar from Canara Bank.
Mr. Tarun Kumar from Canara Bank, are you here? Please raise your hand. Okay, please come, sir. Congratulations. Can we clap for him for the lucky draw winner? Yeah. And also, all of you stay tuned. We have some more lucky draws throughout the day. Please come forward for a group pic. Thank you very much. Congratulations, sir. Thank you, DC, sir. Thank you, Nexensus, for the generosity. Thank you. And now we break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we will reconvene by 2:10 p.m. Everybody, please be here by 2:10 p.m. for the next session. and take this opportunity to visit our kiosks also, and you can drop your cards at the kiosk. We'll have some more lucky draws during the day, and also try to understand the products that are being displayed by our by the kiosk. Thank you. Have a great lunch. Thank you very much. What are you asking it for? See. हाँ क्या बिंदास फोटो है ए फोटो देना आने तू असं
Oh, madam. Done.
Hello. तर नॉर्मल काढ असं काहीतरी मी ऍक्शन करतो हे काढ ना नीट लवकर नॉर्मल काढ पाहिजे तर असं बोलतोय मी सो द स्पेसिफिक अजेंडा ऑफ दिस मीटिंग इज टू कन्क्लूड ऑल द केसेस अकॉर्डिंगली अँड थँक
Yeah, from one. बोलू का? From one.
यहाँ से मैडम ये चेयर मत आने दो सो वी आर बेसिकली वन पैनल ऑफ SBI Bank of India Fibac Express and all the PSUs okay so noted the thanks and applaud for everyone बस हो गया खींचा है ना
A bank driving one mission across villages, across cities, across generations, across every dream that dares to become tomorrow. With one vision to serve, to dream, to empower, standing beside every beginning, growing with every ambition, never leaving anyone behind. That's SBI.
The road to 75 is our bridge between a proud legacy and an ambitious future. It is a roadmap to Vision 2030, a roadmap that strengthens our commitment to every stakeholder, creating greater value for shareholders, delivering seamless experiences for customers, empowering our employees to lead in a digital and AI-enabled world, and upholding the trust placed in us by regulators and society. Each year of this journey builds on the last, from strengthening our foundations and deepening our impact to powers of scale and accelerating outcomes. The destination is an SBI that is digital first, customer first, and nation always. The road to 75 is our commitment to that future. The story of SBI has always been intertwined with the story of India, the most exciting chapter of which is yet to be written.
A bank driving one mission across villages, across cities, across generations, across every dream that dares to become tomorrow. With one vision to serve, to dream, to empower, standing beside every beginning, growing with every ambition, never leaving anyone behind. That's SBI.
The road to 75 is our bridge between a proud legacy and an ambitious future. It is a roadmap to Vision 2030, a roadmap that strengthens our commitment to every stakeholder, creating greater value for shareholders, delivering seamless experiences for customers, empowering our employees to lead in a digital and AI-enabled world, and upholding the trust placed in us by regulators and society. Each year of this journey builds on the last, from strengthening our foundations and deepening our impact to powers of scale and accelerating outcomes. The destination is an SBI that is digital first, customer first, and nation always. The road to 75 is our commitment to that future. The story of SBI has always been intertwined with the story of India, the most exciting chapter of which is yet to be written.
A bank driving one mission across villages, across cities, across generations, across every dream that dares to become tomorrow. With one vision to serve, to dream, to empower, standing beside every beginning, growing with every ambition, never.
Empowering our employees to lead in a digital and AI-enabled world and upholding the trust placed in us by regulators and society. Each year of this journey builds on the last, from strengthening our foundations and deepening our impact to powers of scale and accelerating outcomes. The destination is an SBI that is digital first, customer first, and nation always. The road to 75 is our commitment to that future. The story of SBI has always been intertwined with the story of India, the most exciting chapter of which is yet to be written.
A bank driving one mission across villages, across cities, across generations, across every dream that dares to become tomorrow. With one vision: to serve, to dream, to empower, standing beside every beginning, growing with every ambition, never leaving anyone behind. That's SBI.
The road to 75 is our bridge between a proud legacy and an ambitious future. It is a roadmap to Vision 2030, a roadmap that strengthens our commitment to every stakeholder, creating greater value for shareholders.
Arshia, next करो.
A bank driving one mission across villages, across cities, across generations, across every dream that dares to become tomorrow. With one vision to serve, to dream, to empower, standing beside every beginning, growing with every ambition, never leaving anyone behind. That's SBI.
The road to 75 is our bridge between a proud legacy and an ambitious future. It is a roadmap to Vision 2030, a roadmap that strengthens our commitment to every stakeholder, creating greater value for shareholders, delivering seamless experiences for customers, empowering our employees to lead in a digital and AI-enabled world, and upholding the trust placed in us by regulators and society. Each year of this journey builds on the last, from strengthening our foundations and deepening our impact to hours of scale and accelerating outcomes. The destination is an SBI that is digital first, customer first, nation always. The road to 75 is our commitment to that future. The story of SBI has always been intertwined with the story of India, the most exciting chapter of which is yet to be written.
A bank driving one mission across villages, across cities, across generations, across every dream that dares to become tomorrow. With one vision to serve, to dream, to empower, standing beside every beginning, growing with every ambition, never leaving anyone behind. That's SBI.
The road to 75 is our bridge between a proud legacy and an ambitious future. It is a roadmap to Vision 2030, a roadmap that strengthens our commitment to every stakeholder, creating greater value for shareholders, delivering seamless experiences for customers, empowering our employees to lead in a digital and AI-enabled world, and upholding the trust placed in us by regulators and society. Each year of this journey builds on the last, from strengthening our foundations and deepening our impact to hours of scale and accelerating outcomes. The destination is an SBI that is digital first, customer first, nation always. The road to 75 is our commitment to that future. The story of SBI has always been intertwined with the story of India, the most exciting chapter of which is yet to be written.
A bank driving one mission across villages, across cities, across generations, across every dream that dares to become tomorrow. With one vision, to serve, to dream, to empower, standing beside every beginning, growing with every ambition, never leaving anyone behind. That's SBI.
The road to 75 is our bridge between a proud legacy and an ambitious future. It is a roadmap to Vision 2030, a roadmap that strengthens our commitment to every stakeholder, creating greater value for shareholders, delivering seamless experiences for customers, empowering our employees to lead in a digital and AI-enabled world, and upholding the trust placed in us by regulators and society. Each year of this journey builds on the last, from strengthening our foundations and deepening our impact to hours of scale and accelerating outcomes. The destination is an SBI that is digital first, customer first, and nation always. The road to 75 is our commitment to that future. The story of SBI has always been intertwined with the story of India, the most exciting chapter of which is yet to be written.
A bank driving one mission across villages, across cities, across generations, across every dream that dares to become tomorrow. With one vision, to serve, to dream, to empower, standing beside every beginning, growing with every ambition, never leaving anyone behind. That's SBI.
The road to 75 is our bridge between a proud legacy and an ambitious future. It is a roadmap to Vision 2030, a roadmap that strengthens our commitment to every stakeholder, creating greater value for shareholders, delivering seamless experiences for customers, empowering our employees to lead in a digital and AI-enabled world, and upholding the trust placed in us by regulators and society. Each year of this journey builds on the last, from strengthening our foundations and deepening our impact to hours of scale and accelerating outcomes. The destination is an SBI that is digital first, customer first, and nation always. The road to 75 is our commitment to that future. The story of SBI has always been intertwined with the story of India, the most exciting chapter of which is yet to be written.
A bank driving one mission across villages, across cities, across generations, across every dream that dares to become tomorrow. With one vision, to serve, to dream, to empower, standing beside every beginning, growing with every ambition, never leaving anyone behind. That's SBI.
The road to 75 is our bridge between a proud legacy and an ambitious future. It is a roadmap to Vision 2030, a roadmap that strengthens our commitment to every stakeholder, creating greater value for shareholders, delivering seamless experiences for customers, empowering our employees to lead in a digital and AI-enabled world, and upholding the trust placed in us by regulators and society. Each year of this journey builds on the last, from strengthening our foundations and deepening our impact to powers of scale and accelerating outcomes. The destination is an SBI that is digital first, customer first, and nation always. The road to 75 is our commitment to that future. The story of SBI has always been intertwined with the story of India, the most exciting chapter of which is yet to be written.
A bank driving one mission across villages, across cities, across generations, across every dream that dares to become tomorrow. With one vision: to serve, to dream, to empower, standing beside every beginning, growing with every ambition, never leaving anyone behind. That's SBI.
The road to 75 is our bridge between a proud legacy and an ambitious future. It is a roadmap to Vision 2030, a roadmap that strengthens our commitment to every stakeholder, creating greater value for shareholders, delivering seamless experiences for customers, empowering our employees to lead in a digital and AI-enabled world, and upholding the trust placed in us by regulators and society. Each year of this journey builds on the last, from strengthening our foundations and deepening our impact to powers of scale and accelerating outcomes. The destination is an SBI that is digital first, customer first, and nation always. The road to 75 is our commitment to that future. The story of SBI has always been intertwined with the story of India, the most exciting chapter of which is yet to be written.
A bank driving one mission across villages, across cities, across generations, across every dream that dares to become tomorrow. With one vision: to serve, to dream, to empower, standing beside every beginning, growing with every ambition, never leaving anyone behind. That's SBI.
The road to 75 is our bridge between a proud legacy and an ambitious future. It is a roadmap to Vision 2030, a roadmap that strengthens our commitment to every stakeholder, creating greater value for shareholders, delivering seamless experiences for customers, empowering our employees to lead in a digital and AI-enabled world, and upholding the trust placed in us by regulators and society. Each year of this journey builds on the last, from strengthening our foundations and deepening our impact to powers of scale and accelerating outcomes. The destination is an SBI that is digital first, customer first, and nation always. The road to 75 is our commitment to that future. The story of SBI has always been intertwined with the story of India, the most exciting chapter of which is yet to be written.
All those outside, may I please request you to assemble in the hall? We'll be starting the next session in a minute from now, ladies and gentlemen.
A bank driving one mission across villages, across cities, across generations, across every dream that dares to become tomorrow. With one vision: to serve, to dream, to empower. Standing beside every beginning, growing with every ambition, never leaving anyone behind. That's SBI.
The road to 75 is our bridge between a proud legacy and an ambitious future. It is a roadmap to Vision 2030, a roadmap that strengthens our commitment to every stakeholder, creating greater value for shareholders, delivering seamless experiences for customers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are starting now. But since this is a post-lunch session, let's do a quick energy check in the room. Are we all ready? Yes, so I'll just ask you 3-4 questions. Only a quick raise of your hands. Are we okay? So please raise your hands if you enjoyed the lunch today. Others didn't enjoy, it seems. Okay. Then please raise your hand if you are not from Mumbai and if you've traveled from somewhere else to be with us. Oh, quite a few, quite a few. Please raise your hands if this is the first time that you're attending our Fibac event. Many, many, many. And if you've attended it more than 3 times, anybody has attended more than 3 times? Oh, many veterans here. Okay, and please raise your hand if you are all ready for the next session and fully awake. All are awake. Okay, great. So this proves we are all ready for our next session. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There is a simple truth behind today's AI transformation. No AI strategy can succeed on a broken technology foundation. Our next conversation explores the massive technology transformation underway in Indian banking, from core modernization and cloud to data infrastructure and the build versus buy decisions shaping the future. To moderate the discussion, may I invite Shri Swayamjeet Mishra, Managing Director and Partner BCG. Please welcome the moderator and our panelists with a round of applause. And please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel, Shri Rana Ashutosh Kumar Singh Ji, MD, International Banking, Global Markets and Technology, State Bank of India. Let's clap for our panelists. Shri Joydeep Datta Roy, Executive Director, Indian Overseas Bank. Shri Parag Bhise, Executive Director and CEO, Nucleus Software. Shri Sameer Shetty, Group Head, Digital Business and Transformation and Strategic Programs, Axis Bank. Shri Manoj Singodia, Managing Director and Lead Financial Services, Accenture India. And Shri Ravi Pichan, CIO and Head Digital Banking, RBL Bank. Thank you very much, and over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have the enviable task of the post-lunch session, as they always say. Lots of people settling in. I just wanted to set the context for the conversation in a couple of minutes, and then we have this esteemed panel in front of us. Look, we've been seeing the last 1.5 days now, AI in all of its flavors has been positioned, and rightfully so, almost like a treasure. But in every treasure, what you need is a map. This session hopefully acts as that map on how you can achieve it. Is the value real? We will poke at it. What will you need to do on your tech stack? What do you need to do with your people? What drives the winners who get value from AI versus the people who are still striving for it? A few home truths, as we like to say. BCG has been studying this along with a lot of the reputed institutions on this panel. There are 3 facts that I wanted to lay out, which will again provoke the right conversation. The first, we have seen only about 20 to 25% institutions globally scale AI. And when we say scale AI, that does not mean just create a POC or a demo, actually take it to 100% of some channel, some product, some use case. So there's a question of why is there such a large failure rate? The second home truth, which is again very important in this room, we are all capital starved, we are listed firms, we need to be judicious about our investments. Today, 40% of tech budgets are actually on legacy stack maintenance and upkeep. Almost additional 10-20% is on tech debt. So where do we see the right AI investment going forward? There are choices that institutions have to make. We will poke and request the panelists for their views. And last but not the least, we have seen organizations that go very deep in 2 or 3 focused bets. They are the ones who take the large share of the value. So some stats to tee up the conversation. To go under the hood, we couldn't have asked for a better panel. We have 6 individuals here who represent the largest banks. Some of the most advanced agentic AI, Gen AI programs are from them. There are regional, national, and systemically important organizations. We have providers and partners and thought players who are shaping the thought across many of these institutions. I personally lead our technology practice in AP and have had the privilege of working with almost all of the institutions and people in this panel. And it's with great pleasure that I want to now start the conversation with our guests. We have 2 broad rounds is how we want to sort of arrange this conversation. The first round is getting some experiences, some anecdotes, some facts from our panelists on where they have seen value from AI, from Gen AI and agentic AI. The second part of the conversation will be actually the map part of it. How did they achieve it? We will go under the hood. We will ask them the more difficult questions. So looking forward to a very engaging session. I will now start off with my first sort of initial question to Mr. Rana from SBI. Sir, SBI has been at the forefront of leveraging AI. You've had, as we've seen from the chairman, marquee impact in operational resilience across multiple channels. Request you to kindly share your thoughts on where you have seen big value from SBI standpoint.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Swayam, and thank you for having me on the panel. Interesting question, and since the yesterday morning, start of the conclave, governor's speech, then our chairman also spoke, and a lot of final discussion has happened on this. So good to start that what AI should do, what will happen in future. Good to start with what has happened so far, and whether we are seeing value out of it. Definitely, Governor himself was very clear in the keynote address yesterday. He said that risk is there, so risk has to be managed, but the whatever benefit AI has to bring, and the institutions and the ecosystem has to leverage that and use that for the benefit, overall benefit, all-round benefit of the society, ecosystem, institution, people, customer. What we have done so far. So good question to answer. I'll digress a bit. I'm mindful of the time each panelist has got, but still a little bit. A couple of years ago, what we did, we we did a very unique kind of, I would say that this is maybe the first time in the history of a bank like SBI, which is 200 plus year old, at least after 1955. We had an outreach program where chairman and the 4 MDs, we traveled all across the country. We have 104 zonal offices. And we did a program, we named it Next Leap. That is how the program was named. But all 5 of us, we traveled all across the country and divided 104 zonal offices into 5, between 5 of us. And we ran we interacted in one-to-one interaction, you can say, or maybe physical interaction with the branch heads, the people who are actually running the branches and the face of the bank vis-a-vis the customers. And it was roughly 3 hours program. And unique in the sense that first time physically the top leadership of the bank going to them and telling them what is our vision for the bank for next, say, 5 years. And listening from them, more importantly, what they expect from us, what kind of issues they are facing and what they expect from us. One very common feedback and the common thread we got was that our processes. So the main pain point, if you can say, that the operating team on the ground, the feedback was that our processes have to tangibly improved. And there is many areas where we can kind of make their life comfortable, make them more productive, so that they are able to serve customer in a better way. And we embarked on this project Saral. We call it Project Saral, but essentially it is operation process re-engineering. And this is one project. There are so many sub-themes within that. And we have started working on this for last 1 year, I would say. And AI is essentially central piece to whatever process improvement we are going to do. One example I like to give what we have done very recently as part of this project itself. Every day we roughly get 2.5 lakhs check for clearing, every day. We have 17 check clearing centers all across the countries. So this project, what we did, we are using Gen AI, agentic AI mainly, and we have seen in 3 months' time, 25% of the processing is happening automatically with the age of agentic AI. Our target is next 3 months, it has to cross 75%. Just one example, we have freed up roughly 400 people from this work through automation agent, and then helping our staff on the ground that this process, this is one example, very short example I'm giving, but this is how this is going to play in many, many ways, essentially improving the employee productivity, ensuring customer delight, and also other side of it, ensuring a better risk compliance, better fraud risk mitigation, all those things. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, sir. We'll switch gears and move to Samir from Axis. And Samir, I know Axis has been driving a lot of Gen AI and agentic AI work. What does it truly take to scale agentic or Gen AI solutions to production? And from your vantage point, you would have seen many such use cases. Would love to hear your thoughts on that. And what were the sort of kind of impact numbers, as Mr. Rana also shared? It'll be great for the room to understand the scale.
Sure. So first, how we've thought about our agentic or Gen AI architecture, and then maybe some numbers, etc., as you said. So we think of this in multiple layers, like anybody would. At the foundational level, there are some capabilities. So as an example, the ability to manage voice is one capability. The ability to read documents is a second capability. The ability to do video AI is a third capability. And so we have like 7-8 capabilities of that nature. These are built as centralized and scalable and replicable. So every journey calls the same document reading AI, component. And similarly for voice and so on and so forth. On top of this is the governance layer, which I think is where the biggest challenges are. And honestly, this part of the journey for us is WIP. And I would say not even WIP, it just started. And governance is things like evals. Like, how do you know? Before giving you a success story, let me give you a failure story. So we have one of our first use cases was, can we replace the call center agent with the AI? So somebody is calling, customer is calling, can AI do whatever they want to do? So we did some stuff, interesting results. We did an internal CUG, like not even CUG, it was like not in production, but in our own this thing, right? So the guy called and said, I want to, I lost my debit card. Can you please block it? So the agent asked all the details, said, sir, your debit card is blocked. But actually did not block the debit card. All right. Now, there were some reasons why it happened. There were some very complicated tech reasons why it happened. But this is it's a fatal error, and it's, even one is a problem, right? And so the question is, how do you know in real time that the AI is doing the right thing and not the wrong thing? Is this evals framework, which we've done some work there, we've made some progress, but that's a long way to go. Then all the like as an example, we have this theme called Zero Ops. Zero Ops is our aspiration, is that there should be no operations in the bank. All operations should be done by AI. So you take any process, if you take 80-90% of the work that a bank does, it's operations. Even in sales, it's operations. Taking documents, checking document, entering data, it's all operations, right? So the question is, can all of this be done by AI? Now, when we do this, there is an agent that is linked to every individual. So I have an agent who's doing my job. If that guy does something wrong, firstly, actually, we as an institution, we need to know that I have an agent which is doing activity X. So there is an inventory of this. Then what is that guy? Which databases does he have access to? He should not have access to data that I don't have access to. And maybe, he has access to, or he has access to. So just kind of the governance around this is very, very complicated. And we haven't found ready solutions. It's not like we can go and buy something and put it here. So that's another. So, okay. So long story short, we have the capability layer, we have the governance layer. On top of that, we have the use cases. Our use cases are in 9 broad categories. In the interest of time, I'll not go through all 9. But like I spoke about Zero Ops. Zero Ops is a very interesting one. We've seen already good impact from this. So as an example, we put Zero Ops into re-KYC journeys. So let's say you have a current account and now you have to do re-KYC. You have to do it every 2 years. You come to the branch, give us a set of documents. Typically, this document goes to a back office, and if there is an error, it comes back. On average, the document does 3.5 hops. So it goes back, comes back, goes back, comes back 3.5 times because there is some error. What we've done now is at the front end, as soon as the branch uploads the documents, AI tells the branch that this is either first time right or not first time right. If it is not first time right, it will show exactly what the issue is. So branch can correct it and send it back. So our hops have now gone from 3.5 to 1.5, and our NFTR has fallen from some 70+% to about 25%. And like this, we have a large number of use cases where we are seeing benefits. And then there are 8 others. So again, in the interest of time, I'll not go through all of them. But there are 9 big blocks in which we are trying to drive impact. We are seeing some interesting early results. I do want to say that it's not like we have scaled and we are kind of, I think we are maybe 1% done in the journey of
That was very interesting to hear. So we have 2 examples of very difficult banking processes, from check clearances, validations, to current account openings, voice, and these are just 2 perspectives. Let me broaden that perspective, and we'll move to Ravi. Ravi, from an RBL perspective, and Samir mentioned what not to do is also very important for the audience here. You would have made a few bets and would have deliberately stayed away from a few. If you could share a few examples and the thought process behind.
Wonderful. I think that's a good question. I'll probably cover, areas where we've, made few bets, and we've consciously been selective on the bets. And the reason we want to be selective is there has to be a clear ROI, and it's not AI for the sake of AI and ticking a box. So areas where we, so obviously we first piloted, and our pilot was more along the lines of what, Samir, et cetera, have covered, basic use cases for, call center, just to kind of, also get a sense, move from textbook to actually execution. Where we are now is we're looking at how do I actually leverage this in areas, especially in wholesale corporate banking. Samir touched on some aspects from a branch perspective, but there are a lot of documentation, complex documentation that impacts both the customer experience and the efficiency of the bank colleague who's actually engaging with the customer. So those are some areas that we're looking at, in which tie back to corporate underwriting, where we believe there is clear value proposition from an efficiency gain perspective, and therefore you can actually broaden the whole business profile, with the same set of staff that you have. And at the same time, it also helps from a customer experience standpoint, because you're not going back to the customer asking similar information multiple times. So that's one area. The other areas we're also looking at is, again, within corporate and wholesale banking, we're looking at areas in trade, etc., where, again, we believe there is a fairly strong use case for leveraging AI, where processes are, complex in nature, just given the nature of the business. Even if you drive a business process re-engineering and simplify the process, there will be certain degree of complexity given the scale, size, and the opportunity at play there. However, we are also looking at, a maker-checker model, because, you've got to prove the model for a considerable period of time before you start, taking the checker leg away. And that's important because it could have significant downside. Everyone, we want to do automation, and I think automation is an important play, but, one has to be careful that we don't get overboard, on automation. So how do you have automation, but also have the checker in place to ensure that, there is at least a pair of human eyes till you get to a point where data itself says that, yes, for certain degree of processes, certain type of profiles, it can actually be straight through. Now, that's exactly where, smarter agents can also come into play, where over a period of time, you're able to determine and you're selective on what actually goes through as straight through and what doesn't. So these are ones that we're, actively looking at. And like I said, we've made a very conscious choice to be, handful, given the entire ROI, because while, a lot is spoken about in terms of efficiency, there is also a cost element to AI. So we need to just get a little bit conscious of that before you scale the program. Where we've probably stayed away is, there are obviously many use cases where it's pure play automation, and there are a number of other technologies and options available to address that, and you don't necessarily need to use AI. So those are areas where we've stayed away from AI, and we're looking at more traditional automation plays. There's a lot of opportunities in the retail space where I mean, one could argue you can use AI, but probably again the ROI and the benefits might be limited. So there we've stayed away from that. And also within the AI space, we're also looking at where do we actually need LLMs, where do we need SLMs? Because again, there's a cost play to it, and the differential ROI may not be there. So we're just evaluating all of the models to see which one is best suiting the purpose, and a balance between the investment that is required as well as the benefit it provides, both from a business growth standpoint and a customer experience standpoint. Last bit that I would say is, we're looking at, again, agentic solutions where we're looking at identifying, customer types, customer profiles, and could we offer a differentiated experience depending on, the customer and the data available. And, smarter agents, have the ability to, offer that. So again, we're being selective in the use cases where you could have these smarter agents deployed.
Great. So I think there's some commonality in all the three answers. You saw a very careful pragmatism. There were percentage shares which go up over time in a fully automated manner. And of course, Ravi mentioned a very crucial thing, which we'll also unpack in the second half, which is the costs to AI and where is the ROI actually positive. We haven't heard a customer-facing story yet, but I know, Joydeep, you have been driving a lot of that from a IOB perspective, and it's a very interesting question. Is AI only for the urban India or the English-speaking customer, or do you also see it relevant in tier 3, 4, where the language can be regional and vernacular as well? Over to you, sir.
Yeah. So thank you, Swam, and thank you to IBA for having me also on the panel. So coming to that question on AI being for the English speaking or the vernacular customer or the uh, customer who transacts largely in English language. So I think before I get on to the answer to this question, let me start with what our experience had been on the digital and the digital journeys that we have had. And yesterday, Governor was also saying that 2010 was the decade of the digitalization, 1990s was liberalization, and this is AI, the age of AI, in the 2020s. So when we started off the digitalization journey, so the number that I want to bring out here is a number in IOB which currently stands at 98.5% of the transactions happening digitally. Right? And that 98.5% transactions happening digitally just 2 years back or 2.5 years back was only around 60 to 70%, somewhere in between. So the movement from 60 to 70 to 98.5% transactions happening digitally in just 2.5 years time is something that we must also take into consideration how that has happened. I think when we look at this journey, it's also because it's not to say that this 98.5% transactions which are being done by the customers are all being done by digitally very savvy customers or very sophisticated digital customers. So that is not the case. But at the same time, why is this happening is because the bank has been able to map its journeys or map the digital construct in a way that it addresses what the customer is doing or what he wants to do. And that is where I think if you look at the AI construct also, it has to follow that same logic. So AI has to be not just for maybe a class of people or just, and if you're talking of the age of AI, I think we need to look at AI where AI becomes the lexicon of general banking. So if that has to happen, AI has to solve almost daily needs or regular needs or needs of the common customer rather than only just a select exclusive club of customers. So that having been said, I think how do we universalize AI? So that I think is a very, very pertinent question as far as the age of AI is concerned. And if we have to universalize AI, we have to look at how we embed AI in the needs of customers, all types of customers. And when we have to embed that, I think it's important for us to even go vernacular and reach the customer in a language which he understands. The barrier is not technology. If we look at the whole AI age or AI construct, the barrier for AI is not technology. The barrier for AI is one, of course, language. Second is confidence, trust of the people using AI. And these are the barriers that we need to solve for. And if we can solve these, I think these address the regular needs and issues of the customers, and then the adoption rate is faster. So that is the way and the direction of travel, I think. So in that construct, maybe I'll give a small example that we have done. Very elementary, very simple example of a pin generator. Right? And a pin generator is something that we require pins in daily life as far as digital is concerned. Every application requires one pin of and a number. It could be a 4-digit, a 6-digit, or different numbers, and then it keeps getting expired, and then we have to keep remembering or put a fresh pin in place. And that we thought could be solved. And that solving is through a name or a text or a word instead of being a number. And the customer could actually key in whatever word he wants, and it translates into the local language, and from the local language script, it generates a number. And every time he gives that word, he will get that same number. And he could do it in Tamil, he could do it in Telugu, he could do it in other multiple languages. We built a sort of a simple elementary pin generator based on the rails of Bhashini, and that's a public digital infrastructure. And there's an AI algorithm which runs along with it. and helps that customer do that. So that's very, very elementary, nothing very extraordinary, but a use case which we started maybe just a few months back. It's not even a year, but in less than a year's time, we have had almost 4 lakh people who have generated pins on this very simple construct. So that is where I think we need to look at how do we embed in the day-to-day affairs of the customer, how do we universalize AI in a manner that it is commonplace, it is not exclusive to a few, and then it gets adopted much faster. So that is where I think AI has to move to the vernacular, to beyond English, and in ways that the customer understands and his needs get solved.
Thank you, sir. Akshara is, I believe, the name of the solution. It's working very well in Tamil Nadu and it'll be extended to other parts. So congratulations on that. We have heard small moments of AI transforming day-to-day banking. We have seen more deeper experiments, which some of our panelists have shared. But to get a broader view across markets, I'll hand over to Manoj. Manoj, from Accenture, you look at not just these institutions in India, but also across the region. Where are banks truly creating value, whether it's from efficiency, as we heard, around certain operations or complex transactions, or also on the revenue side? And where are banks different between one group to the other? Where is value not really accruing? So any thoughts from you on what you're seeing?
Sure. Thanks, Swayam. So I think first thing, when we talk of value, I'm referring to more transformation value of agentic, which in it has enormous potential versus the incremental value, which I think it generally gets spoken of. You mentioned one stat around 20-25% people are only getting value out of it. I think we ran a survey only last month. It's a global survey, 3,000 odd CEOs and CXOs. And one stat which is relevant for this discussion is only about 13% of organizations have actually truly realized the value of GenAI so far, right? So I think that is saying, and to be honest, I think if you look at all the previous evolutions, whether it's the STEM engine or the mobile, it took a while for people to actually get to the core use cases. And I think we are in that phase at the moment. But to us, I would say the reason where people are stuck, or possibly I think the approach and the conviction, that is where I think it is defined. So how the organization and the leadership thinks about this technology, and therefore how does that translate into the approach is where the entire difference is between the winners and people who have not been able to make value out of it. I think for the longest time, we believe that reinvention is the way to go. Without that, I think just embedding AI in the current process, I think we're doing a disservice to the technology. And let me just explain that by way of an example. I think you think of any organization, banking, lender, NBFC, whatever it is, you need to be, essentially talking about first defining what your business strategy is. Where are you going to win in the market? Where is it that you're going to make money? And once that's clear, you know what your strategic plays are. And then look at saying, if these are my strategic plays, how do I reimagine the different functions and areas within that with GenAI at the center of it? And then go down to the level of tasks and activities to say, if I did this differently, what is that going to be I'm able to achieve? What are the KPIs I'm going to look at? And if you start doing that, that's where I think you capture the value. If done right, at least, again, from our experience across geographies and industries, I think about 2 to 4% ROE is what the potential lies. I think as you heard from most of the panelists, I think we are very, very early days. But I think if done right, that's what we're talking about from a value perspective. But it does require very different thinking and reimagining the processes. And also a lot about, it's not just about just AI. I think it's a combination of how humans will work along with the AI. That's what we need to sort of start thinking more about.
Great. Thanks, Manoj. I'll move to Parag, and Parag, Nucleus sits with most of the lending operations across Indian lenders, banks. You've also been working in the region and the Middle East. Where do you see GenAI within the credit lifecycle? Has it really generated value? And are Indian lenders hence at the same pace as global ones, or are we, a bit behind the curve? What's your perspective from your vantage point?
So thanks, Sanjit. And I'll talk about the entire lending life cycle. There are broadly three areas that we segregate. One is the customer onboarding, then servicing, and then collections as and when needed. So if we talk about the customer onboarding part, the biggest benefits that we are seeing where financial institutions are working is in the area of credit decisioning. Now, not to get it wrong, it's not about taking the decision. That may be still largely manual, but there's a lot which happens before the credit decisioning stage is reached. And Sami touched about it, and Ravi talked about it. Documentation is a large part of it. And what are the challenges in documentation? One is whether the documentation is correct, whether it is readable, whether it is consistent, because you get lots of documents like uh, in India. If you talk about the date of birth proof or address proof, there are so many documents, and we have as many formats. A driving license may have 20 formats in the country. Similarly, Aadhaar could be very different. So the kind of use cases that we also built is classification of documents, so that if a bunch of documents are received, can AI classify them and say that this is what will work as an age proof, this is what will work as an address proof? So that just is one part. Second is whether those documents are readable. Sami talk about a lot of back and forth, and that's where a lot of time gets spent because the documents are not correct. They have to be sent back. So can AI at stage one detect? And so we built a use case called blur detections, which means if a document is not readable by a machine, it will typically not be readable by a human being later. So it gets rejected at the first place. Third is about consistency, because various documents are come, whether they are consistent amongst themselves. And of course, there's an element of fraud because many documents are manipulated. So this is work in progress, but we are trying to see if AI can detect any manipulations in the document. So this helps the credit decision taker. It makes their life easy, faster, and hence cost saving. That's the onboarding area. If you go to the servicing area, while servicing is largely automated, but there are lots of requests that are to be served. There are statement requests, there are NOC requests, there are customers who want early termination, partial termination, rescheduling. Lot of things keep happening. And while the lending systems are fully geared up to serve these requests, but there is a lot of manual work that happens in between, because the customer will send a request and then someone will work on it. So this is where agentic AI can play a role, and that's where our work is happening. Third, collections, very interesting use cases. One is there are calls to be made. There are calls made to the customers, and there's a lot of discussion happened. Customers promised to pay. PTP is a very terminology which is very common in the industry. But through sentiment analysis, whether what the customer is saying, what is the probability of that really materializing into a payment or not, is something sentiment analysis can check. Second is today the classification and categorization of cases. Typically in collections, there are queues made and then they are assigned to agencies or agent depending on their capability. But this classification is rule-based, but these rules are defined by human beings today. Now, based on a lot of data that is now available, these classification and categorization can be done. And that's where we are seeing some use cases. And then the aspect of when to contact customer, through what channel to contact, what is the time when it is best suited. These areas are where we are seeing a lot of traction. So coming to this last part of your question, I think India is not behind for sure. And that I can say for sure. We think developed countries may be advanced, but no, I think because we have the advantage that our technology is relatively new. We don't have so much of legacy as the developed nation has. So I would say we are not behind, certainly. That's where I'll end my answer.
Great to hear. And, I think that was the first round where we just made it real. Where are banks and institutions seeing value? Now we'll go to the tougher part, which is actually looking under the hood. What do banks need to do across the tech, the data, the people element to really capture value? And this time we'll go in the reverse order as to the first round. So I'll again go back to you, Parag. But now there's a very interesting sort of phenomena happening. Everybody believes vibe coding on a harness can get us to $1 billion applications in a matter of few days. You guys are in the enterprise software business, but do you start to believe in AI in SDLC? Do you see more of your software development internally also becoming AI powered? And what would be your lessons from that experience so far?
Absolutely. Very, very good question, because yes, unless you use it internally, you can't expect your customers to use it. That is, so we're doing very fundamental work. It's still WIP, but so we are into product space, as you know. If we talk about the lending solution or transaction banking solution, I think 16, 17 releases have come out. A huge code base, which we need to maintain because customers are on older version, mid version, latest versions. So what we have started doing is we started following a concept known as ATDD, which is acceptance test driven development. What happens here is that the test scenarios and cases are built upfront. Considering that this is huge test cases, we have started this about 3 years back, and there is a huge backlog to be covered. We have covered some distance. And this is not AI what I'm talking about, but where now we are starting to use AI is if this work can be automated. Because there's code available, there's a lot of test cases that need to be generated. It is not humanly possible to catch up. So that's where, that is one area. We've built our own vibe coding platform. And while we are generating some code out of that, but where we're finding more value is, again, to go through this entire code base that we have. Run the entire code base through this vibe coding platform. We've been able to find out some hidden vulnerabilities which otherwise were not found out through various tests that we performed. We have been able to find out some anti-patterns, which will essentially help us into improving the quality of code. The third part where this is very much work in progress, and while we come out with our product releases, but beyond that, there is a huge backlog of change requests that we have. And one of the common complaints that we hear from all our customers that we are not so agile in delivering change requests. So that is the area where we have started working on. There is the BRDs, and so we are seeing if those BRDs can be read and those can be converted into UDs, then UDs to user stories, generate the test cases through ATDD, and then finally convert the code. This is very much WIP. I don't want to give an impression that everything is hunky-dory. There are challenges that we are facing on a day-on-day basis, but we think that the approach that we have taken is the right approach.
That's a great experience to share. And, just some stats, 50% of dev cost tends to be from poor testing or lack of sufficient testing. So even if it's from requirements to traceability to test cases, as you said, the ADT based approach, it can significantly improve our speed in building these softwares that all of the functions and channels are demanding. I'll go to now even deeper in the SDLC and towards the architecture. And Manoj, this is the question that I get asked across boardrooms. Do we need to invest billions of dollars first to modernize our tech to realize value from AI? Or can these dreams be realized on the existing tech, especially when the tech is legacy? You are also, I'm sure, privy to those questions and conversations. This room will benefit a lot from your thoughts on what should precede AI value. Is it tech investment or can we go for AI directly?
So again, AI in itself, obviously, I mean, the frontier models and everything else can do a good job, but they will be only as effective as the context and the intelligence we give them. What I mean by context intelligence is, what is this organization? What do we sell? What are our products? How do we operate? What are the policies, right? That is the context and that context sits in your core. If you think of, let's say you're talking about acquisition, onboarding, this is your LOSs, this is your CRMs. unless those systems are able to talk to your AI, I can't see how you can build agentic flow without that marriage interaction, right? So that's the context. Definitely, it needs to be grounded in the organization's context, and therefore you will be able to get much better outcomes. And I talk about intelligence again in the same, think of an acquisition. If you're trying to solve the acquisition problem, the AI needs to understand what is the history. So for me as a product, how is it worked in a certain geography, in a certain segment? What kind of rejects and approvals? All of those history, again, that's the intelligence the AI needs for it to be able to answer for you. Hence, as you start to, again, going back, if you genuinely want to get value out of it, you'll have to consider this investment very much as part of that process. But I just want to make another point. I think a lot of talk is largely around saying, tech, but I think very important part of this transformation is so much about, I would say three things largely: workforce, and the workbench. Work is what we are saying, redesign the work, how we're doing today and what should we do tomorrow, how it should be done tomorrow. Workforce is the biggest part, I think, in this, which is how do you sort of ensure what your people are doing today, and when it changes tomorrow, what are they going to do next? How are you going to upskill them, right? So I think the softer part of the skills, the culture, that also needs equal amount of focus in this modernization journey. And then, of course, workbench is the whole AI and the platforming and the tooling of that. But I think unless you work on all the three parts, it'll be difficult to get any dream real on AI, I would say.
Great, that was very helpful. Please, sir. Please.
Very interesting. So the way I see it, the AI will be able to help you. What you said essentially, just extending. So we have data. Data gives you the intelligence. Then intelligence gives you the decisions. Decision essentially should lead to any outcome. Outcome could be financial or cost saving, more maybe bottom line, or a customer satisfaction, meeting a need which customer has, maybe identifying the need for the customer in advance. So all these are the important, essentially the journey. Then you need AI in each of the places. Unless you fix this, you have to have data, and then so data lake house, whatever. Then you need to have the intelligence there. So if you don't fix these things, getting any benefit out of AI, maybe it can be counterproductive also at sometimes. We don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Rana. I think that's a great message for all of us. The right investment across AI in the layer, in the service of data, in the service of actions, in the service of intelligence. That's how value comes. Thank you, Manoj, for your perspectives. Now that we've understood you do need to build out these foundations, I'll move to Ravi. Ravi, you've led technology functions, you've led digital banking departments. There is this age-old question, build versus buy, and there's new things called compose or partner. As a bank, how do you take those choices? What parts would you be willing to build versus buy versus compose?
Very interesting question, and at times within the organization, sometimes a controversial question as well. It's interesting, and I think the approach that we've taken, and something I strongly believe in, is I think there's space for both, and they can coexist. The question is, the nature and where do you want it to coexist. So our approach has been that at the end of the day, if you keep customer, you will have to keep customer at the heart of the ecosystem, and therefore customer experience is paramount. So the channel layer, which the customer directly engages with, it could be retail, wholesale, or any type. I'm not categorizing it to a particular unit. I think that's one area where there is a strong use case and strategy for build. Could be hybrid as well, but primarily build where the bank has the ability to kind of drive and create a differentiated proposition in the market for the customers. So that's one in terms of the build aspect of it. It could be build or it could be hybrid, like I said. I think there are clear opportunities for a buy where you're looking at absolute core systems, etc., where there is a clear value proposition in buy. There are obviously some use cases, at least outside India, where even they look at build for that. But I think there's a clear value proposition for buy when you get into the core and some of the rails that you would want to look at, including switching infrastructure, etc. The key is going to be, if you go down the path, how all of the integration fabric and framework comes together for providing that solution that you envision to the customer. Because we started by saying customer is at the heart of the ecosystem. We started by saying we want to provide that differentiated experience. But if your end-to-end landscape is eventually hybrid, which is a combination of build and buy, I think the integration fabric plays a very important role in terms of how do you actually stitch all of this together to actually create that seamless and frictionless experience for the customer in today's day and age. And like we mentioned, India is many Indias within it. So when we talk about the customer, there are many different customer profile segments within each business segment in its own right. So how do you actually achieve that goal is key. So our approach is along those lines where, on the channel side, whatever is key, you build or hybrid, essentially have direct ownership of the IP, look at opportunities to buy if there are good solutions on the core. Tactically, purely from a time to market perspective, if there is a great value proposition in that channel space, especially with the advent of fintechs, etc., then we look at it on a case-to-case basis. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. So we've got a framework, we've got a strategy, and then we take a case-by-case basis in terms of what makes the most sense for the bank. Because ultimately, you've got to also timing and launching the product in a timely fashion to the market is also important for you to achieve the larger P&L objectives. So you may have to probably look at a buy where traditionally it's a build in the interim, but address it in the long term. Don't let it go and fall into the tech debt.
So that's a great nuanced view. How do you trade off between time to market, value, how critical the capability is? And of course, there's an aspiration of keeping the most strategic parts of the stack closer to a build. But I'll take that question forward with Samir. And Samir, specifically on the same question, but with an agentic twist. Now there are more layers of complexity that this traditional tech stack is now going through. How do you see the foundation of Axis's agentic stack? Would you also be considering build buy options, or is there a sort of combination of a sweet combination between those two strategies? Would love to hear from you.
See, the way we think about this is not so much build versus buy, but proprietary versus commodity. So proprietary is something that is competitive advantage for the bank. Commodity is core systems, right? They are doing accounting, they are doing compliance, and so the core systems we would go commodity. Commodity is almost always, no, it's always bought. So if there is a regulatory change, then SBI is also compliant, RBL is also compliant, Axis Bank is also compliant. If Axis Bank is not compliant, then SBI is also not compliant, and RBL is not compliant, right? So that's the thinking there. On the proprietary ones, those are proprietary. It could be built, it could be bought. It's then a question of capacity. If I have capacity, I'll build it. If I don't have capacity, I'll kind of get some vendor to come and build it for me. And that's then a pretty much a case by case, capability by capability decision. On the agentic side, or on the AI side, the way we've thought about this is some of the core capabilities I described, we are building, like this document we are building, video we are building, but voice, which is far more advanced in the external world, we are buying. We are not kind of so it's a capability to capability kind of a thinking process. The governance layer, we would ideally like to buy, but we are not finding any actually. So we have to see. Evals we are kind of doing on our own, and so on and so forth. So broadly, that's the philosophy that we are following.
Any choices you feel that we should avoid in that paradigm?
choices to avoid.
As in, would you not outsource a certain critical part? Any decisions you've had to sort of revisit, or you would urge us to go against?
No, I don't think there is a right answer. I think it's a little bit case by case, institution by institution, at that point in time, type of a thing. I'm sure for each of these things there'll be a buy option, if not already. But then there are, like, our view is that when it is competitive advantage, if everybody has the same capability, then what's the advantage? Right. So those spaces we would like to kind of build off our own.
So there's a guiding principle for all of us, what's proprietary is actually a competitive advantage, and what may be commoditized is already available as a utility for us to consume. So that's brought us to a stage where we know that there will be a combination of tech talent that we need. We'll have to build some of these, we have to orchestrate a lot of this, even if we buy. And there are very pointed architecture and data decisions to be made. That actually brings the most important question: how will the modern day Indian bank transform its people agenda? Do we have the talent in house? And Samir, you spoke about it, right? There's a capacity to drive change, there's a capacity to deeply think about these systems. Now, a large part of that change has been afoot both within private and public sector banking. Joydeep, you have been driving a lot of the people transformation and agenda in the industry within the ease framework, and even prior to that. Would love to hear your thoughts, especially from a unique vantage point of public sectors. How do you build this new digital muscle in our Indian banking employee?
So I think that's a very, very critical piece, the talent piece. And I think all the other panelists also referred to that. Manoj was talking about the workforce, workbench issue. And I think if I want to really paraphrase what it takes to succeed in the AI age, I think it's the people and the capability, right? And if we have to address, that's the elephant in the room, and that is the bigger question. Of course, technology and infra and everything else, governance, etc., will also be there, and it's all of these are important. But at the same time, I think the people layer and the capability layer is very, very fundamental. And I would look at it more. We have been speaking of IQ and EQ, right? And those are effectiveness quotients. I think in this age of AI, we need to talk about another quotient, and that's AI quotient. So AIQ is, I think, something that needs to sort of get universal as we speak of universalization of AI. I think AIQ is again something which has to permeate across employees, and it's not just the build team. It's not just a small team which we are talking of. We are talking of universally across the organization, and I would probably look at sort of a four-layered approach to this entire issue. So one is the general employees, where it's just awareness on what to do, what not to do, how to use, and what are some of the benefits and what are some of the advantages and what brings what. So that is a sort of an awareness construct. And I think every one of us, everyone in the organization has to have that. So that's a sort of a first layer. Second is the ability to apply. And that is a little getting into using AI, and using AI more as a sort of a basic functionality for basic, say, drafting, summarizations, or maybe doing some of the basic stuff in banking. So that's, I think, the ability to apply. The third is where we look at redesign, the ability to redesign using AI. And that ability to redesign using AI is not to implant AI in an existing process. So, because if your existing process was inefficient, you would, by applying AI, only make for a more AI-enabled inefficiency. So, so the way to look at it is, as you apply AI in our day-to-day use and applications, how do you redesign processes and how do you simplify processes, and then also take the best advantage of AI. So there is this ability to redesign your existing processes going with it. And the fourth is of course, the very specialist build, where you actually have the teams which will build the applications, which will build the tools and the other stuff. So So those are the four sort of layers of capability that I would look at when we are talking of talent and capability, and it encompasses everyone. So from the lowest rank to the topmost rank, everyone gets covered in one of these layers. So that is something I think we need to encompass as a part of our strategy and AI strategy. And if that is not part of our strategy, all the other pieces, whether it's governance, data, the infra, build, buy, whatever we are talking about will fall flat. So that's very, very crucial. And second, I think also if you look at the whole element of, and been a lot of talk about whether, and as AI gets more and more encompassing in our various users, etc., whether it eliminates people and eliminates as it starts absorbing work. So I think we need to again look at this as AI not eliminating, but AI releasing capacity, which is what is the example when I gave for the digitalization example. It released capacity. And that release is again something which is something that people will be able to value add and they go into higher up the value chain. So we should not look at this whole aspect of AI getting into eliminating work, eliminating jobs, but pushing people into doing more value-adding activities, etc. So that I think is something that we must look at when we are talking of capability and what the implications are for people.
Thank you, Joydeep. That's a great thought. All of us as consumers of AI and potentially some of us as builders and imagining AI of the future. You also talk about the humane aspect of AI, which we had put the customer first, but there's also the employee second, and there is an impact and there's a sort of change management there. We've now come to Mr. Rana. Ms. Rana, we started with you. We've seen the perspectives from the panelists. I wanted to ask you one sort of difficult question. You have a very enabling free AI framework from RBI, but almost everything that SBI does becomes systemically important. And again, there are always apprehensions around whether to go on cloud, whether to stay on-prem, which LLM to use, what will happen on a geopolitical context between India, US, and China, what models are kosher hens and what are not. How does an institution like SBI think of this? And still we know that you're moving forward at pace. So would love to hear the SBI thought process behind the choices across the stack and the models.
Thank you, sir. First of all, compliments to you the way you have managed time. So we are well in time, right? So before I answer your question, maybe I have Jaideep made a very powerful point, and I was just when he was saying this at the end, I was just thinking about a very recent discussions, very interesting discussion I had with. So I would like, I'm kind of tempted to share this. Then I'll respond to your question. Very recently, I called on a weekend one of my ex-secretary, and currently she's a branch manager heading a fairly medium-sized branch. And I had some question to ask, and then I just asked, what are you doing today? So maybe you are free, so you help me with this, something like this. And they said, no, I'm not free. So I'm clearing my 6-month-old bills because it's pending so for last more than 6 months, medical bills, travel bills, all those bills. So I'm busy with that. So this is going to take whole day kind of for me. And then I asked, why this is pending for so long? And he said, I'm a branch head. I don't get time for these things. I'm not MD of the bank, so I get a secretary. I don't have a secretary. A very blunt answer to me. And then so this triggered something to me that, what we can do to empower this kind of our operating team. Maybe we can use AI. And very recently, I'm happy to share this, very recently we brought Copilot for employee up to that fairly middle level kind of. And I hope that in many ways this is going to help them. The mundane work, routine work can be outsourced to AI, and then they are doing something which is much meaningful and productive for them and for the bank. Going back to your question, so the biggest thing is the kill switch. Today I do something, and as a state bank, everybody, we deal in money and we deal in finances and customer trust. So the biggest challenge financial institution we have, including a state bank, is the customer trust and two things: money is safe and service is uninterrupted. The advantage you have, you go for a very well-tested model, we know the names, the two names which are everybody knows. And we also know that suddenly some decision happen overnight. Oh, there is a kill switch. You can't do this. You can't do this. And if we depend too heavily on such kind of, which is very kind of advanced models, the advantage you have is everything is given to you and just use it. With, of course, you have to pay some cost, but the advantage you have is ready-made. Just use it. But then this is the risk we run. That tomorrow somebody decides a policy change, a geopolitical issue cropping up. So answer essentially is for, particularly for all the banks, maybe definitely for SBI, we would like to have our own compute, our own model, our own stack, and everything, the data is localized. This will be the preference. This is what we are working on. So we already have our own compute, and we are working on an enterprise stack, fairly advanced now. And some use cases we have already rolled out. I mentioned about some simple use cases. But this is the going forward, the thought we have. The downside you have is you are not using the maybe the most advanced, or maybe the upgrades which are coming to you is little late. Fine, I will. This is a balancing. But between, I'm not able to serve my customer. For some reason, somebody decided something. So this uncertainty definitely will not like to have the biggest financial institution in the country. And the lot of PII data we have, 530 million customers, roughly 400 million transactions we do every day. UPI transaction alone, 20,000 transactions per second. This is the kind of volume we handle because of the population we have. So definitely answer is yes. Yes to a sovereign kind of compute, our own models, our own stack, no dependency on anybody. Of course, we will definitely keep engaging with everybody else, technology firms, but this is area where we'll not like to compromise.
Thank you, sir. We are almost at time, so I'll round off the conversation with something more fun, a quick rapid fire, 30 seconds, maybe one or two words. We'll start from you, Manoj, at the far end, and it's the same question for everyone. Which one function in a bank will no longer look like it is today, completely reimagined in 3 years from now, and one that will remain exactly the same? So one which is completely changing 3 years from now, and one which is not changing at all. So we'll go across from Manoj back to Ravi. Yes.
For me, I think acquisition sales is what is going to completely change. What I'm not able to put a finger is what is not going to change. There's practically everything which is going to change. So I don't know which one will not. But yeah, on the one which is going to change for sure, sales and acquisition.
Samir.
I have a completely contrary point of view, actually. I think the one department will change completely is operations. And the one thing that will not change is customer relationship and sales.
Fair.
Yeah, I would second Samir. Operations, back office or front office is going to change. Absolutely unrecognized few years from now. Fully automatic, agentic, agents will drive all of that. What will not change is relationship management. That's going to forever be the mainstay for banking.
I'll be a little more specific to you. I think this is what you intend to ask us. So the way we engage with the customer is the contact center. So I've already seen this change happening in last 2 years, but next 2 years, the change which is going to happen, it will be difficult to even assume today how it would look like. So the way we engage with the customer, particularly in servicing and answering their queries, all those things. So this will completely change. And what will not change is what has never changed, the cash dispensation.
Parag.
Yeah, so as I indicated earlier, I think credit decisioning is going to completely change. And what will not change, I think, I'm talking about my area in which we operate. So the core lending function, I think the computations, they won't change.
Ravi.
I come from a school of thought that change is the only constant, and you've put 3 years. So is anything going to remain the same? I think no. I think everything will change. Of course, nature, type, flavor, extent may change, may differ. And what is going to look completely different, I agree with some of my panelists. I think it's the overall operations function.
So there you have it, gentlemen and everyone in the audience. What may not change is relationships and the ability of bankers to convince and manage customers. The AI will obviously come and help in all functions. You've seen that it's not a question of if. All of these, tremendous organizations are mid-flight in their AI transformation journeys. They're just managing how to make sure that the passengers are well fed and comfortable in the flight as we change the tires. So with that, we bring a close to this session. I again want to thank all of the panelists. It's been a great audience. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Before we close this session, I will request all you gentlemen to kindly step ahead and come close together for a group picture, which will stay with us for times to come, to be cherished. And ladies and gentlemen, we are having another lucky draw now, so please remain in the hall, and post that we will dive directly into the next session. So we are not actually breaking after this group picture. I will request Sri Rana Ashutosh Kumar ji from SBI to please stay back with us for the lucky draw. And I call upon Sri Atul Kumar Goel, Chief Executive, IBA, to kindly step on the stage and help us picking out the cards. So we'll be having 4 lucky winners this time. And the lucky draw is by Iron Mountain. We had 5 winners of Iron Mountain lucky draw in the pre-lunch session during the daytime, and now post-lunch we'll be having 4 lucky winners. So last few entries, if at all few of you want to put their cards. Anyone? Last few seconds, sir, आइए जल्दी. मैंने अपना भी डाल दिया है. I hope I'm lucky this time around. Yeah, let's begin. Sir, can you do us the honors? Both. 1 second, sir. आइए, more the merrier. Shuffle करके अच्छे से 4 लकी विनर्स हमें मिलने वाले हैं, और उसके पश्चात हम अगले सेशन में निकल जाएंगे. चलिए आइए. Okay, we have a lucky winner from Indian Bank. So all Indian Bank people who have put in their cards, be in readiness to listen to the name, and this is Mr. Kumar. Now which Kumar? Okay, I will tell you. It is Mithilesh Kumar. Mithilesh Kumar ji, आइए. Zonal Manager, Deputy General Manager of Indian Bank. Congratulations sir. तालियों की गूंज हो जानी चाहिए एक बारी. And are we ready for the second draw? And let me also tell you that after sir, 1 more. In fact, 3 more. Okay, ready? Who all have put their... Okay, and we have Mr. Mitrekin. I think I have not pronounced it rightly. Mr. Sergey Mitrenkin. Should I spell it out? SERGEY MITREYKIN. I believe the gentleman or lady is not here. So we skip this one, and only those in the room are allowed to take part. चलिए आइए, अगला नाम सुनते हैं.
Sunil Kumar Yadav from PNB.
Punjab National Bank, we have a winner from Punjab National Bank. We had a winner earlier also from Punjab National Bank. Sunil Kumar Yadav. Am I right? Yes. आइए सुनील जी. सुनील कुमार यादव जी के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. one final nice shuffle. अच्छा तुम हाँ एक हमने मिस कर दिया. Axis Bank. Okay. Axis Bank, keep your fingers crossed. And we have one Mr. Darshan Rachamaduga Nanda Kumar. Darshan Kumar ji. Darshan Kumar ji आइए. चलिए कर्कश ध्वनि के साथ इनका मंच पर अभिनंदन करते हैं. And one last name for this draw, but we will have another draw towards the end of the day. One last for Iron Mountain. And the last draw will be for Nexensis. So if you have not put your cards in the Nexensis bowl, please do so outside in the Central Bank employees, officers, be ready. We have Mr. Kodnani. Mr. Kodnani, Mohit Kodnani. आइए सर. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. Please don't stop clapping. Okay. So you sir just mentioned that it was a gate crash, but sometimes you do turn lucky, isn't it? Thank you, sir. I thank you. Okay, now let's get back to business. No break. Next session. This is the 10th business session of the conference. Again, a panel discussion. Topic being from pledges to portfolios, climate finance in Indian banking. This will be a quick changeover, not a break, a quick changeover, and post that we begin the session. So this session will be moderated by Madam Neetu Chitkara, Managing Director and Partner, BCG, the Boston Consulting Group. And the panelists are Shri Rakesh Kashyap, DMD NABARD, Shri Malladi Venkatamurli Krishnan, Executive Director, Central Bank of India, Shri Ashutosh Chaudhary, Executive Director, Indian Bank, Shri Deepak Agarwala, Senior Executive Vice President, Equity and Investor Relations, and Madam Aloka Majumdar, Head of Sustainability, India, HSBC. So just a minute and we will be set for the session. In the meanwhile, can I request all those who are near the dais, near the exits, all those who wish to attend, please settle down in your seats. And all those who wish to have a conversation can carry it outside the conference hall. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, India's net zero commitment and RBI's evolving climate disclosure, the disclosure framework rather, create both an opportunity and an obligation for banking. Most banks remain at an early stage. ESG policies exist, but transition and the products, climate risk integration in credit and scope 3 measurement are still very, very nascent. This particular session will examine where transition capital will come from, how to price climate risk, and the role of DFIs and MDBs, and the regulatory clarity needed to unlock the system. Without any further ado, let me call upon Madam Neetu Chitkara, MD and Partner, BCG, to please, ma'am. Welcome to you. Please start clapping for our panelist, Shri Rakesh Kashyap, DMD NABARD. Warm welcome to you, sir. Shri Malladi Venkatamurli Krishnan, Executive Director, Central Bank of India. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Shri Ashutosh Chaudhary, Executive Director, Indian Bank. Welcome, sir. Shri Deepak Agarwala, Senior Executive Vice President, Equity and Investor Relations. Welcome to you. And Madam Aloka Majumdar, Head of Sustainability, India, HSBC. All experts on this. And I leave charge to our session moderator, Neetu. Yes, over to you. You would like to do it from here?
Thank you so much. And a very good afternoon to everyone. I think we had an interesting session on technology just before this. And we now move gears to climate change. While the slides come up, if we can just move, I actually had a question for everyone in the room. I think it also gets the energy of the room going. How many people feel that they themselves have seen changes in climate patterns in whichever city? I'll give the example of Mumbai. Okay, if we can already see two hands going up, that you see, much harsher summers, very delayed monsoons and so on. So again, just for a show of hands of the entire room, I think the front was quite engaged. Other people at the back, do people feel that as well? Okay, there's quite a bit. And I think we're not wrong. So if you actually look at the data, this data already says that India is warming faster than most of us assume. This is one cut which talks about districts experiencing heat waves, etc. But you cut the data any which way, you will realize that there is a clear pattern that all of us are starting to see. In fact, I wanted to be a bit provocative in this room. So if you actually use this website, you'll see the link below. It's called Climate Central. And what it does is for different years, for different climate scenarios, it tells you what is the flood risk. For a city like Mumbai, which is on the coast, this is quite important. And you realize the very venue that we are sitting in right now, Trident, it is actually, if you take the 2050 scenario, it is under significant flood risk. Now, again, all of these are extrapolations. Some of these play out. But I think what's important is many times when we think of climate, we think, chalo, ye to dur ki baat hai, it's going to come later. But I think a lot of us don't realize that a lot of that impact has already started. Now, for a room full of bankers, what is it that we can actually do? And I want to talk about two specific roles here. One is a role where we are actually, if I may say, the recipients or the receivers of a lot of climate change. When a lot of assets that we have financed, they face issues, we have to look at impairments, etc. So that is an area where we become a receiver of a lot of challenges with respect to climate change. But on the other hand, as an optimist, I do feel that a lot of things that we finance, our own decisions, can make a lot of difference on where incremental funding is going. If we are funding more towards cleaner assets, etc., that it does make a change towards the energy mix, towards what are the type of technologies we as a country are adopting. And more importantly, I think because at the end of the day, many of us say that this is still like we do have to take financial considerations into mind. What we have started to see is that it also opens up many new markets. So solar and wind, of course, have been there for much longer, but many other new areas are also opening up. And many institutions are feeling that if we specialize or if we build the right expertise in these areas, we can actually create a niche for ourselves. So many different roles that bankers can actually play in this scenario. I'll just take one example, and this is, a case study that we had done for another bank, where we looked at one of the borrowers, and you look at their plant profile pretty much all over India, and you could actually go line by line and say all the different risks. How do different plants react with respect to that? So whether you take flood risk, drought risk, etc., and it creates a composite risk score for every asset. And more importantly, if I just zoom in into, let's say, one asset which they showed in Gujarat, and it said it does have very high flood risk. Now, that is not something you can do much about. But there's a second part of it, which is vulnerability score. That can actually be changed. For example, you can give funding to be able to say, have flood walls, have some early warning systems, etc., or any other measures which are required to create more disaster resilient infrastructure. That even ends up opening new financing opportunities for you. And this is what we are seeing bankers globally starting to do, which is they are the ones who actually end up educating their corporate borrowers to say, these are the risks that your current assets face, and we can provide top-up funding, etc., for you to both safeguard the asset going forward, and it creates new financing opportunities for us as well. Just one last slide before we actually move to the questions. And again, I want to address this head on. Many times people say that, is this something which is dictated by US, which is dictated by, other countries and so on? We are in fact seeing that many of these countries are now retreating from their climate commitments. In fact, US being the most notable one. So ultimately, our approach to climate is to people in this room. It's to the domestic institutions and the approach that we want to take towards this issue. And for that, I'm actually going to leverage a lot of the people on the panel. I will shift gears and we will actually hear from them. So as we said, we'll start with the big elephant in the room, which is, just the role and the importance of climate finance itself, because we see many different, many different positions of that from different people. So the question in this case is, with US and many of the Western countries actually stepping back from climate, how do we see climate finance as a priority in India? Is it still a priority or is it optional? Let me get you, Ashutosh ji, in first to get your perspectives, and then we can hear from rest of the panel.
Yeah, thank you, Neetu. And thanks for giving this opportunity to be here to speaking on climate. The question is really very nice. Post-Trump era, what will be the climate risk? If you see, to my knowledge, this has slowed down a little bit, though this is not ruled out. I have couple of data points to support this also. So I will address it into three ways. One is what international level it is happening post-Trump era, what India is doing, and what regulators they have done in India. So the first one I will say, though it is slowed down in US, which is the narratives, but the actual things we'll see in couple of part of Asia and Europe, it is picking up very, very speedily. The first point I am saying, the PCAF, the enrollment of PCAF in the 2025 is 151 new signatories. So it started with 50 institutions with 3 trillion assets, which has gone up to 700 institutions, 100 trillion assets. This shows that the climate risk is still there. Then there are 250 signatories in NZAM. NZAM is Net Zero Asset Managers, 250 post-Trump era I am talking about. Then the best part I will tell, the US Sustainable Fund, this has garnered 400 billion worth of funds for climate support. See the Dust Bank result for 26 Q2. It is 11% growth in sustainable asset. So then come to the Singapore part. The Singapore regulatory also came out with a draft guideline for sustainable finance report. In European, there are a lot of things has come out, like your corporate sustainability report directive that has come out. The best part, if you see two tech giants from the US side, one is Google, who has pledged to be 100% renewable energy oriented. The next one is, I think it was Microsoft, who has also done such kind of pledge to go for renewable energy. So this list is long. That means post-Trump, it is alive. Let us come to India's perspective. Should we immediately jump into this, or should we have some other vision also? Like the PM has 2047 Vikasit Bharat vision. Is Vikasit Bharat vision will go along with sustainable finance? I will say yes. The government has come out with a Panchamrit scheme. I think so. We all be knowing that. In that, it is saying by 2030, our renewable energy will be X gigawatt. It will be almost 50% of the whole energy requirement. Our carbon emission will come down by 35% by 2035, so on and so forth. That means the growth and the development will come along with the sustainable finance and the climate in mind. That means the government has a clear role. Next comes to how the regulators are supporting to that. In 2022, RBI came out with a discussion paper first. 2024, then they came out with a draft guideline on climate finance. They came out with green deposit policy. They also consolidated everything in 2025 circular. Then the SEBI also came out with BRSR reporting, which is compelling the listed entities to move towards more sustainable kind of things. And lastly, the finance pattern, if you see, the FIs, the banks, the NBFCs, their portfolio increment in green finance is more than double-digit figures for last 4 years. So that means, yes, post-Trump era, the climate is still a buzzword in many parts of the world, and in rest part, it is little.
This is very helpful, Ashutosh ji, and I'll in fact bring Aloka, as an MNC at HSBC, you are part of many countries. What has been your experience in this, both in developing as well as developed countries?
Yeah, sure. So thank you, Neetu. Good to be here. Even though there is a lot of noise of US stepping back from its part of its commitments, but the fact is, on ground, you see companies actually continuing with their sustainability priorities. And I think the numbers and the figures that Ashutosh shared clearly demonstrates that. The second is what we've seen is that the external messaging has quietened down. But it's not necessarily that, the importance of climate finance has come down. It's actually going up because the sustainable priority targets, etc., are very much in place for most companies. And this is, I'm talking about both developed and developing economies. So this is another thing. I think the big change that we are seeing is that climate finance is moving into mainstream and, increasingly becoming part of the core economic infrastructure rather than being an ESG add-on. Earlier, it was largely a niche ESG add-on. So that's something we've really seen that shift globally as far as climate finance is concerned. And I think the big realization is that it is actually, it's actually managing real risks, financial risks. So if you say the developed economies, I think what they are largely dealing with is transition risk, which is your, you're facing your changeover cost. That's when we're talking about most of the developed economies, they're basically fighting that. It's, when you're basically transitioning towards a low carbon economy, your cost with new regulations, carbon pricing, changing consumer demand. You spoke about, assets becoming obsolete. So these are realities in these markets. And financial institutions and our clients realize that managing these are going to serve you both from your profitability perspective, as well as your investors, lenders, everything gets taken care of. Then there is another set of countries which are actually seeing physical risk, which is very high. And, India being one of them, because you have extreme heat, you have floods, and what is happening is it's actually impacting productivity. People can't work. And then you have crops fail, infrastructure is damaged. So therefore, that's another, physical risk is becoming a big one, and everybody realizes, and say in a country like India, for us, you have huge amount of public financing, right? So it also strains public financing. So one realizes that you have to take care of both physical risk and the transitioning risk, and depending on the markets, and that's becoming a reality for the financial institutions. I think very specific to India, just want to, we are in the middle of monsoon. We have already seen the variability in monsoon, right? So therefore, it's a reality we have to deal with. Given that our growth needs are non-negotiable, I would say that the climate finance is about how we can fund growth differently and more sustainably. I think that's going to be the big thing that for a country like India, that's going to be our priority going forward.
Yeah, I think I really like that funding, how we can fund growth differently. And, on that one, I'll get you in, Deepak. At Avada, you are actually pretty much based on the business model itself is based on climate change and, bringing positive change. So can you talk a bit more about how you see in this debate your thesis?
Sure. Thanks, Neetu, and thanks for having me here. We see this as that India, this is not a option anymore. This is actually an economic priority. And this is also emerging from the fact that we need energy security and the sheer growth in the electricity demand that we see in times to come. We have been meeting our energy needs for last over 100 odd years through hydrocarbons. But the time has come that we need to truly embrace the energy transition and ensure that we meet the ever increasing demand of energy through what we call as green electrons, which is around renewable energy as a fulcrum of it. And second is green molecules, which is adoption of molecules like green hydrogen, green ammonia, green methanol. And so wherever we can use these molecules to decarbonize hard to abate sectors. So it's clearly we see that the rising electricity demand in times to come has many drivers and dimensions that is attached to it. And we see that climate finance being one of the important role to play in it. Some of the areas which are driving electricity in decades will be like the new areas like AI data centers or the electric mobility, the electrification of the transport, but along with it, the conventional drivers of rising cooling requirements in cities, even the urbanization. So there are many facets of this energy and the electricity growth that we see, and we see there is a clear role for renewable energy at the heart of it and the green molecules. And that's where we stand at Avada. So we believe that it's more of an economic necessity, and that's the message we need to see. And we see climate financiers not only just play a very important role, but they have to ensure that they are partnering with all the stakeholders and asset owners like us to ensure that we can see the change in our lifetime in decades to come.
Got it. So what I'm hearing from the panel, at least on the first one, and it's, I would say, a set of hope, because we do feel that, yes, maybe the messaging may have been a bit quieter, but at least a lot of the action continues to happen. And perhaps many people also say it was thankfully at a point of irreversible change. So even though Trump came in, certain things have happened, but people also realize what they see around them. So maybe some of that is happening. I think that's good at a principle level, but let's also now understand what is actually happening on the ground, what kind of things are being financed or not. Maybe I'll get you in here, Murli sir, to talk about, again, as a banker, which are the areas where you're seeing maximum opportunity in real terms? I'm sure that's the one which is most interesting to our audience. What all are you already financing? Where are you seeing new opportunities, etc.?
Yeah, thank you, Neetu. See, when you asked the question, how many of these members who are sitting here have realized that there is severe heat waves, there is unseasonal rains, I think most of them have raised their hands. We shows that we have realized that there is a need to move towards this. As far as central bank is concerned, couple of years back, we have realized this and set up a dedicated green cell. The objective of this green cell is to ensure that green deposits are raised and they are properly deployed. Therefore, on liability side, we have started this journey. Then on the asset side, see, when we talk about green financing or climate financing, we cannot restrict this to a particular branch, particular city, or particular center. Therefore, what we did is we ensure that each and every branch is participating in the climate financing. Therefore, the schemes vary from corporate credit to the retail, MSME, and agri, so that the rural branch, which is situated in a agri belt, can also do something towards climate finance, and a metro branch can also do, and corporate finance branch can also do. Therefore, at the corporate level or large branches, what we have done is they would be mainly engaged in renewable finances, green hydrogen, electric mobility, and CBG, and the transmission infra. They focus on that. When you talk about retail, where majority of the branches are there, we have more than 4,600 branches across India. They finance for green flats, green homes, EVs, and solarization. One of the even government has also launched one scheme, PM Solar. Therefore, the focus is to ensure that every household generates its own energy and they are self-reliant. On the MSME part, we try to see that all the MSMEs, they generate the captive power. The dependence on thermal is minimal. Therefore, we encourage each MSME to move from thermal to renewables. Therefore, we finance that part. And the existing infra, we see that the existing machinery which are obsolete, which are more energy consuming, how to move from there to the new ones. Therefore, we are financing for that also, the green investment part. Then on the agri, we see that the farmers use the solar pump sets. Then the PM Kushum, which is a scheme for the last 4-5 years, we see that the farmers where the lands are barren lands, where it is not put to use, these are used for generation of the solar. Therefore, all the 4,600 branches are engaged in green deposit mobilization and green financing or climate financing. We don't stop there. In fact, this is not the work of only the branches. We go to the level of the staff members also. What we have done is, whenever there is any occasion, take the example of our founder's birthday, Founders Day. What we have done is, on the day, all the staff members were asked to plant a tree. Across India, we have planted more than 30,000 trees on 9th of August. Similarly, we have a lot of properties. We have ensured that all the properties, their energy is generated by solar. Therefore, the process is going on. Out of 100 odd properties what central bank is having, in most of the cases, we have ensured that the solar, we are generating our own energy. Similarly, the vehicles which we provide to the staff members, slowly we are converting. And starting with the MDs and EDs, we are seeing that all top management are having EVs. Therefore, this work cannot be confined to one. While we do the financing, the bank balance sheet is very strong, very clean. Therefore, every bank would be doing financing aggressively. But at the same time, the additional things we have to go and do. When we finance finance for homes, what we see, we just don't finance for a home. What we see that whether the customer is inclined to go for solar, whether is interested for harvesting the water, recycling the water, whether he can put plants so that he can generate some greenery. Therefore, and those who take this composite kind of loans, we provide better rate of interest. Similarly, home loan with a EV loan, there is a combo product where again we give concessional rate. Therefore, it's something very interesting, and the opportunities are also very high. Therefore, central bank is on it.
Very interesting. So putting this into practice, I'll get you in, Rakesh sir. Now you obviously have been a banker at Canara Bank before, and now at NABARD. How do you see? Because I think as the only DFI in this group, how do you see, as a DFI, what are the things that you have been doing in the area of, climate finance and the role that you have been playing?
As far as NABARD is concerned, we know that this is the biggest DFI of the country, which has played a very critical and important role in agriculture and rural development area. Once we were seeing the slide and we were seeing the adverse impact of climate, then who is the most sufferer? That is, they are located in rural areas and they are engaged in agricultural activity. If you see that most of us are impacted by the climate risk, but which segment is the most vulnerable segment? That is our people living in rural areas and our rural economy. Understanding this fact, NABARD has taken many initiatives. It has been doing as a developmental financial institutes. Now they are working as an ecosystem builder and taken various initiatives. Just I want to mention here a few of them. NABARD has implemented various product relating to climate finance. One is NGLF, we tell is a green lending facility under which we are supporting for both climate adaptation and mitigation. And in addition to state government, private players, startups, FPOs, everybody are eligible for that. And NABARD has an ambitious target to reach the level of 50,000 crore under this segment in next coming years, and by 10,000 crore during this year. Secondly, to support the climate finance, another product is launched, that is Green Impact Fund, under which we are giving interest subvention to the entrepreneurs for both climate adaptation and also for various other activities. Third one is Carbon Asset Fund. Also, we have a outlay of around 600 crores, and we want to give for carbon asset creation, afforestation, etc. in the rural economy. Further, for the capacity building exercise, we have developed a numerous modules, green learning modules, and with the help of our training center, BIRD, you might be knowing, 3 institutes are there in the country. We are imparting training, and so far more than 100 financial institutions, representatives, officials have taken advantage of the same. Secondly, we are also conducting a large number of workshops at different centers to benefit the people, and more than 200 entities has identified and got benefit out of this workshop. Further, NABARD is also doing enabling factor for dispensation of climate finance. The data relating to climate, I mean to say, what is the demography, what is the soil condition, what is the water condition, what are the temperatures, and what are its adverse impact, how it is going to impact in the coming 10 years. Everything is available, and we have launched this in the name of DICRA. Anybody can go and they can see the status of any particular district in this country. In addition to that, in agriculture also, there is a need of climate resilient practices, and more particularly for major crops, NABARD has also implemented climate resilient models, rice, wheat, maize, sugarcane, and many other major crops of the country. So these are the certain initiatives which NABARD has taken in recent past, and the top of that, we are required to reach the bottom of the pyramid at grassroots level. So we are coordinating with the state government machineries, district level machineries, even panchayat level machineries, NGOs, farmers producer organization, so that a movement should be visible at the grassroots level for their effective participation and support in this objective.
This is very helpful, Rakesh sir. And as you said, I mean, looking at the really vulnerable part of the population, and then again, both you and Murli sir talked about a lot of initiatives which are already happening. Which brings me to the point, though, that if you look at, for example, Niti Aayog or many of the latest reports, people do highlight a very significant gap between what is required and what is it that we are able to do today as an ecosystem. And therefore, I want to pose this question to say, what are the biggest unlocks which are still required if we were to really get to climate finance at scale? It's great to see. I would say 2 years ago, I have moderated similar panels, and the level of activity was much lesser. Even when we talked about climate risk, half the time people would say we have not really done a mapping of all the assets. Just before we were sitting, and Ashutosh ji said, yes, we have done this type of assessment of all our assets. So I think that's good to see. But we do know there is a long journey ahead. So this one I want to pose to the panel, and maybe Aloka, we can start with you this time. What do you believe are the biggest unlocks to really take this opportunity at scale? We've started to scratch the surface, but a lot more is required.
Yeah, sure. No, I think, it was very fascinating to hear Murliji and Rakeshji. One of the things which came up is that you cannot do piecemeal work. For us, it has to be at that organization level. Just sharing that, for HSBC, which is being a multinational bank, we have a net zero transition plan. And the net zero transition plan calls out that by 2050, we want to be net zero across our financing portfolios, our own operations, and supply chain, which is going to be the most difficult part, I guess, when we do it. But the interesting piece, and I'm coming to the unlocking piece therefore, is that when you're talking about a plan, we as a financial institution, you're working with your clients. Now we did a pulse survey, just in terms of sustainability pulse survey with our clients, and actually came out that they they view sustainability as a commercial opportunity themselves as well in their own thing. So which has come out from the client survey, and that climate transition is helping them unlock a new era of business growth. So this is something which I thought I'll kind of share. In terms of, for what are the biggest unlocks, I would say, the role of a taxonomy. We are creating one for HSBC, within HSBC. And we are aware of the huge body of work which has already been done by RBI and the Ministry of Finance. We have the position paper we have seen. Then we have seen the MOF. They're also putting together the taxonomy in place. I think this is one thing which is going to help us align in terms of what transition finance is and what qualifies as credible transition and what looks good like a sector. I think that's going to be very important for us to kind of put in place. The next will be the data gap, I think, which is going to be we have to unlock that, because that's going to be one big challenge I think all of us are facing across all our things. The third thing I've kind of put down is scale reliable measurement, reporting and verification. Sector baseline, forward-looking metrics, that's also going to be another one. The last one, I'm talking about more blended finance. I think, we do also work with lots of grant capital. We work with close to about $100 million grant capital across the world. And what we see is that grant capital for being used to drive innovation, facilitating financial instruments, guarantees, etc., which is going to be required as we scale up financing there. Building evidence. And I think one of the biggest thing will also be for us to work together, because this is a complex piece, for institutions, for government, for academia. I think there needs to be a lot of work together for us to kind of move forward or advancing this journey.
Very interesting, and I think quite a few things that you spoke about hit a chord. Taxonomy, particularly being the very basic. Ashutosh ji, any views on what else do you think can be like big unlocks, or more importantly, how do we make these happen?
Yeah, I totally agree that this data quality is the biggest challenge. While Kashyapji told about district-wise data are available, many banks are also doing based on your heat waves, based on your flood, let it be riverine or coastal or rain precipitations. All these things are available. But the second big question is that, is my asset geotagged? This is the common and fundamental things from where the banks and financial institutions should start. Repository of data by geotagging. This is the first thing. Second thing, while I am always focused on the asset I finance, but I am really not so much of focused the asset that I have. Am I geotagging my own assets which are available across the country? How vulnerable they are for either flood or heat waves or whatever that kind of things. So this is one part which I think so we should start building that data. Later on the taxonomy will come and will definitely address or tweak our informations. Second, suppose it comes, then what kind of capital is required? Is this capital intensive? To the best of my knowledge, yes. The industry, those who are going to change during the transition, like your power, means fossil fuels powers, then your cement, iron and steel, all these things require a lot of capital. So how this capital will come? It's a mixed up equity, debt, any DFI will come, bank will pitch in, who will pitch in? This is the second thing. Third thing is the skill. Suppose the data is available. Am I ready to interpret this data and build in my credit model? Is the third challenge that I clearly foresee in this scenario.
Just to take Mr. Asto's point forward, see, data is available. We know where to finance, but the issue is he was talking about the capital, the investment to be made by the promoter. Why he will make the investment? What is the incentive to him? The incentive from the bank side, we give some concessions on the rate of interest. But to him, whether he gets something, is there any PLI kind of thing? It is not there. Therefore, he doesn't get any incentive. Therefore, that motivation at his level is missing. Something has to come from government or some regulator to make them aware of it, understand the bigger picture. They don't understand the bigger picture. They are interested in producing the product and selling it. That is what they want. They don't want to decrease their margins also. Therefore, the change in mindset is one of the challenges what we see.
Got it. Rakesh ji and then Deepak. I'm sure Deepak, you will have a long list of unlocks required. So maybe we'll take Rakesh ji first.
In fact, all banks or DFIs or multilateral banks, all we are working, most of us in isolation. So in my opinion, the urgent need is that we all should work in collaboration, whether the regulator or financial institutions or DFIs. If we work in collaboration, the impact will be something different, and with the same level of efforts, I am confident the result will be at least double. So that approach should be there at national level, state level, that collaborative approach should be there. Second, so far we are making efforts to target soft. Here, whatever the carbon intensive sectors are there, whether it is steel or it is chemical or it is mobility or agriculture, all these carbon incentive sectors to be targeted. No doubt, there is a need of high quantum of investments and technology as well. But this needs to be focused, and for that it is needed that the proper support from government side, from bank side, either for guarantee or making the credit gaps, or from DFI side, it is required. Then the impact will be more visible. Next one, just giving a cheap finance, whether it is going to serve the purpose. In my opinion, it is not going to solve the problem in totality. Unless we are making a market for sale of the green products, unless the entrepreneurs are getting remunerative price for that, the purpose cannot be served. So here also some focus is to be given so that there should be a green procurement process should be there, and also for marketing, development of the market, some efforts is to be made.
Deepak, quick one before we move to the last question.
Yeah, sure. I think some of my fellow speakers have already said what I wanted to just highlight, but just few couple of points is like, I give an example, like the way the renewable energy market got created almost 15 years back through mandatory renewable purchase obligations. And within that, we created a category of solar and non-solar. And we started off with less than 1%, and today is history. Today, no one talks about that. Do we really need a mandatory renewable purchase obligation? So we move to like energy storage obligation. So because we realize that now the renewable energy has to be complemented through proper energy storage technologies so that we can transition to a round-the-clock renewable energy. So the storage obligation has come, and which will help us to create that storage markets. So likewise, as my fellow speaker mentioned, we need to identify these emission reduction pathways and a taxonomy, maybe with the assistance of BIS or some central government institute, to ensure that there is a clear-cut pathway defined for each industry, because there is no one-size-fits-all. Like an example, the way we reduce the carbon footprint in a steel industry is very different from a mobility. And in mobility, we will have surface mobility, we will have aviation through SAF, or we may have the marine transport. All three needs a different kind of a treatment when it comes to the carbon emissions, and then design a pathway for hard to abate sectors through the implementation of green hydrogen and other derivatives.
Right.
So idea is that there are unlocks. I think if I sit in a room for 2 days, unlocks can be very well identified. There are not too many, but it's just that they need a proper solution which can be implemented, which are scalable and which are affordable, so that the energy transition, ultimately it's for the customers, and as sir just mentioned, ultimately the end user, are they willing to give a premium if the product is green and a more sustainable?
Got
I
it.
think the answer is yes. If there is a differentiated offering that the customer sees that, yes, this is something which is good for the climate, maybe there is a willingness to pay. So idea is the solutions are there. It just needs to be crystallized and tailor-made for each sector, but ensure that it's implemented at the central government level so
Got
that the state level nuances does not come into picture.
Got it. So we're going to move to the last question, and this one we'll do more as a rapid fire. So a discussion on climate is often, and the way we started as well, often there's a tendency to look at all doom and gloom, but I want to turn the opportunity around where we say, what are the biggest opportunities that you see as a result of, climate finance? And we'll go Ashutosh sir towards that side. Maybe just 2 lines from everybody.
Yeah, opportunity is very high. If you see the Niti Aayog report, if we want to achieve this net zero by 2070, almost $22 trillion plus opportunity is there. Opportunity is there in power sector, opportunity is there in EV segment, the EV charging infrastructure segment. Then it is also available in textile. So in whole lot of sector it is available, the opportunities. And one more thing, even if we are traveling to 2070 with a time period, but our export to Europe is more than 20%. There lies a lot of opportunity because they also go for carbon rating of their products. So there also our entrepreneurs can definitely take advantage of this.
Makes sense. Rakesh sir?
What I have seen in NABARD, to mobilize the fund, we are expanding our arms to the different countries. We are partnering with various banks, World Bank, Asian Development Banks. And during this process, we understand that the financial market of the India is also going to be evolved. The new products are going to come to meet the emerging requirement. So that is also going to be one of the benefit.
Very good.
And I was going through one of the reports which was saying that by 2047, 70% of new infra is required for India. This 70% will come, they will come all of green and climate, pro-climate related. Therefore, this is the opportunity what we can see. Thank you.
Very interesting. Aloka?
I think I'll say turning client ambitions into bankable transactions. I think that's going to be the biggest thing as a financial institution that we would want to do. And the second is maybe use of technology, to work on strong capability on data and methodologies is something that we can look at.
Fantastic.
So two things: financing the next infrastructure super cycle, be it renewable energy, transmission and grids, storage. I will add to this is the industrial decarbonization and the decarbonization of hard to abate sectors, as well as the electric vehicles. And finally, the financing the manufacturing, especially the green and sustainable manufacturing, whether it's not just in our sector like solar cells or modules, but also the power electronics, the entire electronics component manufacturing, and all the other ancillary manufacturing, which makes manufacturing intensity of the GDP also grows, and thereby helping more job creations as well.
Thank you. No, this is very helpful. I would just like to summarize. I think we started the room with, just putting the elephant in the room is climate relevant. And I think with all the data points, I think all of us agreed that thankfully, and bringing great hope that there is still a lot of work that's happening despite the post-Trump era. And I think the messaging may be lower, but at least a lot is happening. I think we also in the second question heard a lot in terms of what the banks are already starting to do, and DFIs in terms of even looking at very vulnerable population and how we can address that. We did say that there are a bunch of unlocks required, whether it's in the form of capital, it's in the form of skills, or it's in the form of enablers on data, reporting, etc. But to make that happen, I think the last question where we said there is a lot of opportunity at stake as well. So we're not just doing this as a lip service. I think there is real commercial opportunity, what you said in the Niti Aayog report, or green manufacturing, or all the elements, infrastructure that you highlighted, sir. So let's do it. One, of course, for the next generation, but also for real commercial opportunities that arise, which I'm sure is very important to any banker in the room. So thank you so much to the panelists, and thank you to the entire audience. We have maybe time for one question. Yes.
So refreshing discussions around climate financing. We have seen climate financing move from a niche area to a growth capital area. So now, do any of the panelists believe that the next step for banks is to build entire portfolios around climate-friendly businesses and eventually make climate risk part of how they decide pricing, how they price loans also? So any thoughts around it?
Yeah. If you see, the portfolio is already built by many banks, and it is growing almost in double digit for last couple of years. Second, coming to the pricing part, it is very nascent, or you can say early stage to load it in pricing. because the data that is available with us, how we will model it and thereafter build it in our credit pricing, that is required to be seen, which will take almost 7 to 10 years of time to build that data, understand it, then only thereafter we can build it in pricing.
Yeah. See, as far as pricing is concerned, it may not be at the large scale, but to encourage the retailers, the small financiers, be it the EVs, be it the green flats or green homes, for these we are giving good concessions. Thank you.
But yeah, unfortunately, the reality is also that globally, the green premium on whether you sustainability linked bonds or green bonds or climate bonds or various other taxonomy linked bonds, the green premium has more or less evaporated, you know. So that's also the reality, whatever efforts we do. But the idea is that now the banks and financial institutions clearly see that this is a must criteria when they are doing their lending, and even not just banks, even the equity investors, they are giving a very high weightage to it. So they may not reflect in terms of the pricing per se, but it's one of their main must to criteria that to clear their financing.
Got it. Thank you so much to all the panelists. I hand it over back to you.
Thank you very much. Those were some valuable perspectives on this very important and critical topic. So big thanks to our moderator and the panelists. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you. And may I now request you to please step forward for a group photograph. So ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the much awaited session, we are announcing the last lucky draw for the day by Nexensus, for which may I invite Shri Atul Kumar Goel, Chief Executive IBA, on the stage, please. Thank you very much. And Aloka ma'am, I would request you to be on the stage. Aloka ma'am. Please be with us, and any name could be announced from here. So this is your last chance to win the lucky draw. So the first name is from HDFC Bank, Namdev Patil, SVP Retail Credit Strategy and Control. Namdev Patil ji, are you here? Please raise your hand if you're here, sir. Mr. Namdev Patil, are you here? No, we can't see him. Okay, we'll pick up another card. Okay, it's from Karur Vaishya Bank, Sarvanan S, GMN Sito. Mr. Sarvanan S, Karur Vaishya Bank, are you here, sir? Yeah, please come, sir. A big round of applause for sir. The name of the last lucky winner. The name is Rajneesh Kumar from Canara Bank. Mr. Rajneesh Kumar from Canara Bank. Are you here, sir? Please raise your hand if you're here. Okay, we'll take another one. Okay, so we have Vanlal Ruata Fanai from Exim Bank. Vanlal Ruata Fanai. Yeah, please come, sir. Please come. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nexensis, for your generosity. Thank you. Give us only 1 minute till we set up the session. This is our much awaited valedictory session, ladies and gentlemen. Give us a minute till we set up the stage for the next session. I would request you to carry your conversations outside the hall, please, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen. All those to my right, please carry your conversations outside the hall. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at the much awaited session of Fibac 2026, India's Financial Institutions for Viksit Bharat. This final conversation brings together some of the most senior voices from India's financial ecosystem to reflect on what the coming decade demands from our institutions. To moderate the valedictory session, may I invite Shri Varun Kejriwal, Managing Director and Partner, BCG. Shri Varun Kejriwal, can I have you on the stage, please? Shri Atul Kumar Goel, Chief Executive, IBA. Shri Raj Kiran Rai ji, Managing Director, NABFID. Welcome, sir. Let's welcome our panelists with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Rakesh Sharma, MD and CEO, IDBI Bank. Shri Rajneesh Karnatak ji, MD and CEO, Bank of India. Shri Manoj Mittal ji, Chairman, CMD, SIDB. Ms. Harsha Bangari, Managing Director, India Exim Bank. Welcome to all our panelists and the moderator. All those on the right, a last request to you to please move outside the hall as we have to continue with our panel discussion. Okay, with that, I hand over the mic to you, Varun. Thank you.
Perfect. Good evening, everyone. We come to the last panel discussion for this year's Fibac, and we couldn't have assembled a more esteemed panel here. I'm very delighted to, first of all, be here to discuss this important topic. What we will do is, we will slightly shift gears. We've been hearing about AI, which has been the theme of this entire conference. But we will talk about Viksit Bharat, which is the ambition and the goal slated for 2047. And different leaders here come from different backgrounds and leading different financial institutions. Idea is to hear from them on what is it that Indian banks need to do in their view to really help achieve the Viksit Bharat ambition for 2047. We'll try and wrap up the panel in about 45-50 minutes and open up for any Q&A post that. Let me first set the background about the panel. Idea is that, look, for Viksit Bharat, today's Indian economy has to grow from the current $4-5 trillion to about 30 by 2047. That will require banks and financial institutions to play a pivotal role in 4 areas. The first is to deploy capital at scale. It is estimated that wherever the real economy growth is there, credit has to grow by almost 300 to 350 bips higher than the real economy growth that we have. Second, lending to specific sectors which will fuel this growth. It is not about just large institutions, it's about lending to the right kind of segment, whether it is MSME, infra, and different types of institutions, which will be the backbone of 2047. The third is about how deep our capital markets is. How well can banks borrow? So for that, areas like bond markets, which we have always been underpenetrated, they need to strengthen. And the last is how do we lend more to borrowers, first time borrowers, borrowers with a long repayment cycle. How do we do that? So over the next 45 minutes or so, we'll try and touch on all these 4 aspects and hear from our panelists on them. Let me first start off with Goel sir, from an IBA perspective and from earlier leading banks as well. Sir, if we have to talk about the first topic, which is deploying capital at scale, and where the fact is that we have to deploy capital which will be higher than the real economy growth so that we can bridge this gap of credit to GDP. In your view, sir, what is the single most important shift that banks and financial institutions have to do to make this happen?
Varun, देखिए, you have talked about the Viksit Bharat. You are talking the which area we have to give the final. देखिए, first I would like to tell you कि if really we want to achieve the vision of the Viksit Bharat, everybody I think will agree with me, bank can be the anchor for this. Without the support of the banking industry, whatever the vision we want to achieve from the developing country to the developed nation, it cannot be happen. And from the banking side, if you ask me, as on date, the banking net assets is the 0.9 times of the GDP. And if you see from the last 15 years, it is on the same line. If really we want to achieve the goal of the or vision of the Viksit Bharat, I think this ratio should be 1.5 times of the GDP. So if you see the growth in the credit, if you see from last 5-10 years, it was around 12 to 13%. Some bank was more than the 13%, even some was the in double digit less than the 13%. So you have also told in your deliberation also that there is a need of the additional 3.3 to 4%. So unless until we will not achieve more than additional 3% which we are achieving as on date, I think we will not be in a position to achieve the vision of the Viksit Bharat. Now your question ki which area? All area is very important, whether it is a infrastructure, whether it is a corporate finance, whether it is a MSME also, whether it is a retail. But if you see the main is the manufacturing sector, if you see the data from the last 15 years up to 2025, growth of the corporate finance was only 6%. As I told you, the growth of the credit was the 12% or 13%, but in the growth in the corporate finance was the around 6%. But in the last year or the current financial year, it is going more than whatever it was the 6%. Now it is we have achieved the 90%. So this is the very essential for all of us, how to fund to the manufacturing sector. Maybe we have to see the on the sunrise sector like the chip manufacturing. All the government has announced the PLI for the 11 the product etc. Also, even we have to create the capacity building for such type of the finance also. Even if you take the example of the SBI, they have created the SBI Chakra basically for the sunrise industry. Maybe it may be electric vehicle, renewable energy, or the chip manufacturing etc. Also, that they are entering the MOU MOU with the some of the other bank also. So they will assess the project and the other banks will participate in the financing also. So this is from the manufacturing side. Even MSME also, yesterday you must have seen one of the session for the MSME financing. The as on date 9 crore MSME is registered. Out of the 9 crore, the deliberation was the 6 crore is the Udhami registration and the another 3 crore is the Udhami assist. And we are talking the finance to the cash flow based lending, GST. The GST is hardly 1 crore. Yesterday, the some data was under the discussion also. Out of 9 crore, the only 1 crore MSME is having the GST. So even you see the opportunity, 30 trillion as on date, you can visit the site of the MSME industry. 30 million is the gap for the MSME finance. So this is one of the area. And if you see the in our country, the contribution of the MSME is 30%. If you take the China, etc. also, they are the 60% contribution from the MSME sector. So I will restrict myself, otherwise the time is also constrained. So these two sectors, the manufacturing as well as the MSME, but there is definitely a need for the new to bank also. उसके लिए because as on date the CIC company, they are taking the data from the bank and the lending institution. So there is a need. They should collect. They should be permitted. They should be permitted to get the data from the other sources also, which is not from the financing side, to create some visibility for the how to adopt for the new to bank customer. Maybe it may be the utility bill, the electricity bill, the mobile bill, maybe then the who is having the data, what is the authenticity of the data and ownership of the data is the very essential. So this is my initial view of your question also.
No, thank you, sir, for saying that. I think this 0.9 of banking assets to GDP we have heard before. 1.5 is obviously where we should be. We will see where we are. And thank you for raising the three segments: Sunrise, MSME, and the NTB. Sir, I'll ask you because, Rai sir, you are in a very successful second innings as leading an institution, and you are literally spearheading our entire country's infrastructure financing part. Sir, from your perspective, infra still is a sector which requires capital. There has been, because of past history, sir, people are still averse to really going after infra from a commercial bank perspective because of the long tenure and multiple things. From your perspective, sir, there are so many bankers here. What is needed for really fueling that infra funding ambition, sir?
Thank you. I think somehow after 10 years of that incidents being behind us, still we recall. It is good to learn from this thing, but I don't think that is any more a issue. Yes. The defaults in projects are less than 1%. Yes. Actually, I always say it is less than housing loan default. So I think it is no more risky segment because the government has taken a lot of steps. Good, strong counterparties have come up. So we are, if you just see the renewable sector, the energy sector, you would have seen the kind of last year also we added 50 gigawatts. Yes. So every gigawatt needs anything between 4 to 7,000 depending on what kind of composition, 7,000 crores of credit. So 50 gigawatt of capacity creation every year is not going to be a small issue. So that means it has attracted, and it is all happening in the private capex side. So it is attracting investment, and it is all coming from a lot of foreign capital also is flowing in. If you look at renewable companies, it is more foreign money flowing. So capex is coming in, investments are happening in sectors where we got all the act together. So first I want to preempt that perception that there is a fear. There is no fear. People are investing. People are making double-digit dollar return also in many cases. So that I think we have resolved those issues. Now you took look at the 20 years ahead. We talk of Viksit Bharat. You started with that. So you are looking at a 30 trillion economy. To reach 30 trillion economy, you have to grow upwards of 9%. Now, for this to be achieved, you have to double our capex. Without that, it won't happen. When we talk of capex, actually, it is more from the manufacturing and infra, both together, because manufacturing capex also have to go up because as a country, we skipped the manufacturing growth. We jumped into services sector first. And services sector did very well for us. And the first phase of the GDP growth and Your 4 trillion economy majorly came from the services sector contribution, where manufacturing did not do much actually. I think now the PLI and other things are pushing that, and a lot of things are happening. So manufacturing capex is very important, and infra investment is very important. We have to practically double our investments, what we are doing, from what we are doing now, to reach that 9% growth, and in a very sustainable way. It is not that one year we do and all that. It has to be done continuously to sustain that growth. Otherwise, 30 trillion economy will be very difficult to achieve. That is something, we need to keep in mind. Now, it is something like, infra itself needs about 800 lakh crores of investment in the next 20 years. That is about 40 lakh crores every year kind of investment. We do hardly 20 now. So, and similarly, manufacturing capex also needs huge investments. So now, who will fund this and how this money will come is the next question. Well, it is easy to put numbers that we need so much money to come in and all that. So now, as the country grows, the financial savings also, the per capita income grows, people put money. So that is visible in India also. Actually, what is the foreign funds which is flowing into country? It is a Canadian pension fund, Abu Dhabi fund, Singapore fund. They are nothing but insurance and pension funds which are flowing, because the country, these wealthy countries and wealthy people, they save a lot on pensions and insurance, and that money has to get invested somewhere. So, and they always try to look at long-term assets. So that is the flow what we are seeing, whether it's InvITs or REITs or other investments which are coming. Similar thing is happening in India. So our pension, insurance, PF put together, the assets under management has already reached 125 lakh crores. It's almost 50% of the scheduled bank deposits. And they are easily growing anything between 15 to 20%. Whereas scheduled banks struggling to grow liabilities at 9%. So that means people are saving more on insurance pension. And when that is happening, I'm a happy man. Because as insurance, pension, PF grows, ultimately it has to find its way to long-term bonds. And long-term bonds is the way forward. So now when quantifying this amount, whether banks will be able to meet all this? No. Banks have to move to originate and distribute models. Because the assessment skills in the banking system is the best, particularly on the greenfield stage. They should originate and distribute. It can be many, many ways. I will not touch on all that, but then they have to distribute. That's the way. And insurance, pension, PF funds will be the biggest contributor to this. The next phase of growth, we will see participation of different kind of saving pools coming into this sector. Some ecosystem changes, some regulation changes may have to happen, which is gradually happening. So with that, will meet our funding needs, and it will move out of bank balance sheets gradually to many other saving pools. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, sir, for elaborating on how savings profile is changing and how you will be one of the beneficiaries of this change, and hopefully banks don't have to carry the burden alone. Mithil sir, I'll move to you from a very real economy perspective. I think Goel sir mentioned about some data on MSMEs, and as Sidbi, you are leading the charge there. He mentioned about 1 crore Udyam and 9 crore total MSMEs. Sir, MSME has always been a segment which has been deprived of credit in a way. It's always been told like that. Now, with more and more formalization happening, what is it that SIDBI is doing, and what is your view in terms of achieving the Viksit Bharat ambition? Because everybody is saying manufacturing, MSME, infra. 3 segments we have to solve, and you are holding the needle on one of them.
Yeah, so thanks, Ron. First of all, let me share the good news. The good news is the MSME credit has been growing at a CAGR of about 17%, above 17%. So that's a very good news over 5 years. So continuously, everybody, I think every bank, every organization is growing. Delinquencies are bare minimum at the almost on the lowest level. So, and MSMEs are raising funds at very, very competitive rates. So that's a very, very good news. And before I really get into the details of other pieces into it, maybe I'll do it later. But even after that bank credit, which has reached roughly 38 lakh crores of rupees, there is a credit gap of about 30 lakh crores of rupees. This is what something our study said last year. We'll be out with the numbers this year very shortly, the credit gap study.
But this happened for the first time in the history that the credit gap was lower than the credit outstanding. So that's a very, very hearty development. Now, even if this 30 lakh crore estimated gap, which is there, I think we need to fill this gap. And one thing which we have to mind is take into cognizance that MSME is a very heterogeneous sector. You have something, a neighborhood mom and pop store kind of a thing. And then you have very organized unit at the cluster level and to something very, very advanced units in the avionics or maybe, nowadays in the space and everything, the startups kind of thing. Everything is MSME. Up to 500 crore turnover, they can be called MSME. So very heterogeneous sector. No bank, no institution in this country can have one size fits all approach. You have to have some sectoral approaches and when you want to have sectoral approaches, you have to have sectoral organizations as well. And that's where we feel that role of intermediaries is very, very important. And not just banks and FIs. I think role of NBFCs become very, very important. So as an organization, as an institution, we would like to promote this particular segment, NBFCs. And what we are contemplating is, maybe on the liabilities side, maybe give them some long-term funding. Maybe not just 2-year, 1-year loan. Can we give them slightly longer-term loan so that they have a better liability profile? Can we put some kind of equity in some of the smaller NBFCs? We can. That's what is being contemplated. So that we are there on the table, we are there in the boardroom. We can help them in making their policies and encourage them. And so take even that kind of a risk there. Co-lending, which got accelerated in some years, have kind of slightly taken a pause. But maybe this is time to again give it a push. And on SIDBI's part, I can share with everyone in the hall is that we are not confining only to co-lending with NBFCs. SIDBI is going ahead with another slightly under-penetrated intermediaries is RRBs. So we have created mechanism platforms to do co-lending with RRBs. It's already a pilot with 3 RRBs going on, and then we'll be doing it with all 28. So that's something, and then we are going with MFIs also. We are doing co-lending within MFIs. So you have to have a partner with kind of a specialization in a particular segment or in a particular geography. So that kind of approach probably will take us to larger masses, every nook and corner. And of course, there will be some technology interventions, probably I'll detail later on. On SIDBI's part, we are going to use technology in a very, very big way. STPs, straight through processes, and of course, use of AI, which is becoming a buzzword everywhere. And SIDBI is not left behind. Right now, it's a talk. And very interestingly, the AI talk is happening simultaneously at the same level, at the operating level as well as at the board level. So everybody has to upgrade himself to come to that. So it's happening across the organizations, and I'm sure it must be happening other organizations as well. So it's something happening across and at a different level of institutions, different level operating levels. So interesting times for.
No, thank you, sir, and thank you for the candid view about how important a role intermediaries play, and the fact that you are recognizing that not everything can be done by one institution. It could be NBFCs, it could be fintechs, it could be RRBs, MFIs, etc. Rajni sir, I'll maybe slightly change the tone now. If you look back, say from 2035, say 10 years ahead, if you look back and different institutions are playing different role. From a scheduled commercial bank perspective, if you had to look at one thing, what would the one thing that your institution will have to evolve if we have to achieve that longer term ambition from a scheduled commercial bank perspective?
Yeah, thank you, Varun, for that. Yes, if the playbook for 2035 has to be played, so it will not be different something from the Viksit Bharat. So today, if we see, we are in 2026, Viksit Bharat is 2047, 21 years hence. So 2035 is somewhere midway, right? So to be in that midway from 4 trillion to 30 trillion in midway somewhere, scheduled commercial banks definitely will have to play a very important role. A lot of things has been said, as you also said in your opening remarks, about the capital which is required to fund the credit growth which will be there. And then there was a data on the credit to the GDP ratio which is there, and then the gaps to the credit which are there, the potential which is available. One more important data point is the cost of credit for the borrowers. That is something very, very important for the scheduled commercial banks. So it is also very important for all of us that we bring down the cost of credit for the borrowers. If you see the data, again, from the developed world and even from the developing countries' point of view, the cost of credit in India is still quite high. One of the main reasons is, in fact, the two reasons are, number one is the cost of funds, which is high for the scheduled commercial banks in India. And number two is the operating cost, which is there. And this operating cost has become sticky with the kind of IT and the digitization costs which are coming. So these are the two challenges which are there moving forward. In the next 10 years, we have to be very mindful of the fact that we have to bring down the cost of credit for the borrowers, because it's something which is very important. As a India, we are not only there as a infra, not only for the industry, but we are also there for agriculture. We are also there for MSMEs. We are also there for the retail loans. See, the industry also grows through the retail loan. The more the housing loan happens, the more the cement, the steel, and the other things. So everything is interconnected. So that is the kind of thing which is there. And as far as the beyond that it is concerned, that if the country has to grow 2035, 10 year hence, definitely the credit has to grow in a very secular manner for scheduled commercial banks, in the sense that banks will have to lend in retail, banks will have to lend in MSME, banks will have to lend in agriculture, not to speak of the importance they have in the economy. They are very important for the economy. Beyond that, we'll have to do co-lending, pool purchase, trade financing, and also supply chain financing. Just one data point I would like to share with you, which has just come out a couple of days ago, is that the e-way bills under the GST that touched a mark of nearly 14 crores in the month of July. And out of that 14 crores, only 30% of those bills are funded by the financial institutions, including the NBFCs and the fintechs who are into supply chain finance. So there is huge potential over there. So these are the all kinds of funding which have to be done in the next 10 years for the country to go, apart from obviously infra funding, all kinds of infras, industries, everything has to be funded. Beyond that, Varun, I would also say that since our this Fibac playbook is the AI, so the lending will not only happen for in a physical mode, but it will also happen on the digital mode. So like for a Bank of India today, nearly 20% of our book is digital. So that is the kind of thing. But tomorrow, 10 year hence, I cannot say that 100% of it will be digital. For the simple reason that a lot of India is there in the Bharat, which is there in the villages, semi-urban areas, urban areas. Today, the fact of the matter is that when the banks are going digital, we also have to provide tablets in our branches, in rural and semi-urban branches, so that the journeys which we have made digital in agri and MSMEs, the small journeys which we have made digital, the customer has to come to the branch, to the tablet, and get a help of the staff at the branch level to onboard it on the digital journey. So it's a hybrid model which will be there. We have to be very cognizant of the fact that in India, we have those kinds of people also as a scheduled commercial banks, and those journeys also have to be completed. Though AI is something which we all have to adopt, we have to be very nimble and agile in adopting AI and other technologies, but we have to be very mindful of the fact that, okay, yes, in India, we have that kind of population also where some hand-holding will be required. So all these things taken together, credit growing in a secular manner, and beyond that, some international lending also. Like a bank like Bank of India, we are present in 15 countries. Obviously, when the entire narrative of the Viksit Bharat is having international banks and global banks, definitely scheduled commercial banks will also have to high international market, not only from the credit side, but also on the liability side. So these are my initial remarks on the next 10 year of journey for the scheduled commercial banks to take the way forward for Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Sir, thank you so much for raising, I think, 4 points which you raised. One is cost of credit. I think that has to come down for us to lend. I think sectoral split and what you explained around it, then the whole part around AI being the core, it will never be 100%, but some percentage. And yes, I think across all the banks, scheduled commercial, I think you and Bank of Baroda have the largest presence internationally, and that will be a big role. Ma'am, if I bring you into the play, he mentioned international, I want to get Exim involved here. I think institutions are evolving. You've been at Exim now, leading the charge there. But from an institutional point of view, and an institution which plays such a different role for at Exim. What has been your point of view on the same thing around, what would you say the bank needs to achieve over the next 10 years if it has to play a pivotal role for Viksit Bharat?
Thank you so much, Varun, and a very good afternoon to everyone. Just continuing the conversation. So, at Exim Bank, we were set up in 1981. I think the ecosystem that time was very different. We were set up only to provide export finance. Over the period, of course, India is exporting well. And today, if we look at our journey, when we started, even today, we call ourselves typically a medium to long term lending institutions. Exim Bank is known to facilitate and finance large infra projects in various parts of the country. But if I look at the way the bank has evolved over the past maybe few years, we've also started looking at trade in a very close way. Because what we understood during COVID times is that everybody started looking inside, and there's not much of trade happening, especially exports happening. And again, geopolitical environment has not been very conducive. We keep facing on of the other challenges, be it trade tariffs, or be it logistics or certain geopolitical issues. So I would say that trade becomes an important element for Exim Bank today, where we are looking at sort of facilitating Indian, say we talk about MSMEs, then we look at, say, e-commerce exporters, which was not something which I would have seen 10 years back. But today we are very conscious that if we compare India with China, for example, and we look at the scale of e-commerce exports happening from the country, it's very minimal, but the potential is very large. So it's a very different game. It requires very different financing, and how do we step into it? The other thing which we became very conscious about is that we still not managed to diversify our export destinations. Right from the time we were set up, or from the time India started exporting, we still depend a lot on Western Europe and US for our exports, and then naturally we become more vulnerable if there is certain section of countries who are not very inclined towards us. So there we are encouraging Indian companies to look at export opportunities in other countries, and there as Exim Bank, because we work with lots of countries all across the world, we actually can sit and confirm or guarantee the performance of foreign banks, where we encourage Indian companies to start doing business with countries like Argentina also, and there are many Indian companies who are doing roaring businesses. So the idea is that how do we encourage Indian companies to sort of expand their export destinations? Again, how do you see instruments? We talk about Indian companies not being served financially, or the finance to GDP ratio is very low. But sometimes, finance is only one of the instruments to achieve a goal. You cannot measure things by way of finance, but basically whether a company needs finance. And if they need finance, what are the type of instruments? Increasingly, we are seeing in India, when they are very good companies, they don't want to really take debt on their books. And most of the times, we at least at Exim find that we are actually financing their buyers sitting somewhere in some part of the country. So it may not show in your books as a finance being given to an Indian company, but at the same time, the operations are being financed, by their buyers, where we give credit. Similarly, services like factoring. So Exim Bank has set up a factoring company. So we are looking forward to, supporting especially MSMEs, where because typically, traditionally, collateral-based lending operations cannot be supported, most probably in the MSME segment, because they would not really have that type of collateral, but they would have a good, they would be linked up to the global supply chains, and they would have good customers. So there we are seeing factoring sort of taking up. So I would say going forward, and I think you're talking about 2035, we're talking about Viksit Bharat. If I look at exports, because my lens may be to a certain extent limited to exports, but we are there also looking at $2 trillion dollars of exports by 2030, which I would say is not simple, because if we see the last 2 or 3 years exports, while we are doing well, I think to reach to that number would be difficult. But the idea would be also, how do you encourage the export basket of the country to change, because we are seeing lots of focus on, say, deep tech, med tech, and UAVs and defense and aerospace. So how do we ensure that while we export, we are no longer only a commodity exporter, but we are an exporter of technology or goods which are highly value added? So I think at least Exim, we see our space there. How do we encourage and facilitate that? Thank you.
No, ma'am, thank you so much. I think for you, what I took away, and for everybody here, I think diversifying or expanding the countries that we have hitherto always exported to, also the new kind of things that are getting exported, right? From earlier tech to now med tech, deep tech, and UAVs and all that. And I think you're right, 2 trillion export will not be easy. I think that requires a fundamental change in the way we do. But Exim does play a huge role. While all the shocks have been there, I know, for Exim, but I think it's very useful. Sharma sir, if I may bring you, and I hope you can hear me, sir. We were just talking before the panel, sir. You have been the MDCU for the longest time across all the esteemed panelists. So from your so from your perspective, you've seen organizations, Lakshmi Vilas, Canara, IDBI now. Sir, in terms of the kind of institutions that we need to build for Viksit Bharat, we spoke about lending, we spoke about infra, MSME, export. But if you had to take a step back and say, for Viksit Bharat, these are the things that my bank or any bank should do, what would that perspective be, sir?
Thank you, Varun, and good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, I'll like to mention that, the banking, so far we have worked, and the prospects which we are seeing. In fact, as you rightly in the opening remarks, you said that from 4 trillion economy, now, Viksit Bharat means 38 trillion economy, and then banking assets from almost 3.6 to 45 trillion. So, lot of work has to be done. In fact, what we are expecting now, what we have never either attempted or experienced before. Now here, the bankers, basically, so we'll have to work from, credit-centric, becoming from credit-centric to ecosystem developers. So now that's ecosystem developers. Now, you see that recent RBI report, the financial stability report, all the banks are doing well. And in fact, as per the that latest severe stress adverse scenario, even then the banks will be able to meet the regulatory capital requirements. So banks are in comfortable position, and like we, as you said, I have worked in various banks. So the banks basically now, howsoever strong the bank is, but the banking, I think one bank or one institution or the banking alone cannot help in achieving the projections or the Viksit Bharat dream which we are going to achieve. So for that, what I feel, in fact, of course, my previous speaker has also said that we need to develop some total integrated economic system, from fragmented economy to integrated economic system, and all the stakeholders, whether these are banks, these are NBFCs, or these are now DFIs have also come in between. Some DFIs earlier were not active. Now, now with NAFED, Exim, and SIDBI, all these DFIs are quite active. And along with that, even capital market, we'll have to work in an integrated development. Now, the target which we are seeing, now the government has announced various infrastructure planning programs. They have announced real estate InvITs, that other InvITs, and then Gati Shakti program. For that type of growth which we are expecting, banking alone, will not be able to achieve it. So all the institutions, like from inception of the project, DFIs will have to take care of that. Then the bankings will have to be the credit providers, of course, and the helping in mobilizing the capital also. And that third, then capital market, we'll have to develop bond market also, which is not so deep now. So that capital bond market. And all these things, the various data which have been developed by way of UPI, Jandhan, and all these things. With that data, because we have a lot of data and the trust has been developed with AI. So I think with all these factors, if we combine together, then we will be certainly able to achieve the targets and the ambitions or the dream which we are having of Viksit Bharat. So all the bankers together will have to work in synchronization and in tandem with each other, and as complementary to each other. So that will help in achieving this target of Viksit Bharat.
Thank you, sir, for saying that. I think role of DFI is from credit focused to ecosystem focused. I think that's a great way of explaining it. And bond markets, I think we started off with that, and I know Rai sir has been speaking about it as well. I just want to take a pause here and just take some questions from the audience in case there are any questions for this very esteemed panel that we have. Yes. Can somebody pass a mic, please?
Yeah, good evening. This is Mohit Agrawal, Director and Senior Vice President Projects, Arcade Vasian Consulting Group, and we are working with most of the banks who are sitting in the panelists. Either governance has the power or the money has the power, as we know very well. And as said that, definitely banks is going to have a lot of role to play in Viksit Bharat 2047, as Rajneesh sir has said, and complemented by Rajkiran Saab and Rakesh Sharma Saab also. Rakesh Sharma Saab has contributed that specifically the ecosystem has to be built. My specific question to any of one of you, if you can enlighten, that towards the role of Viksit Bharat, definitely once we will be at that point of time, we will be looked how our cities will be looked like, and that is what will be leaving a mark on everyone's mindset, that how whether we are developed or whether we are not. What is your point of view that lending and from the business point of view is okay, but are we creating a sustainable and quality infrastructure, sustainable credit we are doing, so that it can create a lot of thing on ground which is sustainable as a infrastructure? Because as recently we have seen in Supreme Court also, the Supreme Court has raised about the nexus between the builders and financial institutions. So this disrupt the ongoing on the ground, the society and the nation as a development where we are moving towards. So what is your vision and view towards what should be, how that credit should be there, which can create a sustainable and quality infrastructure on ground?
Right, sir, let me rephrase the question a bit.
You know, when you may say sustainable, you gave an example which is different from this thing. Actually, when we say sustainable, it is more from the climate side we talk of sustainability. So if you mean that, I can answer that. But then other things what you're trying to mention, it is something to ecosystem which we faced and corrected to a great extent. But then, you know, it is impossible to say that we'll have a foolproof system anywhere. Any system, any country you go, when we grow, excesses do happen somewhere, and it is our duty to see that whenever it comes out, we should have a proper governance system to address that. So, but that should not prevent you from growing, because just because one or two incidents happen, because country has to grow, somewhere some mistakes happen. But sustainable side, when you say, actually, you know, we need to grow sustainably, is very, very clear, because we see the cost of the climate related issues. Because moment you grow without any concern for the climate, you create problems for yourself, your project comes at risk, and then your cash flows come at risk, and you're also damaging the climate for the future generation. So now, how to do that is basically, get certain subsidizations. Now, what happens is, when you are looking at a project or infra, when you are to be sustainable, there is additional cost which comes in. The additional compliance cost comes in. Then the taxonomy of the country has to be defined. All these things are in the process now. Because now, suppose a road can be done at a particular cost, and if you have to make it climate friendly or sustainable, it adds another 5% cost to the project. Then who will fund it? And this kind of things have to evolve. So we are in the, like, while we go through a ESG framework, we are not reached a level. That's why, if you remember the Paris Accord and others, where the developed economies who have used the system to grow, and they are supposed to create a fund to help the developing economies to sustain this. But that never happened, actually. The green climate funds and all that, it does not come. Actually, the countries like us need that support from the developed economies, a contribution, a fund which should come at a lower cost, so that the higher cost for making a project sustainable is borne by that, not borne by the promoters or the other investors. So that is where the problem is. While I will not say nothing is happening, there are things happening, but then it is some time away. Developed economies have to come forward to contribute for this.
Just want to add on this, that from my sustainable comment was related to the ESG, because the social part is also
That's
comes
perfect.
under that
And,
part.
and that's exactly what sir addressed as well. I just want to invite, if this, yes, I know a couple of hands are up behind. Maybe, sir, if you want to start, yes.
Thank you. I think very nicely said by Rajneesh that India is in Bharat. And I think the kind of developments which are happening on infrastructure, manufacturing, corporate, and everything is happening, maybe concentrated in the tier one, maximum tier two. How can this be pushed to tier four, tier five, so that the demand gets created there, the migration is stopped, the concentration in the, the towns is really reduced. What can the banks do about it so that the real development happens in the Bharat?
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you so much for this question, sir. Sir, it's very simple. That is why scheduled commercial banks are there, and particularly, I would say the public sector banks, not to have any bias on that. But, sir, since we have many branches in public sector environment, which are semi-urban and rural branches, and that is where the credit flow is happening. So, if you see the credit flow which is happening today in the RAM segment, whether it is retail, whether it is MSME, or whether it is agriculture, more than 50% of that credit in the RAM segment is happening through the sanctions, and the disbursements are happening through our rural and semi-urban branches. As you rightly pointed out, sir, the more the credit flow which happens in the rural and the semi-urban areas, the more the money will come at the hands of the people, and more the economic trigger will happen. So like they say that every 100 rupees of loan creates a 5x multiple in the economy. It's the same thing for the rural economy and the semi-urban economy. And that is how it will help for the tier 4 and the tier 5 towns and small cities and semi-urban areas to grow. This is how all the commercial banks, scheduled commercial banks, and now even the NBFCs are also doing a lot of work into that. And the most important part within that is, sir, the lot of informal segment and the funding which is happening over there. So credit bureaus, credit data is not available for those people who are living in rural and semi-urban areas, but still banks are lending under the informal credit also, where the structured data is not there. That kind of products we have all developed, whether it is in the retail products, whether it is in the MSME products, or whether it is in the agri products. So all these products have been developed where the formal data is not there, and the CIC scores are also not there. New to bank customers are there. And with all these things happening, and the kind of data flow which is happening, and the disbursements which are happening in that segment, definitely that is why the boom is also coming in the rural and semi-urban areas. And in the time to come, definitely, and with the top of the pyramid, the kind of funding which is happening for industries and infrastructure, definitely there will be more penetration as far as such towns are concerned. And the government is leading the pack with the highways which are there, the national highways through NHAI, and the linkage between the metros and the big towns to these rural and semi-urban areas is happening in a seamless manner, being funded by infra institutions like NEFIT. Thank you, sir.
Sir, if you want to comment.
Hello.
Please, sir.
Actually, sir, first of all, I would like to say that आप तो हमारे सबके गुरु हैं. So you are asking, you know better than us. But still, I would like to mention here that, of course, the public sector banks are doing great job in this, in reaching the, downtrodden persons. But at the same time, private banks are also doing. That is number one. Number two, what I would like to say that if we have to achieve that ambition of Viksit Bharat, that the last mile connection, that is really required, because we cannot have a situation there where only some few cities are developing and the rest of the country, because the large number of population still reside in semi-urban and rural areas. So reduce the disparity of income, because otherwise if this disparity of income is not reduced, and if it continues or it increases, that social unrest will be there. For any country to develop and to be classified as a developed economy, at least, if not all should be rich, but at least all should be in the middle class category, no lower class category. So for that, in fact, not only that all the banks are and NBFCs and they are reaching the power, and that we realize and appreciate that without developing and without reaching the last mile, we cannot achieve the ambition of Viksit Bharat. Even you are aware that even RBI says that although whatever branches you are opening, that certain number of percentage of branches have to be opened in rural and semi-urban. That is not now, in fact, since beginning it is there. So that way, now of course NBFCs have started reaching that area. But apart from that, now where we are not able to reach, the banks are reaching through BC, BFs, and our bank. We had certain branches which were in FI areas. We have converted into SAMI branches, where through technology. So through technology, AI, like throughout last 2 days, we have been discussing this AI and technology only. With the help of the data, which I was mentioning in my opening remarks, that the data in the form of UPI, JAM, that Jandhan and Aadhaar and mobile, whatever is available trustworthy data, with that data, with the help of technology and fintech companies, I think we'll have to reach them, assess their requirement, fulfill their requirement, otherwise we will not be able to achieve that ambition.
Just a moment, if I can also add my bit, looks like Mr. Tangsale has asked a question and eased the job of Varun over here. Sir, I'll add a few data points. And the first data point is out of about 9 crore registered MSMEs, informal and formal. The data from RBI says only 2.5 crore have got formal bank linkages. What happens to 6.5 crore? Okay. And these are most of 4 crore on the informal side and a few on the Udyam registration side also. And when you see the data about the distribution of this credit, that commercial credit, 2 data points. Top 10 districts of India command 51 share in the bank credit. Top 10. Bottom 191, it's about 1.5%. So now I think the ask is very clear. It's skewed. How do we go there? Now that's the second question, and I think speakers before me have said that. And actually it's happening. Now, once you have created a database, which is Udyam, you have got their basic information. You have got their registration number, you have what kind of enterprise is this, the bank account, what kind of enterprise it is, in which sector and all. Now there is just a need to build a model on that and reach out to them and use intermediate. Probably in the beginning, it would be a physical model where we will use either a partner, maybe NBFC or a BC, as Mr. Sharma said, or maybe LSP will use in the beginning. And then things will go completely digital in the due course to come as transactions become digital fully. Right now, even in the rural economy, a lot of transactions are cash, as we see in case of even microfinance and everything. So this is also about how fast we are able to convert that cash economy to the digital economy. Only thing, the word of caution, it was already discussed and it was said about the cost of credit. Mr. Rajneesh said about that. So once you are reaching out to these people, the administrative cost, the operating costs are going to be much, much higher. And we'll have to find ways, look into how do we reduce it, but it won't happen gradually. So there would be challenges, but with the technology, with the physical model, I think we can reach. There is a possibility, and in fact, we be on the lookout of a Udyami assist credit marketplace, which we are trying to bring along with IB and other banks here, where in this 4 crore micro enterprises, how these can be bank linked formally. Thank you.
So maybe I've just got time, but maybe one last question.
Good evening to all of you. To achieve the 2047 Vikasit Bharat, Rajkaran Rai sir has rightly pointed out that we should stress on the manufacturing sector, as sustained and long-term wealth creation of any nation is fundamentally driven by strong manufacturing sector. Today, India's contribution to the global manufacturing output is approximately 3.3%, as compared to around 32% of China and USA 20%. Despite this relatively moderate share, India has already emerged as the fourth largest economy in the world. So how that ecosystem in our country can escalate our economic production, industrial production to 20% during the next 20 years period?
As I told you in my initial remarks also, if you see the manufacturing facility, this loan to the manufacturing sector used to be 55%, which has last 15 years, which has reduced to 35%. But if you see the last 1.5 years, now the corporate is coming again also to you for the investment as well as for the working capital also. So there is a demand also, and there is a mode of the delivery has also been changed from the banking sector also, because now the data is available with the bank, because the time of the giving of the loan has also reduced. Now the everything is available. You can verify the what is the income tax data is available, GST data is available, even the if suppose you take the collateral, everything is available. So method of the lending has completely changed. So this is the reason already we are achieving 19%. If you see the data for the current financial year, the change, it has been changed. Earlier, the last 10 years, the corporate finance was reduced and the retail, agri and the MSME was the, but if you see the last 2 years, it has already been changed. So whatever is your question, 20%, it is very easy to achieve the 20%. As Rajkiran Rajji has also told you, there is a demand from the infra side also. The bank are financing for the infra project also. If you see the renewable energy also, lot of project is being financed by the bank also. So I think there will not be any challenge. Only the challenge is as on date is the who this is not the challenge who will finance. The challenge is Rajkaranji has already written who will retain. If you will totally depend on the bank, I think answer is very no bank can no alone can do, because as there is a three type of the stage of the any project finance. You are talking about the manufacturing finance. First is the construction stage, second is the commissioning stage, and third is the when the project is starting the cash flow also. So as on date, the entire three things from the construction to commissioning and the cash flow is being retained by the bank, which is not the ideal situation. If we will remain like this, then we cannot grow. From where we will generate the capital also. And the reason the Rajkaranji has already told in their deliberation also, the role of the bank is to create and distribute. Today, if you see the InvIT, etc., when the project is completed, they are transferring their asset to the InvIT. This is the model. Similarly, the model for the real estate also, real estate InvIT also. So the role of the bank is it should be they should generate the asset, they should assist the generate, because they have the capacity. Bank is having the capacity to appraise the proposal, then they can, after some time, they should sell. This is my limit. By doing this, as on date, because resources also, resources also because the long-term resources, bank don't have the long-term resources. Even bank is trying to raise the fund from the bond market, that is very limited. They are raising the fund for the tier 1, tier 2 also. The role of the bank has completely changed on account of this InvIT and the real InvIT also. So I think 20% achieving the growth is not a challenge, I think, in my opinion.
I would like to add with specific examples actually. You know, we missed the bus in manufacturing when the China plus one was discussed. Maybe Vietnam, Malaysia, they picked up better than us. There are various reasons. But then last few years we have picked up. PLI is one big push which happened. Now, if you look at mobile manufacturing, India has really picked up in the mobile side. Similarly, another big area which is growing is solar, the renewable side. Now, the government made policies to push Indian production. Today, India produces, I think we may be the biggest solar module producer after China now. So much of capacity has come in. Next is the battery storage, because now since the solar has reached a peak capacity, now storage becomes important. Now, there is a lot of push around the battery manufacturing. There are issues around, but the PLI and other things are pushing it. Now, other thing is the maritime. Now, there is a big push around the shipbuilding and that areas. So there are a lot of schemes and all that. So, an urban challenger fund, 1 lakh crore of commitment from the government, which will actually get into your sewage treatment, solid waste management, and your healthcare, education sectors. There are a lot of things, and last mile connectivity, qualitative improvement, so social infra particularly. So these are the things which are happening. So there is a very targeted push sector-wise by the government now. A lot of allocation and subsidization is also happening to attract investment there. But it takes time. So because this will create a lot of employment also, basically manufacturing, because we moved to services sector ahead of manufacturing. That's why, that distribution of wealth did not happen. But as manufacturing picks up, it will create a lot of employment. It will also create, somebody mentioned, the wealth distribution. We are a per capita income of $2,800 today. We are aiming at upwards of $15,000 by 2047. So to be a developed economy, this is not going to come that easy. because wealth creation has to happen, and also wealth that needs to be distributed fairly by creating more employment and more opportunities for people. And what Mittal Sahab was mentioning was also to look at the other 90%, so which will actually ultimately add value. Very focused attention is there. If you want to point fingers and say that is not happening, this is not happening, easy to say that. But if you see and understand what is happening, we will see the result. We are already seeing the results, but I am very confident next 3-4 years. And actually, Tangsal Sahab ka, like, one more point, sir. See, some of these, because Sharma Sahab also mentioned, the ecosystem, how it works. Now, there is an insurance of up to 5 lakhs, okay, for everyone. Now, the biggest health hospital chains are opening hospitals in tier 3 centers also. 200 bed, 300 bed hospitals, because the cash flow is ensured, because the healthcare has moved, because sometimes one intervention at a point of time to give insurance cover of up to 5 lakhs is creating another ecosystem where the bigger hospital chains are also seeing that it is commercially viable to go and open a hospital in smaller centers because they get enough business there. So ultimately business will drive the investment. Whatever push you do, it will not work, but business and the profits will drive the capex to these centers, and is happening. So these interventions are working, but such a huge country takes time.
So thank you so much for all the deliberations. I know we're slightly ahead of time, but I really want to thank all the panelists for taking time out and sharing your valuable insights. Thank you so much.
It has truly been a privilege hearing from some of the most respected voices of our industry on the vision for Viksit Bharat. Thank you very much, sirs and ma'am. And may I request you to please come forward for a group photograph? Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you. I request Atul Kumar Goyal ji to please be on stage for the vote of thanks, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Goyal sir, may I please request you for the vote of thanks? Yeah.
Very, very good evening to all of you. After the 2 days of the deliberation on the main theme, winning in the AI era, the new playbook for the Indian Bank, Fibac 2026, is coming to close. We are motivated by the encouraging response received from all the participants and the interactive session we had during the last 2 days. In the inauguration session, the respected Governor Sri Sanjay Malhotra ji shared his valuable sight on evolving the dynamics in the external sector, how the domestic economy has take the measure in the last so many years also. Everything has been in the newspaper today, the whatever the speech of the governor, but at the cost of the repetition. I am just repeating whatever the governor sahab has given the thirst key. They have told the use of the AI for the credit delivery, use of the AI for the customer service, use for the AI for the fraud prevention, and the other use also the governor Sahab has also told some of the risk about the use of the AI, rejection of the credit loan application. The another is the biasness, the vendor dependence. The another is the Sethi ji. Sethi ji and the Goenka ji has already acknowledged the very Indian economy is doing very good also, and they have also given the thrust on the Sethi Saab for the trust, and the main is the Ruchir Goel in the themes presentation highlighted the India's banking sector has a unique opportunity led to the next wave to the financial transformation. Its success will depend on the translating the today's position to the strength in the 2 decades of the sustained expansion. Three things in the presentation of the Ruchir Goel. One was the democratic credit affordability, how you can reduce the cost of credit and you are in a position to give the more credit. The another is the unlock of the productivity. We are seeing the last 2 days everybody is talking about the cost to income ratio. Ki cost to income ratio has increased. But if you see the profit, definitely the cost to income ratio has increased. But if you see the profitability of the only public sector bank, it was 1.78 trillion last to last year, which has increased to 1.98 trillion last year 25-26 में. So this only one point ki cost to ratio has increased, but ultimately the profitability, which is the main parameter for the bottom line, that has also increased. The another point of the Ruchi presentation was the building the risk beyond the. Earlier, we were thinking about the only the credit is. Everybody was talking about the credit. Now, the another type of the risk has emerged. The as on date, the main risk is the operational risk. Operational risk, if you ask me, the cyber security is the one of the major risks. But Governor Saab, you must have heard, कि Indian banking sector is very robust. Who is taking care whatever the best we can do to prevent such type of the cyber attack. So the theme presentation also divided into the several area also. The first session, the panel discussion winning in the area of the AI and the new playbook. Basically, the discussion was how we can use the AI in the banking industry and whatever the risk is emerging on account of the use of the AI, how we have to tackle. The panel discussion regarding the MSME 2026. Everybody, yesterday the discussion was on the contribution of the MSME to the GDP is 30%, whereas the other country is 60%. How to improve? In my opinion, when we are talking about the cash flow lending, etc., also because the gap of the MSME is available more than 30 trillion. Co-lending is the one of the method also where the such type of the loan may be taken care of, because in the today discussion in the yesterday discussion 9 crore MSME out of the 6 crore in the Uddami registration, the another 3 crore in the Uddami assist, and the GST registration is only 1 crore. So it means we have to make the another, not only we cannot depend on the cash flow based lending where the data is being so there is a co-lending is the another method where because the NBFC is generating the loan, they are acquiring the customer and bank is giving the finance. So 80-20, and for the information to all of you, the IBA is also working how to improve the co-lending. The another is the session of the agentic and why machine learners advise the act discuss when deploying the AI agent at scale requires the architecture, the governance, and the banks that gets this combination right would look like in the 3 years vis-a-vis the banks, the data, the yet to figure right mix. Another this session on the AI powered credit engine, smarter lending, smarter recovery. The yesterday the governor Sahab has also admitted the use of the AI is being done by the banks also. How to improve the credit lending. The another is the panel discussion on the risk compliance and the responsible AI. As I told you earlier also, earlier we were taking only for the how to mitigate the credits. Although there was a 3 type of the risk: market risk and the operation risk as well as the credits. Now the more the credit risk as on date, it is not in the industry. From the last 5-10 years, if you see the credit portfolio of the all the bank has improved substantially. The number of the gross NPA, net NPA less than 1.5% on the 0.5% net NPA. So there is the risk is only how to mitigate the another risk, the operating risk, the cyber risk, etc. The session on the leverage of the AI to redefine the operation of the future, the efficiency imperative, examine the where cost of transformation is delivering the measurable result, where the roadmap is looks like at the different maturity level, and the now the lenders make the case the investment when short-term earning pressure is the relentless. Panel discussion on the augmented banker refined roles, the age of area, examine the how the bank is reskilling the workforce. There is a need if really we want to use the AI. So not only from the bank side also, we have to create the awareness from the customer side also, because you are saying the when the customer is giving the password etc. also. So education from the both the side, the internal as well as the external is also important. The session on the from the legacy to the AI negative, the great banking technology transformation, examine the what successful transformation and the leadership needed to modernize in the banking also. So there was a lot of discussion in the last 2 days, saw the fruitful deliberation, AI usage and the future course of action in all the segments of the financial sector. I am sure all the participants has benefited from these interesting panel discussions on a connected yet diverse area of the AI usage in the bank. Everybody is aware that bank is already starting the using, and it is not the as on date, it is not the option. It is necessary to use the AI in the banking industries also. And I take this opportunity to thank the respected Governor Sahab Sanjay Malhotra ji for sparing his valuable time for the conference yesterday. On behalf of the IB and the FICE, I extend my sincere appreciation to all the eminent speakers of the various sessions for making it interesting as insightful. Our special thanks also go to the BCG for their invaluable contribution for developing engaging theme, and also the Fibac themes report which was released yesterday. Press and media deserve special mention for covering this event. You must have seen in the newspaper also. In each and every newspaper, there was a lot of the press release about this Fibac yesterday, the speech of the Governor Sahab also. We also grateful to the management of the Trident for the excellent arrangement made for this event. Further, the team from the FICI and the IBA worked tireless for the smooth conduct of the conference. I want to convey from on my personal behalf also the team IBA as well as the team FICI also for making tireless, but not for only 1-2 days. They were working for this event from the last 5 to 6 months also. And a lot of appreciation for their commitment and dedication for making this conference success. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you for the gracious word of thanks, sir. So with that, we come to the close of this year's Fibac edition. Thank you for being a wonderful audience, ladies and gentlemen. And we look forward to seeing you in Fibac's next edition. IBA staff, please come forward for a group pic. IBA staff. Can we request you to please keep the lights on as we are going to have a group pic? Yeah, please, for a moment. Thank you.